Hey everyone, welcome back to Mr. Hex. I hope you're all doing great. Before we jump into today's video, I'd really appreciate it if we could reach 1,000 likes and 1,000 comments. It only takes a second, but it makes a huge difference and helps me keep bringing you more videos. Thank you for being here and thank you for all the support. Now let's get straight into the video. I remember the day I arrived in that small, quiet town. The place had dirt roads and old storefronts. The people I saw looked tired and spoke softly. I had driven for hours along empty highways, passing dry fields and patches of dead grass. When I spotted the old mansion on a hill at the edge of town, it looked run down and empty. There were boards across some windows and a fence that leaned to one side. Even so, I decided to rent it. It was cheap, and nobody seemed interested in it. But from the first night I spent there, I knew something was off. Something was in the walls calling my name, moving things in the dark, filling the air with a smell like burned paper. I had never felt so uneasy in my life. I drove my car up the dirt path that led to the house and parked near the front door. The sky was cloudy, and I could see the chipped paint on the porch. The landlord I spoke to on the phone told me he handled several properties in the area. He never gave me his name, just a short, gruff introduction. He said the place had never had a registered owner. He said it belonged to no one. He seemed eager to get a renter. I remember nodding and accepting his terms without thinking twice. I was broke and tired of living in a cramped apartment in another state. I wanted a large space where I could have some quiet. I didn't ask questions. My first step inside felt strange. I pushed open a heavy wooden door and walked into a large foyer with a broken chandelier. The floorboards creaked. There were no lights except the dim afternoon sunlight seeping through old curtains. The hall smelled stale and dry. The walls had old wallpaper peeling at the corners. I tried turning on a light switch, but nothing happened. I had brought a flashlight in the car, so I went back, grabbed it, and started shining it into each room. The house had large rooms with dusty furniture and old portraits on the walls. I didn't recognize any faces in those portraits. Some looked like men in old-fashioned suits, others like women in plain dresses. No names, no plaques, just these old frames hung unevenly. In the kitchen, there was a wooden table and a few mismatched chairs. I opened a door that led to a small pantry with empty shelves. I checked the stove. It was old and not connected to anything. I opened drawers in the kitchen and found no utensils or cookware. Everything was empty. I carried my suitcase upstairs. There were 3 bedrooms. Each had a bed frame without a mattress, an empty dresser, and a dirty window. The floor felt gritty under my shoes. I planned to sleep in a sleeping bag for now. I wanted to clean the place over the next few days. I set my sleeping bag down in the largest bedroom at the end of the hall. The window overlooked the backyard, which was overgrown and had a few broken statues near a collapsed shed. That first night I had trouble sleeping. I was alone in a big, quiet house. There was no traffic outside. The town was distant. I could hear my own breathing and my heartbeat. Around midnight, I heard something inside the walls. At first, it sounded like scratching or shuffling. I lay still, listening. It got louder, like someone sliding their hand along the inside of the wall. I stood up and pressed my ear against the wallpaper. I heard a muffled voice. It said my name. It wasn't loud. It sounded like a whisper, but I recognized it. I backed away, feeling my arms tense up. I grabbed my flashlight and looked around. The room was empty, just my bag and a chair I had dragged in from another room. I turned on my flashlight and waited. The voice stopped. I waited for a long time until I finally lay down again and tried to rest, but I didn't really sleep. The next morning I felt tired. My eyes burned and my mouth was dry. I walked through the house, opening windows and trying to get some fresh air inside. The dust floated in the sunlight. I checked the rooms downstairs and noticed something strange. A chair that I remembered leaving against the far wall of the living room was now in the center of the room. I stared at it. I tried to recall if I had moved it before going to sleep. I knew I hadn't touched it. I shrugged, picked it up and set it back against the wall. I thought maybe I had remembered it wrong. I checked the other rooms. Everything looked the same as when I arrived. I decided to head into town and see if I could find a hardware store. I needed light bulbs and cleaning supplies. I also wanted to talk to someone about the house, maybe ask if anyone knew its history. I found a small hardware store on the main street. Inside, it smelled like old wood and metal. The man behind the counter was bald and wore a stained apron. I asked for light bulbs, bleach, and a broom. He raised an eyebrow at me and asked where I was staying. I told him I had rented the old mansion on the hill. He stopped what he was doing and looked at me with a blank face. He said he never knew anyone to rent that place. He said it was always empty. I asked if he knew its history. He shrugged and said he didn't know who owned it. He said it had been around for decades, maybe longer, and that people avoided it. I asked why. He said people heard things in that house. Then he changed the subject and went back to stocking shelves. I paid and left. I spent the day cleaning the hallway and dusting the stairs. I replaced a few light bulbs, but half the sockets didn't work. I found a broom in the corner of a closet. Its handle was cracked. I swept piles of dust and small bits of broken glass. I found a rolled-up newspaper in one corner of the living room. It had no date, no headlines, just blank pages with smeared ink. It smelled like old, damp paper. I tossed it aside. That night, before I went to sleep, I tried to block out any sound. I wore earplugs. I also decided to keep my flashlight ready. I turned off the few lights that worked and got into my sleeping bag. I closed my eyes, but my mind wouldn't settle. I kept thinking about that voice. It had said my name. How could it know my name? I must have dozed off because I woke up to complete darkness. The earplugs had fallen out. I heard my name again. It was inside the walls, behind me. I sat up and shone my flashlight around the room. The floorboards looked the same. The walls looked the same. Then I smelled something. It was a sharp smell like burnt paper. I sniffed the air. It was stronger near the door. I walked into the hallway. The smell came and went like a gust of air pushing it around. I walked slowly, checking each room. I found nothing burning, no smoke, no ashes. Then I noticed a portrait on the wall at the end of the hallway. It was a painting of a man with a thin face and round glasses. I swear the eyes in that portrait were pointed at me. I remembered earlier when I first saw it, I thought the man's eyes were looking to the side. Now they faced forward. I stood there, holding my flashlight up, feeling my heart beat faster. I stepped closer and reached out to touch the frame. The portrait felt cold. I tapped it. It was solid. I turned away for a second and then looked again. The eyes were still looking straight ahead at me. My stomach tightened. I backed away. I turned and headed downstairs. I didn't want to sleep near that thing. I ended up lying on the living room floor using my jacket as a pillow. I left one lamp on. I didn't sleep well. Every time I closed my eyes, I thought I heard movement in the rooms above me. Something sliding along the walls, whispering. Once I thought I heard footsteps, but when I aimed my flashlight at the stairs, nothing was there. The next day, I searched the house more thoroughly. I checked closets, the basement, and the attic. The attic was empty except for a few boxes of papers. Most were blank or charred at the edges. Some smelled like they had been burned before. I found no old letters, no documents, nothing to explain who lived here or what happened. The basement was just a cold, damp room with stone walls. No sign of any wiring or pipes that might explain the noises. I decided to talk to the landlord again, but I had no direct number for him. I only had the one he used to call me, and every time I tried to call back, nobody answered. When I drove into town and asked around, nobody knew who managed the property. The hardware store guy just shrugged. A woman in the general store said she had never heard of a landlord who rented that place. She said it usually stood empty. She sounded confused when I described the man I talked to on the phone. I drove back to the house, feeling frustrated. I tried to stay calm. I forced myself to think logically. Maybe I had dreamed the voice. Maybe I had moved that chair without remembering. Maybe I was tired and hearing things. But then I entered the house and noticed the smell again, like burnt paper. It was in the foyer this time. I followed the smell into a small room off to the side, a room I hadn't paid much attention to. Inside, I found a pile of old books on the floor. I hadn't seen these before. I was sure they weren't there yesterday. I kneeled down and picked one up. The pages were blank and crumbled in my hands. They smelled burnt. I dropped them and backed out of the room. I went upstairs to check the bedroom. My sleeping bag was moved. Instead of lying flat near the window, it was rolled up against the door. I had not done that. My flashlight, which I had placed beside the sleeping bag, was now on top of the dresser. I took a few steps back and felt sweat forming on my forehead. I grabbed my stuff and took it downstairs. I was starting to feel an odd pressure in my head, like a headache building up. I wanted to leave, but I had no place else to go. I didn't have much money. I told myself I would give it one more night, and if I heard anything else, I would pack and sleep in my car. That night, I sat in the living room with the lamp on and tried to read an old magazine I had brought with me. I kept glancing at the hallway. After a while, I heard a creak upstairs. I got up, holding my flashlight, and walked slowly up the stairs. My throat felt dry. I could hear my own footsteps on the wood. When I reached the top, I heard my name again. It was coming from behind the wall near the portrait. I stood there, pressing my ear against the wallpaper. I heard a whisper say my name, over and over, very quietly. My muscles felt tense. I tried pulling on the wallpaper. It ripped easily. Behind it, there were old wooden boards. I shined the flashlight through a small gap. I couldn't see anything inside. I tapped the boards. They sounded hollow. I tried to pry one loose with my hands, but it wouldn't budge. I went back downstairs, breathing heavily. I found a screwdriver in my toolbox and returned to the spot. I wedged the screwdriver into the gap and pushed. One board cracked and fell inward. A wave of that burnt paper smell hit my nose. I coughed. I shined the flashlight into the gap. Inside, there was a narrow space, maybe a foot wide, running along the wall. I couldn't fit inside, but I could see old scraps of paper on the floor of that hidden space. They looked charred and torn. I didn't see anyone or anything alive in there. I called out, feeling stupid. I asked who was there. No response. I backed away from the wall and stood in the hallway, clutching my flashlight. I felt a chill run through my arms. I heard a voice again, but this time it sounded fainter. It called my name once more and then stopped. I leaned against the wall opposite the hole and waited, expecting something to move. After a few minutes, nothing happened. I slowly went downstairs and sat on the sofa. I stared at the front door, breathing slowly, thinking about leaving right now. I decided to check the house records at the local office the next day. Maybe I could find something that explained this. Maybe old tenants had left notes. Maybe there was some logical reason. I slept a few hours on the sofa, waking up at every little sound. In the morning, I drove to town and found the town clerk's office. It was a small, dusty room with old files. The clerk was an older man with a tired face. I asked him about the mansion. He checked his files and said there was no official record of any owner. He showed me a ledger. It had addresses, deeds, names. Where the mansion's address should have been, the line was blank. He said he had never seen anything like that. I asked if anyone had lived there. He said he didn't know. He asked me why I wanted to know. I said I was renting it. He looked surprised and said he had never heard of anyone renting it. I left the office feeling more confused. I went back to the mansion one last time. I entered through the front door. I smelled burnt paper again, even stronger this time. The hallway felt colder. The portrait's eyes seemed to stare straight at me. I called out, asking who was there. My voice sounded weak in the empty rooms. I walked through each room, checking the furniture. Things were moved again. Chairs were placed in odd positions. The old frames on the walls seemed crooked. I stood in the foyer for a long time, listening. Nothing. I walked slowly to the door and stepped outside. I locked the door behind me and put the key in my pocket. I stood on the porch, looking at the warped fence and the empty yard. I could still smell that burnt paper on my clothes. I got in my car and started the engine. I sat there looking at the mansion's windows. I didn't see anyone inside. No faces, no movement. Just old glass and torn curtains. I decided I had seen enough. I backed out of the driveway and left, telling myself I would never return. My heart was still pounding, and my hands felt clammy on the steering wheel. As I drove away, I could almost hear my name, very faint, carried on the wind behind me. I tried not to think about it. I just kept driving, watching the road ahead. I slammed the door of my car and gripped the steering wheel, staring straight ahead into the dense fog. I breathe in and feel the stale air inside the cabin. There is no traffic, no lights on the horizon, no landmarks except the vague shapes that fade in and out as I crawl forward. I have been driving for what feels like hours. My arms feel stiff and my eyes burn. The engine hums at a low, steady pitch. I can't remember where I started. I can't remember why I am here. I only know that I am alone on this road and something is very wrong. I press the gas pedal and move ahead at a slow pace. The headlights only illuminate a short distance in front of me. Everything else is hidden by a thick, white fog. The fog never thins out, never shows signs of lifting. I see shapes drifting through it, shapes that vanish as soon as I look directly at them. They move in a slow, twisting way, as if they are alive, or at least aware of my presence. I try not to think about it. I keep my focus on the yellow line at the center of the asphalt, but I notice something repeating. On my left, there is a twisted tree with no leaves. It leans to one side, and its bark is dark and uneven. Then, after I drive another short distance, I see a rusted sign on the right. I can't read what it says because the paint is almost gone. The metal is bent and corroded. I pass it. A moment later, a small empty gas station appears. There are no lights on. There is a single pump, old and scratched, and a glass door that reflects my headlights. There is no one inside. I roll by it at low speed, checking my mirrors. After a few hundred yards, I reach another twisted tree, another rusted sign, another empty gas station. It's the same exact sequence. Tree, sign, station. Then again, tree, sign, station. I feel sweat forming on the back of my neck. My hands are damp. I let go of the wheel with one hand and wipe my palm on my pants. I look at my phone. No signal. The battery icon is fine, but there is no service. The time on the display seems stuck. The minutes are not passing. I turn on the car radio and get static. I tried changing stations, but nothing comes through. The engine rumble, the light static, and my breathing are the only sounds. I slow down and stop the car. The engine idles. I feel the vibration through my seat. I look over my shoulder expecting another car or some headlights from behind. There is nothing, just the road, the fog, and that twisted tree. I open the window slightly. The air outside feels thick and cold. It smells damp and stale like wet cloth. I listen. I hear a voice. It is gentle, like a person speaking in a calm tone, but I can't understand the words. I listen harder. There are several voices. They overlap in quiet whispers. They sound patient but firm, like they are waiting for me to do something. I can't see anyone. There are no shapes approaching the car. The fog moves in slow patterns, forming outlines that look like people 1 second and then vanish the next. The voices say something like, "Come, step out, over here." I'm not sure. I only catch fragments, but they all sound inviting. They are not threatening, but they do not stop. I roll up the window and grip the wheel again. My heart is beating fast, my mouth feels dry. I don't know where I am and I don't know how to get out. I put the car into gear and continue forward. Soon enough, I see the same rusted sign and the same gas station. I feel a lump in my throat. I try speeding up. I press the pedal and watch the speedometer climb. The headlights stretch farther ahead, but the scenery still repeats. Tree, sign, station. Tree, sign, station. The voices do not fade. They seem to grow slightly louder. They say, "Leave the car, come here, follow us." I try not to listen. I stare at the road and keep driving, hoping something will break this cycle. After several loops, I slow down again. Maybe I can turn around. I check my mirrors, see nothing, and make a slow U-turn on the empty road. The tires grind on the asphalt, and my headlights swing across the dark shapes in the fog. I face the other direction and drive back the way I came, but nothing changes. After a short distance, I see the same twisted tree on the same side of the road, the same sign, the same gas station. It does not matter which direction I go. It's always the same sequence. I turn off the engine and sit in silence for a moment. The voices remain. They whisper in a gentle, repetitive way. They say, "Come out. You cannot stay there forever. We will not hurt you. Just come." I feel goosebumps on my arms. I rub my forehead and think about what to do. The car is my only comfort. The seat is familiar. The smell of old upholstery and stale coffee in my cup holder feels normal. Outside, everything is strange and cold. I decide to check the gas station. Maybe I can find a phone, a landline, or something that connects me to the outside world. I open the door and step out. The ground feels damp. The fog touches my face. It has a clammy texture. I walk slowly toward the gas station. The pump is silent. The handle is old and cracked. The building is a small structure with one narrow door and a dusty window. I peer inside. There is a counter, empty shelves, no products, and a single stool. There is no person, no phone, no lights. I try the door. It opens with a creak. Inside, it smells like old wood and stagnant air. I check behind the counter. There is no cash register, no phone, no papers. Just an empty space. I hear the voices again. They seem closer. They are not coming from a speaker or any device. They are just there. I look back through the door and see my car idling in the fog. I left the engine running. The headlights shine on the twisted tree outside. The voices say, "You need to leave the car behind. It's not going to help you." I clench my jaw and step outside again. The fog swirls around my ankles and legs. I feel a chill on my skin. I do not see anyone. I call out, "Who's there?" My voice sounds weak. There is no response besides the steady whispers. They never stop. They keep inviting me, but they never say who they are. I return to my car and get inside. I close the door and lock it. The central lock clicks. I feel a bit safer behind the glass. I drive again. The cycle continues. After a few loops, I try a different tactic. I stop near the twisted tree and examine it. I roll down my window and shine a flashlight on it. The bark is rough and cracked. There are no markings. It looks normal, except it's always the exact same tree in the exact same position. After I pass it, I come to the rusted sign. I stop there too. The sign is a simple rectangle of metal bolted to a wooden post. The paint is faded. I think I see the outlines of a word, but it's too unclear to read. I run my finger over it and flakes of rust stick to my skin. The material is solid, not an illusion. I move on to the gas station again. Same scene, same emptiness. The voices keep pushing me. They say, "Stop fighting this, step into the fog, we can guide you." I refuse to leave my car behind. I get back on the road and drive faster. I press the horn and hold it down. The sound is loud, but it doesn't change anything. The loop continues. I try turning off my headlights to see if I notice anything different. Without headlights, I see only darkness and swirling shapes in the fog. I can't drive safely like that, so I turn them back on. I think about breaking a window in the gas station or ripping down the sign, but I doubt that will help. My hands shake. My mouth is dry. I take a sip of bottled water from the car's cup holder. The water is stale and warm, but it helps a little. I feel my heart pounding in my chest. My forehead is sweaty. I wipe it with my sleeve. I realize I have no real plan. I consider just walking into the fog. But where would I go? The voices say they will guide me, but why should I trust them? They have not shown themselves. They just keep whispering. Yet I have tried everything else. I drive a few more loops. The same pattern, tree, sign, station. The repetition never ends. The fog never clears. The night never turns to day. My phone still has no signal. The radio is still static. My body is tired and my eyes ache. My neck feels stiff. I try to massage the back of my neck with one hand while steering with the other, but it doesn't help much. I feel a dull ache in my shoulders. Eventually, I park in front of the gas station again. I sit there with the engine running and headlights on. I listen carefully. The voices are calm and patient. They say, "We are waiting. You cannot keep driving in circles. We are not going away." I inhale and exhale slowly. I tell myself that I have to try something different even if it makes no sense. If I keep driving, I will waste fuel and never escape. The scenery will never change unless I change what I'm doing. I turn off the engine and remove the keys. The silence grows thicker. I can hear my breathing and the quiet whispering outside. I open the door and step out. I take a few steps away from the car and wait. The fog swirls around me. My shoes sink slightly into the damp ground. The air is cold. I look around. The gas station is behind me. The road is in front of me, and the twisted tree and sign are somewhere behind the layers of fog. I call out again, "Who are you? What do you want?" The voices respond at once. "We will show you. Come forward. Leave the car behind and come this way." The direction is not clear, but the tone is certain. I feel my stomach tighten. My hands tremble a bit, but I force them to stay steady. I do not see anyone, but the voices have a weight to them. I consider the risk. My car is my last connection to something normal, but it's useless here. I cannot escape by driving. The road is a loop that leads nowhere. I walk a few steps along the roadside. The gravel crunches under my shoes. The fog thickens, making it hard to see the car behind me. I hesitate and turn around to check. The car's shape is faint through the fog. The headlights are off, but the outline of the car is still visible. I consider running back to it and trying again, but I know it's pointless. I have tried everything else. The voices say, "Keep coming. You are close. We are here." I still cannot see them, but the sound is all around me. It feels like multiple people speaking quietly near my ears, but I feel no breath, no physical presence. Still, I follow their instructions. I move farther from the car, step by step. The ground feels the same. The air is cold. The darkness never fades. The voices continue to guide me. They say, "A little more. Don't stop now." I walk slowly, keeping my arms close to my body. My heart pounds hard. My legs feel stiff. My back aches. I keep thinking about what I left behind. The car, the road, the gas station, the sign, the tree. They gave me no answers, only repetition. The voices are the only thing that acknowledges my presence here. They respond to me. They seem to want me to move forward. I continue walking. The fog makes it impossible to see more than a few feet ahead. My shoes become damp from the moisture. I keep listening to the voices. They say, "Yes, that's right. Keep going." My body feels tired, but I don't stop. I know that staying at the car was pointless. I know that driving in circles was getting me nowhere. As I move deeper into the fog, I notice that the voices do not become any louder, but they remain steady. They speak in calm tones. They guide me forward without giving reasons or explanations. I accept it because I have no other choice. I walk until I can no longer see the car or the gas station behind me. The ground is still solid, and I hear the gentle whispering around me. I feel my heartbeat slow down a bit. I am nervous, but I am not panicking. The voices continue to speak, and I continue to follow them. I take careful steps, one after another. The air remains cold, but I grow used to it. I do not know where I am going, but I know that I am leaving the loop behind. The fog still surrounds me, but the repetition and the useless driving are now in the past. I keep going. I listen and move as they instruct. I have nothing else but this path. No one appears in front of me. but I feel a strange sense that I am not alone. The voices never waver. They lead me forward. I do not know what I will find, but I keep walking. I feel my muscles tense and release with each step. I inhale and exhale the cold, damp air. The loop of the road is no longer holding me. The car sits somewhere behind in the fog, silent and empty. The voices say, "Good. Keep going." I do. I moved into that old apartment building last week. It's in the middle of the city, close to my new job. I wanted convenience. I wanted a simple place to rest after work. I got something else. Every night since I settled in, I've heard heavy steps right above me. They scrape along the floor. I hear chains dragging. I hear someone muttering. I can't understand the voice, but it's there. I know what footsteps sound like, and these are footsteps. But the apartment above mine is supposed to be empty. The landlord said nobody has lived there for decades. Still, every night it starts again. I can't ignore it. Something is happening up there. Something that's not supposed to be happening. The building is old and has those narrow hallways. The walls have flaking paint and the wooden banisters feel rough under my hand. My unit is on the 3rd floor. The place above mine is on the 4th. I've tried going upstairs. I went up there on my 3rd night here right after the noises started. I climbed the stairs and stood at the apartment door. I expected to see some old guy ignoring the rules, or maybe some stranger who got a spare key. But the door was locked with a thick padlock. The hallway on the 4th floor smelled stale, like old dust and old wood. There was a small overhead light. It flickered. The door was covered in scratches around the old doorknob. I banged on it. I yelled. I heard no voice inside. The noise stopped for a minute or two, but then it started again right behind that door. I listened. Heavy steps, a chain rattling on the floor, the same low murmuring. I went back downstairs. I tried to sleep, but the sound kept going until near dawn. I remember rolling onto my side, pressing a pillow over my ear, my heartbeat tapping in my throat. I felt sweat on my neck. I got up and checked my own door's locks. I walked around my place trying to figure out what to do. Nothing made sense. I kept waiting for it to stop, but it only died down when the sky began to turn gray. I got maybe an hour of sleep that night. The next morning, I called the landlord and asked him to come by. He said he'd swing over in the evening. He sounded annoyed, but I insisted. When I came back from work that day, I smelled something odd. My apartment smelled like burnt incense. I don't burn anything like that. I don't even have candles. It smelled thick and sweet, like something someone would burn in a religious ceremony. I opened all my windows. I walked around, checking the corners. I tried to see if maybe it was drifting in from the hallway or from outside. Nothing. It was just there, lingering. I sat on my couch and stared at the ceiling. That's when I noticed little brownish marks in a corner, right where the ceiling met the wall. I pulled a chair over and stood on it to get a better look. The ceiling is old with peeling white paint and a thin layer of grime, but these marks looked like smudges of dirt. I rubbed my fingertips over them. Dust coated my fingers. The marks didn't form a clear shape, but they looked like something pressed against the surface. I felt stupid and climbed down. I took a wet rag and wiped the area. The marks faded, leaving just the usual dirty paint. That night, the sound started again. I was sitting at my small kitchen table eating a sandwich. It began with a soft thump above my head, then a dragging sound, then footsteps. They were slow but heavy. They seemed to pace back and forth. I got up and stood under the spot where I heard them. The footsteps kept going. Then I heard the chain. It sounded like a metal chain sliding along a wooden floor. The murmuring started soon after. It was a low voice. It sounded like a man talking to himself, muttering words that I couldn't make out. I felt my stomach tighten. I turned off all my lights and tried to listen more carefully. I wanted to know if maybe I could catch a word or two, but it was just a low, continuous murmur, like a prayer or a chant. I grabbed a flashlight and went upstairs again. The hallway was quiet. I tried the door. Locked. I pressed my ear against the wood. I heard the footsteps clearly, right behind that door. I slammed my fist against it. "Hey!" I shouted. "Who's in there?" No answer, just the steps and the chain dragging. I felt goosebumps on my arms. The landlord was supposed to come by soon, but he hadn't shown up yet. I hurried back to my apartment and tried to call him. No answer. I paced around. The smell of incense got stronger. I tried to locate its source. I followed my nose to my bedroom. The smell was heavier there. I turned on the light, looked around. My bed, my dresser, my boxes still unpacked. On the floor near my bed, I saw something new. Dusty handprints. They were not clear, like a perfect imprint, but they looked like dirty smudges shaped roughly like hands. They led from the ceiling corner to the floor as if something had crawled down the wall and touched the ground. I felt my stomach flip. I backed away, breathing fast. I turned on every light. I checked my windows. They were locked. I checked my front door. Locked. I checked every inch of the place. No sign of anyone. I tried to clean the floor, but the dust marks just smeared. I got a damp cloth and scrubbed until the floor looked normal again. But I couldn't ignore what I saw. I stayed up that night, sitting in my living room with the TV on low volume. I heard the noises all night. The landlord never came. The next morning, I went downstairs and pounded on the landlord's door. He lives on the first floor. He answered, looking annoyed. I told him everything. He said the apartment upstairs has been empty for decades. He showed me old paperwork, old keys. He even took me up there. He unlocked the door with a heavy key I had never seen before. The apartment upstairs was empty. The rooms were bare. No furniture, no lights, no curtains. Just a dusty floor, cracked walls, and a damp smell. We walked around, checking each corner. I saw footprints in the dust, but they were ours. There were no chains, no signs of anyone. We stood there for several minutes in silence. The landlord looked at me like I was imagining things. I insisted I heard noises. He shrugged and said, maybe it's the old pipes or the wind. He locked the place up again and told me to get some rest. I went back to my apartment. It was daytime. The place felt normal enough. I showered, had some coffee, and went to work. When I returned that evening, I found new smudges on my bedroom floor. This time they were near the center of the room. 2 hand-shaped marks and a faint outline of something that could be a knee or a foot. I looked at the ceiling. The paint looked disturbed, as if something had brushed against it. I felt my pulse quicken. My mouth went dry. I closed my bedroom door and stood in the living room, not sure what to do. I decided to stay out of the bedroom for now. I tried to read a magazine, but I kept hearing soft creaks in the ceiling. Not full footsteps, just light creaks. I turned up the TV volume. Night fell. The heavy footsteps started again. The chain dragged again. The murmuring returned. I tried to record the sound with my phone. I stood on a chair and held it up to the ceiling. The footsteps sounded even heavier from that close. I felt the vibration under my hand. The chain sound made me grit my teeth. The murmuring was so low that I could barely pick it up, but I hoped the phone would catch something. After a few minutes, I got down and played back the recording. I could hear the footsteps and the chain rattling, but the murmuring was just a faint hum. I forwarded the recording to the landlord. He didn't reply that night. The incense smell returned around midnight. It drifted through the apartment, making my nose sting. I searched every cabinet, every drawer to find if something was burning. Nothing. The smell just existed in the air. I sat on my couch, body tense, muscles stiff. I looked up at the ceiling. The paint was old and cracked in places. The noises seemed to move around above me. I focused on my breathing to stay calm. My chest felt tight. My shoulders felt locked. I considered leaving right then, just grabbing my keys and going to a hotel. But I didn't have that kind of money to throw away. I just moved here. I had paid the deposit and the first month's rent. I needed to deal with this. I decided to wait it out a bit longer. Maybe it was some kind of pipe issue, or maybe someone had a spare key to the upstairs place. Maybe they were messing with me. I waited until the noises died down in the early morning. I barely slept. When I woke up, I felt exhausted, my eyes sore and dry. That day after work, I spoke to a neighbor on my floor. She was an older woman who had lived there for a long time. She told me that years ago someone lived upstairs, but that person left decades ago. She said nobody had set foot in there since. She knew of no one with a key besides the landlord. I asked if she ever heard anything at night. She shrugged and said she sometimes heard strange noises, but she always thought it was the old pipes or the wind outside. I noticed she avoided looking me in the eye. I thanked her and left. I didn't learn much. I went back to my apartment and kept all the lights on. I searched every inch of my rooms, checking for hidden openings in the ceiling or walls. I climbed on chairs, tapping the ceiling with a broom handle. At one spot near where I found the first dusty marks, the ceiling sounded hollow. I studied that area carefully. There was a slight gap in the corner molding, as if someone had removed a piece of wood and put it back loosely. I tried to pry it open with a screwdriver. The wood shifted a bit. Dust fell into my eyes. I stepped down and wiped my face. My heart beat faster. The smell of incense got stronger again, as if opening that gap let more of it seep in. I decided to try again. I pushed the screwdriver harder. The piece of molding came loose, revealing a small gap between the ceiling and the attic or some upper crawl space. I shined a flashlight inside. I saw dust floating. I saw old wooden beams. Nothing else. I couldn't fit my head in. I tried anyway, tilting my head sideways and shining the light. I caught a glimpse of something that looked like a metal chain looped around a beam, hanging there. I froze. My hand shook. I tried to get a better angle, but a puff of dust made me cough. I pulled back, eyes watering. I paced around thinking about what I just saw, a chain in the ceiling space. Someone had to have put it there. Maybe that's what I was hearing. But why did it sound like footsteps? And what about the handprints? I sat in the living room and waited for nightfall, keeping my flashlight and phone ready. When the noises started, I rushed into the bedroom and pressed my ear to the gap. The footsteps were clear, louder now. They seemed to circle above me. The chain rattled. I heard the murmuring more clearly now, and it sounded like a low voice whispering short phrases. I couldn't understand the words, but it sounded like a man's voice, rough and steady. My hand started trembling. My breathing got shallow. My heart pounded. I didn't want to stay there anymore, but I felt stuck. I grabbed my phone and called the landlord again. He answered this time. I told him what I found. He said that there's no attic space, that the fourth-floor apartment is the top floor. He said there's only a roof above it. I told him I saw a chain. He sounded frustrated. He said he'd come tomorrow morning with a ladder and tools to check it out. I told him to come now, but he refused, said it was too late. I tried to sleep on the couch, but every time I closed my eyes, I heard the steps. I got up and looked at the floor in my bedroom. More dusty handprints had appeared, this time right under the gap in the ceiling. They looked smeared, but clearly shaped like hands and fingers. The incense smell was so strong that my throat felt irritated. I held the flashlight up at the gap. The dust danced in the beam. I spoke out loud, asking who was there. The noises didn't stop. I asked again, louder. No answer, just the same muttering. I stomped on the floor, screamed that I was going to call the police. Nothing changed. Eventually, the noises faded near sunrise. I dozed off for a couple of hours. When I woke, I had a headache and felt nauseous. The landlord came by mid-morning with a stepladder and a crowbar. We went up to the empty apartment above mine. The door creaked as he opened it. The space looked the same as before, just dust and empty rooms. He climbed up where the ceiling met the roof beams and tried to find any crawl space. He couldn't find anything. He banged on the beams, shined a light, and saw no chain. He asked me what I was talking about. I told him about the gap in my apartment ceiling. He looked at me like I was crazy. We went back down. I showed him the gap. We opened it together. He climbed the ladder and stuck his head inside with a flashlight. He said he saw nothing but wood and dust. No chain, no objects. I insisted he check more carefully. He put his hand inside and touched around. He pulled out a handful of dust and some small splinters of wood. Nothing else. I said there was a chain. He said I must have imagined it. I felt my face grow hot. I knew what I saw. But he just shrugged. He told me that the building is old, that it makes weird noises. He didn't know what to say about the incense smell or the handprints. He told me to clean my place and maybe hire someone to repaint and fix the ceiling. He left, shaking his head. I stood alone in my apartment, feeling shaky. I felt the tension in my neck and shoulders. I felt a dull ache in my stomach. I still smelled incense. I checked the floor again. The handprints were faint, but I could still see traces. I wiped them away. Then I went to the hardware store and bought a bunch of wood and nails. I decided to seal that gap myself. I spent the afternoon hammering a thick piece of wood over the opening. I sealed every crack. I put duct tape around the edges. I made sure nothing could come through. That night, I waited. The building creaked. The wind blew outside. The city traffic hummed. I listened carefully. I waited for the footsteps, the chain, the murmuring. Hours passed. Nothing. The incense smell was gone. I touched my ceiling. It felt solid. I finally fell asleep on my couch, exhausted. In the morning, I checked my floor. No new marks. I sniffed the air, no incense. It was just my apartment, old and a bit dusty but quiet. I got ready for work. As I stepped out, I glanced up the stairs toward the 4th floor. Everything was still. I locked my door and left. I didn't know if it was really over, but at least for now, things seemed normal. I knew I'd be on edge at night, waiting to hear those sounds again, but I was ready. I had sealed that gap. If something wanted in, it would have to break through real wood and nails. I hoped that would be enough. I remember the silence. That day in the forest, there was no wind, no rustling leaves, no calls of birds. I had never heard anything like it, or rather, not heard anything at all. It made my ears feel blocked. I noticed how every step sounded louder than normal. I felt something was wrong from the start, but I went deeper anyway. I just wanted to finish that trail and go home. I left my car about 100 yards from the trailhead. The path into the forest looked normal from where I stood. The sun was bright enough and the sky was clear. I had water in my backpack. I had boots with good soles. I had a hooded jacket tied around my waist. I had no reason to worry, but my stomach felt tight. The silence made it feel like my ears were underwater. I checked my phone. No signal bars. I expected that. I zipped it back into my pocket and went in. As I walked, I noticed how even my breathing sounded too loud. My boots crushed small twigs, and every crack felt like it echoed. The trees looked normal at first glance. Tall trunks, rough bark, thick branches. But as I went farther, I noticed that some of the trunks looked bent, as if curving toward the trail. I stopped and looked around. The forest floor was covered in damp leaves and patches of moss. The air felt heavy. When I looked up, I saw branches that seemed to twist in odd angles. I heard nothing. No wind. No small animal movements. I tried to shake it off. I kept walking. My intention was to follow the trail for a couple of hours, then turn back. I had done similar hikes before. This one was supposed to be easy, but after about 20 minutes, I realized the silence was growing denser. I had no sense of time beyond my watch, and I started checking it more often. I stopped again. I held my breath. I tried to hear something, anything. Nothing. It made me feel uneasy. I thought about turning back, but I decided to keep going a bit more. The trees around me were tall and close together. They created a sort of tunnel. I could still see sunlight above, but it looked pale and cold. I noticed something strange about the shadows. They seemed to move in a way I couldn't explain. When I took a few steps, I saw my own shadow stretching and shifting. The shadows of the tree trunks seemed to reach out over the ground. I tried to ignore it. I focused on the path. The dirt was dark and damp. My boots left clear prints behind me. At least I knew I could follow them back if I got lost. I swallowed hard. My throat felt dry, so I took out my water bottle and drank. My swallow sounded loud and uncomfortable. I put the bottle back. I took a few more steps. My head jerked to the left when I thought I heard something. I waited. Nothing. Just silence. I exhaled and kept moving. After a while, I saw something that made me stop. I saw that one of the tree trunks ahead looked like it was bending forward as if leaning toward the path. I stared at it. The bark was cracked and covered in moss. I stepped closer. When I reached out and touched it, it felt damp and cold. It didn't move. I realized it was just my mind playing tricks. I turned around and checked behind me. The trail looked empty, just the same trees and silence. As I kept going, I felt a growing pressure in my head. My forehead was tense. My shoulders ached. I tried to relax them. I thought about humming a tune, but the silence made me hesitate. I didn't want to break it. I didn't know why. I just felt that if I made a sound, something would hear me. That thought made no sense, but it stuck with me. I moved forward, step by step. My boots crushed leaves and small sticks. Each sound reminded me I was alone. I shifted my backpack straps and felt sweat under my arms. The silence made the forest feel like an empty room with no furniture. I kept looking around, expecting something to move, a bird or a squirrel, but I saw nothing. After walking for maybe 30 minutes, I thought I heard a voice. I froze. It came from my right side, beyond some ferns and thick bushes. It sounded like someone saying my name, just a faint, low whisper. I stood still and stared at the bushes. There was no sign of anyone there. I took a few steps toward them. I parted some branches with my hands, looked inside, saw only moss, wet soil, and old sticks. I listened again. Nothing. I waited. My heart was beating harder. I backed off and returned to the trail. I tried to calm down by focusing on the details in front of me. The texture of the bark, the wet smell of the leaves, the faint odor of damp earth. I heard my own heartbeat in my ears. The silence outside made me more aware of my body sounds. I scratched my chin. I pressed my lips together. I walked on and decided I would turn back after I reached a small creek that was supposed to be about an hour into the trail. I kept my eyes on the ground, just following the path, trying not to look around too much. But my eyes drifted up again and again. I saw shapes in the corners of my vision. When I turned to look directly, I only saw trees. There was a growing feeling that I was being watched. I tried to ignore it, but it got stronger. I felt it on my neck, like the warmth of a stare. My scalp felt tight. I wiped sweat from my forehead. I kept walking, faster now. My breathing grew uneven. The sound of it filled my ears. Then I saw the figure. At first, I thought it was another hiker. It stood far away, to the left, behind some thick branches. It looked tall and wore something dark, maybe a hooded jacket or a long coat. It did not move. I stopped and stared. I waited for it to call out or wave. It did nothing. I raised my hand as if to greet it, but it remained still. I could not see its face. There was no detail, just darkness under the hood. I shouted, "Hey!" My voice sounded strange. My throat felt dry, and the sound seemed to vanish into the silence. The figure did not react. I shouted again, louder, asking if they needed help. No movement. Nothing. I took a few steps forward, off the trail, pushing aside some smaller branches. When I reached the spot where I thought the figure stood, I saw no one. There was only a patch of moss and some thick roots protruding from the ground. I turned back to the trail. My legs felt shaky. I did not like this at all. I decided to speed up and reach that creek. I wanted to hear something normal, like the sound of running water. The silence was driving me crazy. As I continued, I started to feel lightheaded. I think I was breathing too fast. I forced myself to slow down and breathe through my nose. The silence remained total. My footsteps sounded louder. I checked my watch. I had been walking for about 45 minutes. I expected to hear the creak soon. Still nothing. I kept going until I noticed something else. Some of the trees had odd marks on them. I saw faint scratches and stripped bark. I ran my fingers over them. They felt rough and uneven. I didn't know what caused them. No smell of sap or resin, just cold, damp bark. I looked around. The marks were on several trees on both sides of the trail. They formed no pattern I could understand. I thought about the figure I saw earlier. Maybe it was just my imagination, but it felt too real. I looked around more carefully as I walked. I stopped every few steps and scanned the forest. Eventually, I saw it again. This time, it stood behind a tree far ahead. I could only see part of it. The hood and maybe a shoulder. I could not see arms or legs. I moved closer, slowly. As I approached, I kept my eyes on it. I wanted to see if it moved away. It did not. It just stood there. When I got close enough to see the details, it was gone again. Nothing was there. Just a trunk and some branches. I felt a chill run down my back. My palms were sweating. I took off my jacket from my waist and put it on. I rubbed my arms. The silence pressed on me. I shouted again, just noise, hoping for an echo. Nothing came back. I kicked a stick out of frustration. I just wanted to find the creek and then turn back. I began to jog. The trail was not steep, but the ground was uneven. I had to watch my step. I tripped on a root and fell on my knee. I groaned and stood up. My pants got dirty with damp soil. I brushed them off. My knee hurt, but it was not serious. I took a sip of water. The bottle felt cold in my hand. I kept moving. After some minutes, I noticed something up ahead, a slight movement of branches. I held my breath and watched. There was no sound. The branches swayed, but there was no breeze. It stopped after a few seconds. I approached the spot and saw nothing unusual, just leaves and bark. I started feeling desperate for some normal noise. I thought about tapping the trunks. I picked up a small stone and hit a trunk with it. It made a dull sound. It felt pointless. I kept going. After another 10 minutes, I saw the figure again. This time, it was to my left, about 20 yards away, standing between two thick trunks. The hood was pulled low. I saw no face. I shouted for it to come out. I yelled that I was just passing through. The figure did not respond. I stepped closer, pushing through low branches that scratched my jacket and arms. I felt leaves brushing my face. When I reached the spot, it was gone again. No footprints, no broken twigs, nothing. My heart pounded harder. I decided I would not go any farther. I turned around and started back. I wanted out. I wanted my car. I wanted to hear the engine and the tires on gravel. As I retraced my steps, I tried to follow my footprints. They were there, but fainter than before. The silence continued. I looked back several times, expecting to see the figure following me. I saw no one, but I felt that stare. It made my shoulders tense. I rolled them to release the tension, but it did nothing. I walked fast. My legs ached. My lower back hurt from the tension. I checked my watch again. I had been out for maybe an hour and a half total. I should have been back at the car in less than that. I pushed on, watching for the curved trunks that I saw earlier. They looked familiar. I recognized some mossy stones. I recognized a broken branch on the ground. Good. I was on the right path. As I moved closer to the trailhead, I noticed that the silence did not break. Not a single bird, not a single gust of wind. My ears felt odd, as if they were ringing. I tried to pop them by swallowing. It helped a little. At some point, I saw the figure one last time. It stood straight ahead, right in the middle of the trail. This time, it was not hiding behind branches. I stopped about 30 yards away. The figure did not move. I could see that it was tall and wore a hooded garment that reached down below the waist. I shouted again, but it stayed silent. I felt my knees tremble. I raised my arms and said I was leaving. I said I didn't want any trouble. My voice sounded shaky. I took a step forward. The figure remained still. I took another step. Still no movement. I considered rushing it, but the silence made me hesitate. I moved slowly, one step at a time. When I got close enough to make out more details, I saw that the inside of the hood was completely dark. I held my breath and reached out with my hand, shaking, to touch the figure. The moment my fingertips should have made contact, I felt nothing. My hand passed through empty air. The figure vanished as if it had never been there. I stumbled forward and almost fell on my face. I looked around. Nothing, just the trail and trees. I stood there, breathing hard, sweating, my heart pounding. I wiped my face with my sleeve. My entire body felt tense and sore. I turned and hurried toward the exit. I knew I didn't have much farther to go. I forced my legs to move faster, ignoring the pain in my knee and the ache in my shoulders. I just wanted to be out of there. When I finally reached the trailhead, I saw my car waiting exactly where I left it. I pressed the unlock button on the key fob and heard the chirp of the locks. That sound felt too loud after all that silence. I jumped in, slammed the door, started the engine, and pulled away. As I drove away, the forest grew smaller in my rearview mirror. I still heard no birds, no wind, no nothing. The silence remained behind me, locked in that place. My heart was still beating fast. My muscles still felt tight. I gripped the steering wheel and kept driving, not looking back again. I never expected to hear anything coming from the attic. I had been living in this semi-attached house for about 2 months. The other unit had been empty for as long as I'd known. The realtor told me there was no neighbor. The windows on that side were always dark and no one ever came in or out. Late one night, I woke up because of a strange sound above my bedroom. It was a soft tapping at first, but it made no sense. There should have been silence. That night, I stood there in the dark, looking up at my ceiling, trying to figure out what was making that noise. Within a few days, the noise became louder. It turned into scraping and shuffling. I decided to go up there and see for myself. I climbed the folding stairs to the attic, holding a small flashlight in my right hand and an old wooden baseball bat in my left. I don't know what I expect. Maybe a raccoon or some old pipes rattling in the wind. The air inside the attic is stale. I can smell dust and old wood. There are a few cardboard boxes scattered around, none with any writing on them. I see a small dresser pushed against the shared wall, the one that divides my home from the empty unit next door. The wall on that side looks old and rough, as if it hasn't been painted or cleaned in a long time. There is a thin layer of grime on the floor. I run the flashlight beam around. I see nothing unusual, just old boards, some insulation, a low ceiling with exposed beams, and this dresser. I approach it. The dresser is short and has 3 drawers. I try the first drawer. It slides open with a dry scratch. It's empty. The second drawer is the same, the third drawer as well, no clues, nothing inside. I notice something leaning against the dresser on the floor. It's a mirror. It's not large, maybe 2 feet wide, 3 feet tall, with a dark wooden frame covered in dust. I wipe it with my sleeve. The glass is cloudy. I lift the mirror and angle it toward the light. The reflection is not right. I see my flashlight beam. I see my own face, but behind me I don't see the cardboard boxes. Instead, I see a bare attic room with no boxes, no dresser. It looks like a different attic. In the reflection, the beams look older and the walls have cracks I can't see behind me. My heart beats faster. I turn around and double-check. Behind me are the boxes and the dresser. I look back at the mirror. The scene is different again. I hold the mirror closer to my face and stare into it. My breathing is shallow and my palms are sweaty around the flashlight handle. I think I see something move in the reflection. A shape. It looks like a person standing in that other attic. This person is far in the background in a darker corner. He wears a black hat with a wide brim. He doesn't move much. He just stands there, watching. I can't see his face. I feel my stomach tighten. I lower the mirror and look behind me again, shining the flashlight into every corner. Nothing. Nobody else is here. I raise the mirror again. The person in the reflection is still there. He is standing closer now. I take a step back. My boots scuff against the rough floor. The sound is dull and heavy. I feel a chill on my neck. I don't want to call the police. What would I say? I'm seeing a weird reflection in a dusty mirror? That's ridiculous. I decide to put the mirror back where I found it. I set it gently on the floor next to the dresser and leave the attic. I don't sleep well that night. I lie in bed listening to every creak in my house. The tapping returns around 2 a.m., right above me. I pull the blanket higher, trying to ignore it. The noise grows louder, turning into scratching. I get up and turn on the lights. The noise stops. I stand there in my boxers, breathing through my mouth, feeling my heart thumping in my chest. I tell myself it's just the house settling, but I don't really believe that. The next morning, I open the door to the other unit. It's not locked. The real estate agent said no one owned it right now, but maybe they forgot to secure it. Inside, it's empty. No furniture, no carpets, just bare floors and white walls. I check every room. It's all vacant. No sign of anyone. I even find the attic access panel. It's painted shut. No footprints on the floor. Nothing. I close the door and return to my side of the house. That afternoon, I decide to return to my attic with better lighting. I bring a work lamp with a long extension cord. When I get up there, I plug in the lamp and flood the space with a harsh yellow light. Now I can see every corner clearly. The boxes are still where I left them. The dresser is unchanged. The mirror is on the floor. I pick it up and look into it again. The reflection still shows a different attic, but now I can see more details. The boards in the reflection look rotten. The ceiling sags in places. There's no dresser, just empty space. The figure with the black hat is still there. He's standing closer than before. I can see the outline of his shoulders and something like a coat. I still can't see his face. I say nothing. I breathe slowly. My skin feels cold. I lower the mirror and face the wall between the units. I tap on it with my knuckles. Solid. I push against it. It doesn't budge. I don't hear anything from the other side. I turn back to the mirror. The figure is gone. I feel relief. But then I hear something above me. The scraping sound. It's right above my head now. I shine my flashlight upward. I see a wooden beam, dusty insulation. Nothing moves. The noise stops. I look back at the mirror. The figure is there again. This time he's so close I can almost make out a shape under the hat. I drop the mirror. The glass hits the wooden floor and wobbles but doesn't break. I back away. My breathing comes in quick, shallow bursts. I walk backward until I reach the attic stairs, and then I climb down as fast as I can, nearly losing my balance. For the next few days, I try to ignore the attic. I keep hearing noises at night. It's always at night. Scratching, then tapping like nails dragging across a board. Sometimes I hear a muffled thump like something hitting the wall. I try to put headphones on and watch TV. The noise gets louder when I ignore it. When I pause the TV and listen, it quiets down. It's like it's waiting for my attention. On the third night, I can't sleep. I stay awake in the living room, sitting on the couch, staring at the ceiling. My throat feels dry. My shoulders are tense. My legs are shaking. I keep thinking about that mirror. I don't know why I'm afraid. It's just a mirror. Maybe it's broken or warped. Maybe it's reflecting something else, like a trick of the light. But I know what I saw. That figure was there. I rub my hands together and bite the inside of my cheek. Around midnight, I hear it again. The sound from the attic. I stand up, grab my flashlight and the bat again, and go upstairs. The ladder creaks as I climb. My heart is pounding. My mouth is dry. I feel sweat on the back of my neck. The lamp is still up there, so I turn it on. I see everything just as before. The boxes, the dresser, the empty drawers, the mirror on the floor. I pick up the mirror and hold it tight. I lift it, face level, and stare into it. The figure is there, right in front of me, as if standing just behind the glass. I can't see his face, it's dark under that hat, but I feel his eyes on me. I feel a heavy sensation in my chest. I can't look away. I try to say something, but my throat is tight. I manage to whisper, "What do you want?" No answer. The figure doesn't move. I try to lower the mirror, but my arms feel weak. My hands are shaking. Suddenly, the noise starts again. Scratching above me. Long, steady scratches. It sounds like claws on wood. I swallow hard. I try to lower the mirror. The figure moves closer in the reflection. I see him raise a hand. His hand is just a dark shape. I don't see fingers, just the outline of something reaching toward me. I gasp and set the mirror down again, leaning it against the dresser. The noise in the ceiling grows louder. Now it sounds like something scraping hard, trying to find a way through the boards. I step back and hit my head on a low beam. I curse under my breath, rubbing the spot. I grab the dresser drawers and yank them fully out. They're completely empty. Not even dust inside, just smooth wooden surfaces. I shake them, look behind them. Nothing. I push the dresser aside. Behind it, the floorboards are loose. I kneel and pry one up. It comes off easily. Underneath is just insulation and a few spider webs. I see no tunnels, no hidden compartments. I push the dresser back and look around. I walk to the wall that divides the two units. I press my ear against it. I knock a few times. The noise in the ceiling quiets. I stand still, breathing through my nose, listening. Suddenly, there's a bang on the other side of the wall. I jump back and nearly drop the flashlight. My heart is racing so hard I can feel it in my throat. There's nothing there. I know that side is empty. I saw it with my own eyes. It's just vacant rooms and empty floors. I take a deep breath and return to the mirror. I grab it by the frame and face it toward the dividing wall instead of myself. I see the reflection of that other attic again. Now it looks darker. The figure is gone. I see only the empty space, cracked boards, weak light. I slowly angle the mirror back toward me. The figure appears again, closer than before, as if he's leaning right into the glass. My hands tremble. I feel sweat dripping down my back. I try to set the mirror down, and as I do, I whisper, "Stop." I don't know why. I just say it. The noise above returns, sharper this time. It sounds like something dragging a hard metal edge across the wood. The sound makes my teeth clench. I feel a headache forming behind my eyes. I position myself under the spot where I hear the sound. I tap on the ceiling with the baseball bat. "Stop." I say it louder this time. The noise pauses, then resumes even louder. The entire attic feels hostile now. I just want to get out. I grab the mirror and tuck it under my arm. I turn off the lamp and head down the ladder with it. The mirror's frame presses into my ribs as I climb down. In my bedroom, I lean it against the wall and stare at it under normal light. I see myself, and behind me in my normal bedroom. No strange attic, no figure, just me and my furniture. I exhale and laugh a bit, feeling relief. Then, late that night, I hear it again. The scratching, the roof above my bedroom. It's worse than before. I jump up and stand in the dark, listening. The sound is almost frantic. I switch on the light. The noise lowers in intensity but doesn't stop completely. It's like something is trapped and wants out. I feel panic building in my chest. I rush to the attic again. This time I leave the mirror downstairs. I climb up quickly, shine the flashlight everywhere. Empty. No changes. I yell at the ceiling, "Leave me alone." My voice echoes slightly. The noise stops for a moment, then starts again, softer but steady. I go back down and grab the mirror. I bring it up again. I want to see if the figure is still there. I shine the flashlight on the mirror and lift it. The reflection is the other attic. The figure stands in the center holding something. I can't tell what it is. It looks like a long, narrow object. He raises it slowly. I feel a knot in my stomach. I try to ignore him. I look away from the mirror and stare at the wooden floor. The scratching sound intensifies. I look back. He's closer. I shake my head and lower the mirror, pressing it against my chest. The sound calms down slightly. I realize that every time I pay attention to him, the noise changes. When I try to ignore him, it gets worse. When I face him, it stabilizes. I don't want to keep looking at him, but I have no choice. I lift the mirror again. He stands there, motionless, black hat tilted forward. I speak quietly, my voice shaking. I see you. The noise slows down. I say it again. I see you. The scratching becomes a faint tap. My legs feel weak, but I keep standing. I hold the mirror and breathe slowly. My hands hurt from gripping the frame. I feel a draft from somewhere. The attic door behind me is open. I can smell the dust and wood. The figure in the reflection doesn't move. I stand there for a long time, just looking at him, waiting for something to happen. Finally, I lower the mirror and place it face down on the attic floor. I hear a muffled scrape above. I pick the mirror up and hold it toward the attic's far corner. The reflection still shows that other place. The figure is gone. I listen. Silence. I stand there for at least 5 minutes, my heart pounding, my face hot. I put the mirror into a large cardboard box. I close the box and push it to the corner of the attic. I go downstairs. That night I sleep with the television on. I don't hear any scratching. I don't hear tapping. Just the muffled noise of some late-night talk show. In the morning, I open the attic and peek inside. It's quiet. The boxes are there, the dresser is there, and the sealed box with the mirror inside is there. The ceiling looks normal. I close the attic and lock it with a small latch I installed on the inside frame. That night, no sounds come from above. I stay in that house for a few more weeks. Sometimes I hear a faint tapping, but when I go to check, nothing is there. I never open the mirror's box again. I leave it there, buried under old junk, hoping that I never see that figure again. I keep my house lit at night. I keep the TV on, some music playing. The silence makes my ears ring. Whenever I think I hear something, I stop and listen carefully. Usually it's nothing. Sometimes it's a soft scrape, but it fades if I turn on the attic light and say, "I see you." After that, nothing happens. I guess he stays on his side. I don't know who he is. I don't know why that mirror shows that place. I don't know what would happen if I smashed it, and I don't want to find out. I'm not looking for explanations. I just want to live here without that noise, without that feeling that someone is watching. For now, it's quiet enough. I can handle that. I should have paid more attention to that old wardrobe before I bought it. I noticed something off about the mirror inside from the start, but I thought it was just old glass and a bit of wear. Now, a few weeks later, I wish I had never set eyes on it. Every time I open those doors, I see something wrong with the reflection. It never matches my face. It moves on its own. It's always showing details I can't explain. It's like it's watching me, waiting for me to do something. I'm not making this up. I'm going to tell you everything, and I swear I'm not exaggerating. I just don't know what else to do. I first saw the wardrobe at a local antique shop. The place smelled like dust and old paper. The owner barely spoke. I remember he had a habit of tapping his fingers on the counter. I walked in because I needed a place to store my clothes. I live alone, in a small house with creaky floors and thin walls, and my bedroom closet doesn't hold much. The wardrobe was taller than me, carved wood, heavy doors, and a mirror inside, attached to the interior surface of one door. The price was lower than I expected, so I bought it. I hired a couple of guys to deliver it. No kids around, no neighbors helping, just a quiet afternoon. I put it in my bedroom, right across from my bed so I could see it when I woke up. It seemed like a nice, solid piece of old furniture, nothing more. The first time I noticed something strange was the day after I got it. I opened the doors to hang some jackets. The mirror was there, of course, but I remember looking at it and feeling confused. My face looked wrong. It's hard to explain without sounding dramatic, but it looked like my mouth was curved up even though I wasn't smiling. My actual face was neutral. I touched my lips, and they were in a straight line, but in the mirror, I saw a slight grin. It was small, but it was there. I closed the doors and walked away, thinking it was a trick of the light. That night, before I went to sleep, I looked again. I turned on the lamp beside my bed and opened the wardrobe doors. I wanted to check that mirror. This time, my reflection's eyes seemed a little off. They were looking slightly to the left, even though I was looking straight at the mirror. I moved my head side to side, but the reflection didn't match perfectly. The differences were small, but I could see them. I felt a tightness in my chest. I shut the doors hard, got under the covers, and tried to ignore it. Over the next few days, the strange differences got worse. One morning, I opened the doors and saw that the reflection was wearing something else. I was standing in front of the mirror in my pajamas, but my reflection had a shirt and vest, something old-fashioned. It wasn't me. I could see the details clearly. Old-style buttons, a stiff collar, a dark, worn-out vest. I jumped back and slammed the wardrobe shut. My breath came fast. I backed away until my legs hit the bed frame. I waited a minute, then opened the doors again. This time, I just saw my normal clothes, but the reflection still had that odd timing. My eyes or mouth would be off by a fraction of a second. I tried rubbing the mirror with a dry cloth. I tried cleaning it with glass cleaner. It made no difference. The glass was smooth and clear. When I stood there, I felt uneasy. My stomach churned. I couldn't understand why this was happening. I kept telling myself it must be some trick of old glass, some defect. But it didn't feel that way. A few nights later, I saw something new. It wasn't just my reflection wearing old clothes. There was more in the mirror's background. Instead of showing my bedroom behind me, I saw a different room. It looked like a bedroom from a long time ago. I saw a bed with a high wooden headboard, a table with a candle, a chest in the corner. The lighting was dim like a weak oil lamp. I reached behind me to feel my own room. I could feel my bed, my sheets, my lamp. But in the mirror, I saw something else entirely. It didn't even match the shape of my room. The corners were off. The walls were different. The floor looked like old wood planks. I could see the grain and the worn spots. I closed the wardrobe and leaned against it. My heart pounded. My hands felt cold. There was no sound except my breathing. I stood there for a few minutes, staring at the closed doors, not sure what to do. I decided to try something. I waited until late at night, turned off all the lights except a small one across the room, and opened the doors again. The mirror showed that old room more clearly now. The furniture inside the reflection looked like it belonged to another era. I reached out to touch the glass. It felt solid. But when I leaned closer, I noticed that inside the reflection there was movement. I could see someone moving in that other room. It looked like a man, dressed in old clothes, pacing near the bed. He moved slowly, and he didn't look at me. He seemed busy doing something, looking at papers on a table. I wanted to call out, but I felt stupid. Instead, I just stood there watching him. After a minute or so, the man in the reflection turned toward me. He didn't match my movements. He just faced the mirror and stared. I could see his face. He had short hair, a mustache, and a narrow face. He was not me. He looked older than me. He had a serious expression. Then he took a step forward. I felt my gut tighten. I stepped back, stumbling a little. He kept coming closer until his face filled the mirror. His eyes looked sharp. They seemed to focus on my eyes. I slammed the doors shut again and locked them with the small key that came with the wardrobe. My hand shook as I turned that tiny key. I didn't sleep well that night. I kept hearing soft creaks from the wardrobe. Every time I tried to ignore it, I heard another faint sound. Around 3 in the morning, I got up, turned on the lights, and tried to open the doors. They were stuck. I had locked them, yes, but now even the key wouldn't turn right away. I pushed and pulled until the lock clicked. When I opened the doors, I saw only my face in the mirror, but my expression didn't match again. I looked terrified, but the reflection looked calm. I slammed it shut and decided not to open it again until morning. The next day, I tried to move the wardrobe out of my bedroom. I wanted it gone. I tried sliding it, but it was too heavy. The floor creaked, and I almost lost my grip. I decided to empty it first. I took out all my clothes. As soon as I cleared it, I tried again. Still too heavy. I considered calling someone to help, but I didn't want to explain why I needed it gone right now. I felt stupid, scared of a piece of furniture, but I couldn't help it. That evening, I heard tapping sounds coming from inside the wardrobe. Soft taps like fingers on wood. I stood there a few feet away listening. My throat felt dry. I called out, "Who's there?" Like an idiot. No answer. Just more tapping. I grabbed a flashlight and opened the doors wide. The mirror showed the old room again. The man was back, closer this time. He stood right in front of the mirror, facing me. He reached out with his right hand. I saw it press against the glass from inside. I could see the details of his skin, the wrinkles in his knuckles. I felt a cold sweat on my forehead. I moved the flashlight beam across the mirror, but it didn't change what I saw. I tried to push the mirror from my side. It felt solid. The man's hand pressed harder. I could see the glass bulge a little. I gasped and stepped back. I wanted to run, but my legs felt weak. Instead, I closed the doors again and locked them. I pulled a chair over and wedged it under the door handles. I stood there breathing hard, feeling the sweat under my arms. I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to sleep in that room, but I had nowhere else to go. I ended up sleeping in the living room on the couch, leaving all the lights on. In the morning, I checked again. The wardrobe stood quietly. I touched the doors. They felt normal. I unlocked them and opened them slowly. The mirror showed me my face, and this time it looked just like me, perfectly matched. I waved my hand, and the reflection did the same at the same moment. I tried to smile, and it smiled back. I sighed, relieved, and I stood there for a moment. Maybe it was all in my head. I left the house to get some fresh air. I bought a coffee and came back after an hour. I decided to try something else. I got a screwdriver and tried to remove the mirror from the door. Maybe if I got rid of it, the problem would stop. The screws were old and rusted. I managed to remove 2 of them. When I got to the third, it wouldn't budge. I leaned into it, pressing hard. The screwdriver slipped and I scraped my knuckle. I hissed and pulled my hand back. A tiny drop of blood landed on the mirror's edge. I wiped it away. When I looked at the mirror again, I saw that old room. The man was there, and this time he was smiling, not me. He reached out again and tapped on his side of the glass. I heard the sound clearly. It wasn't my imagination. His knuckles tapped on the mirror from the inside. I jumped back and nearly dropped the screwdriver. He pressed both palms against the glass. I could see him pushing, and the mirror bent outward slightly. My heart hammered. I tried to push it back, but it was solid. My fingers touched hard glass, but I felt a slight give. I felt like something in the mirror was softer, like a thin layer of ice about to crack. I panicked. I grabbed the wardrobe doors and slammed them shut. I shoved the chair back under the handles and stepped away. I decided to call someone. I tried looking up the antique shop's number, but it was disconnected. I tried searching online for information about antique Victorian wardrobes with strange mirrors. I found nothing helpful. I considered calling a friend, but what would I say? I ended up pacing my living room, looking at my phone, feeling trapped. I couldn't leave that thing in my bedroom. I needed to do something. I thought about breaking the mirror. I didn't want to smash glass in my house, but I didn't see another way. That night, I couldn't sleep. I heard scraping sounds coming from the bedroom. I heard soft groans like wood under pressure. I grabbed a hammer from my toolbox and walked to the bedroom door. I stood outside listening. The scraping stopped. I opened the door, reached in, and flipped the light switch. The wardrobe stood there, silent. The doors were closed. I held the hammer tight, my palms sweaty. I walked up to it and listened. Nothing. Slowly, I took the chair away and unlocked the doors. Inside, the mirror showed that other room again. The man was very close. I could see his breath on the glass. I could see a thin layer of fog where he was breathing. He leaned in and tilted his head, looking directly at me. I felt my stomach turn. I raised the hammer. I said, "Stop," even though I knew he couldn't hear me. He grinned. Then he lifted his hand and placed it flat on the glass. I leaned forward, holding the hammer, and tapped the glass with it. The sound was dull. I pulled back and swung the hammer, not too hard, just enough to test. The glass shook but didn't crack. He seemed amused. He pulled back from the glass and I saw his arms move as if he were adjusting his sleeves. Then he leaned forward again, pushing on the mirror. I saw the mirror bulge out. I swung the hammer harder. The glass vibrated under the hit, and for a moment, I saw a thin crack appear. He frowned. I hit it again, harder this time. The crack spread. I heard him tap from the inside, harder and faster, like he was panicking. I didn't care. I wanted him gone. I slammed the hammer into the mirror over and over until it shattered. Pieces of old glass fell into the wardrobe. Some shards hit the floor, and I jumped back to avoid cutting my feet. I could see through the empty frame now. Behind where the mirror had been, I found nothing but wood backing. No strange room. No old man. Just splintered wood. Dust from behind the old mirror floated in the air. My hands shook from the effort. My breathing was loud in my ears. I stepped forward and looked closely. There was no hidden compartment. No trick door. Nothing. I pulled away and dropped the hammer. Then I closed the wardrobe doors and leaned on them. My head felt light. My chest hurt from breathing so fast. I spent the rest of the night cleaning up the broken glass. I wrapped the shards in thick paper, then in a plastic bag. I checked the inside of the wardrobe again to make sure I hadn't missed anything. It was just wood. Old wood with a few holes where the screws had been. I ran my hand along it. It felt solid and ordinary. I took a deep breath and stepped back. I moved the wardrobe out of my bedroom the next morning, piece by piece, removing the doors first, then the shelves, making it lighter. Without the mirror, it felt like any other old piece of furniture. I pushed it into my spare room and left it there. I didn't want it near my bed anymore. I have no explanation for what I saw. I know what I remember. The mirror didn't reflect me correctly. It showed that old room and that strange man. It showed him moving closer, pushing against the glass. Now, with the mirror gone, I don't see anything strange in that wardrobe. It's quiet. It's just an antique cabinet for clothes. But I'm still uneasy. Sometimes I feel a draft in the house at night. Sometimes I hear a soft tap, tap, tap. But when I check, there's nothing there. I guess I'll keep the wardrobe for now. I'm not sure what else to do with it. I don't see anything unusual anymore, and I'd rather not explain it to anyone who might want to buy it. If I ever decide to sell it, I'll do it without the mirror. I don't want anyone else to go through what I did. For now, I'll try to forget it and move on. I don't know what happened. All I know is that I'm done looking into strange mirrors. I'm done trying to understand old furniture. I just want peace. I arrived in the village in the early afternoon. I was on foot and my shoes were dusty. The place was quiet. I saw old stone walls, small houses with wooden doors and narrow windows. There were no cars parked anywhere. I did not see modern signs, no streetlights, no electric lines overhead. I remember feeling uncertain about why I had even come this way. I had left the main road about an hour before, thinking this could be a shortcut. Now I stood in front of a worn-out archway leading into the village center. The silence and stillness bothered me. I tried to ignore it and kept walking. I noticed something strange almost immediately. The afternoon sun fell at a low angle, and I saw my shadow on the ground. But my shadow looked slightly off. My head and shoulders were correct, but my legs were too long. I adjusted my stance and looked again. The shape on the ground twitched as if it was alive. I stepped back. I felt a tense knot in my stomach. I looked at a stone bench nearby. The bench had a shadow on the wall behind it, but the shape did not match the bench. The bench was straight and simple, but its shadow curved along the wall as if sliding around a corner. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, and looked again. The shadow continued to shift, moving a few inches every time I looked away. I felt sweat forming on my forehead. I walked deeper into the village, moving slowly. The stone pavement under my boots was uneven. The buildings had chipped paint and old wooden signs that I could not read well. I tried to find someone to talk to. I heard a quiet rustle behind me. I turned around and saw nothing, but I noticed the shadows on the wall again. Two tall shadows against a whitewashed wall did not match any visible objects. They looked like outlines of people, but no one stood there. I saw one of these shadows tilt slightly, as if bending around a drain pipe. I felt my pulse quicken. My mouth was dry. I wanted to leave, so I turned around and retraced my steps toward the archway. I walked for at least 5 minutes, but I could not see the archway. The path seemed longer now. I kept going, expecting to see the entrance. I took long strides, looking straight ahead. I saw nothing but more stone walls and more old doors. I recognized a broken water trough. I was sure I had passed it before. I pushed forward, but the road stretched without end. I looked up at the sky. The sun had not moved much, but I felt as if I had been walking a lot longer than a few minutes. I tried another route. I turned left at a corner and followed a narrow alley. It led me back to the same small square with the same stone bench. I was trapped. I stood still and checked my surroundings carefully. The air felt heavy. I heard a faint scraping sound. I looked down and saw a shadow moving along the cobblestones. It looked like a long, thin shape sliding slowly. There was no object that could cast it. It moved behind me and then across the street. I approached it, reached out my hand, and stopped. My heart was pounding. The shadow slipped under a wooden door and disappeared. I took a deep breath and tried to calm down. I decided to try talking to someone. I saw a figure near a corner. It was a man wearing a dusty gray jacket. He was looking at something on the wall. I approached him and spoke calmly. I said hello and asked him where I was. He turned to me. His face was pale. He looked uneasy and backed away. His eyes darted from me to the ground. His shadow on the wall next to him twitched in a strange way. It looked like it was trying to slip off the wall. I stepped closer and asked him how to leave this place. He did not answer. He just shook his head and stepped away. He moved quickly around the corner and vanished. I followed, but he was gone. I saw no one else. I tried another street. On the ground, I saw dark shapes crawling over the stones. They formed letters, but I could not read them at first. The letters twisted and broke apart. I crouched down and watched closely. The shadows rearranged themselves, forming words that made no sense. Trass, Ren, SLA. Then they scattered. I wiped my forehead. I tasted salt on my lips. I felt a slight tremble in my hands. I was afraid and I did not know what to do. I wanted to leave, but the exit was gone. I tried to remain calm and think step by step. I walked around the village, checking doors. Many were locked. I found an old inn with a wooden door that creaked open. Inside, the air was stale. There were tables and chairs, but no one was there. I saw dusty lanterns and empty shelves. The floorboards squeaked under my boots. I noticed the shadows again. On the far wall, the shadows of the tables and chairs formed strange shapes. The chair shadows moved even though I was not moving. I stepped closer. They spelled out something for a moment. Stay. Then the shadows changed shape and stretched upward. I backed away. I felt my heart race. I left the inn, stepping outside again. I tried to call out. I shouted for help. My voice echoed. I heard a whisper behind me. The whisper sounded like my own name, said by more than one voice at once. I spun around. No one stood there, but the shadows on the wall across the street flickered. I saw them lean forward as if listening to me. I shouted again, asking what they wanted. The only answer I got was a soft rustling noise. I could smell old wood and damp stone. My scalp was tight, and I clenched my fists. I continued down a narrow path between two low buildings. The sunlight was fading. I was not sure if time was passing normally. I reached a small courtyard with a dry fountain in the center. Around it, shadows danced without any source. They slid across the ground, then climbed the walls. They formed words that I could almost read. I stared and waited. The words took shape slowly. They said, "Tell us." I said I did not understand. I waited. The shadows shifted again. Now they formed my name, Jack. I stepped back, startled. I had never told anyone here my name. I felt a chill in my chest. My breathing became shallow. I said my name out loud. The shadows flickered. They spread out in different directions, then gathered again. They formed new words. "Look inside." I turned around and saw a heavy wooden door in the corner of the courtyard. It had no handle. I pressed on it. It opened inward. Inside there was a small room with a stone floor and no furniture. On the floor, I saw a pattern of light and dark shapes. I did not see a lantern or candle. The pattern changed as I stepped in. The shadows formed a sentence on the ground. It said, "Acknowledge us." I swallowed hard. I said I saw them and knew they were here. I said I understood they were communicating. The shapes broke apart and reformed again. Now they showed an arrow pointing outside. I followed the arrow and stepped back into the courtyard. The shadows circled around the fountain, then stretched out toward a doorway on the other side. I followed them to a low building with cracked plaster on the walls. I pushed the door, and it creaked. Inside, the floor was covered in dirt. I saw a lantern hanging from a beam. I tried to light it with my lighter. The flame flickered and caught. The inside of the room smelled like old earth. The shadows here were calmer, staying on the walls. They spelled out a new phrase. "Say it out loud." I asked what they wanted me to say. The shadows moved. They formed the word understand. I repeated the word understand. Then I waited. The shadows separated into thin strips and crawled out the door. I followed them outside. I noticed the path looked different now. The street seemed shorter, and I thought I could see the archway at the far end. I hurried toward it, but after a few steps I felt a tug at my shirt. I turned and saw my own shadow stretching away from me. It pulled back as if resisting my movement. I felt my heart pounding. I tried to move forward again, but my own shadow blocked my way. It grew wider, darker, and made me hesitate. I asked what else they wanted. The shadow on the ground near my feet changed shape. It formed the words, "Accept." I said I accepted them. I said I accepted that they existed in this place. The shadow loosened its grip. I felt relief in my chest. I walked forward again. I saw the archway more clearly now. The stones were the same as before, but I could tell the path was no longer stretching. I hurried toward it. My boots scraped the ground. The air felt lighter, but I was not free yet. At the edge of the archway, I saw a cluster of shadows stacked on top of each other. They formed a sentence across the ground. "Say what you know." I spoke out loud. I said I knew they were here. I said I knew they could move and form words. I said I knew they had kept me from leaving because they wanted me to acknowledge them and understand them. I said I understood that they had been trying to show me something. I said I understood their message. The shadows thinned out. They spread over the walls and street, no longer forming letters. I stepped through the archway. At first, I was not sure if I would be allowed to leave. I walked a few steps away from the village. I looked back. The buildings were still there, quiet and old. The sunlight fell at a different angle now. I checked my shadow on the ground. It matched my body perfectly. My legs were the right length. My shoulders aligned correctly, and it stayed in place. I breathed out slowly. My muscles felt tense but calmer now. I took a few more steps down the road. This time the path did not extend. I reached the spot where I had first turned off. The main road was there, dusty, and empty. I looked back at the village. From where I stood, it looked ordinary. I could not see the strange shadows anymore. The silence and stillness remained, but now they felt less threatening. I wiped sweat from my forehead. My shirt stuck to my back. I turned away and continued on my original route. The road was as it should be, just a normal dirt path leading forward. I walked at a steady pace. I felt tired but relieved. I listened to my footsteps and the sound of the breeze. I checked my shadow again. It stayed normal on the ground. No strange movements, no crawling letters. I did not hear any whispering voices. I kept going until the village was out of sight. As I moved farther away, I did not encounter any other strange sights. The late afternoon sun lowered in the sky like any normal day. I felt hungry and thirsty, but that seemed normal. I touched my face and felt the sweat drying. My throat was scratchy, and I swallowed. I looked around for a place to rest. I found a flat rock and sat down. I took a few breaths. Everything felt solid and clear. I thought about what happened back there. The shadows had asked me to acknowledge them and understand them. I had done that. After that, they let me go. I felt the tension leaving my shoulders. My back relaxed. I stood up and continued walking. The road led onward. I had no trouble recognizing landmarks. I saw a small grove of trees ahead and a normal wooden sign showing a route number. It felt reassuring. I reached into my pocket and realized my lighter was still there. I felt its shape against my fingers. I remembered using it inside that building to light the lantern. I remembered the strange words spelled by shadows. I remembered saying, understand, and accept. The memory still made me feel uneasy, but it no longer filled me with panic. I was free now. I headed forward, focusing on the present step after step, leaving that odd place behind. I never saw anyone else on that road. I never heard any more whispers. My shadow remained ordinary. After a while, the sun began to set, and I considered where to camp. But as I looked around at the dry grass and the dusty trees, I realized I would probably sleep fine here. Nothing seemed threatening anymore. I could lie down, rest, and continue in the morning. I knew I would remember the village. I could still see in my mind the twisting shapes of those shadows. I could still feel the dryness in my mouth, the pressure on my chest, the way my heart pounded. But now I was outside. Nothing held me back. The path did not stretch anymore. The shadows had given me my freedom as soon as I acknowledged what they wanted me to see. That was enough. I moved on. I was just trying to get home. It was late, past midnight, and the street in front of me had no lights at all. The air smelled like dirt and old leaves, and I could barely see my own shoes. I felt tired, sore in my shoulders and knees, and I only wanted to reach my apartment and drop into bed. But right then I noticed something off. The road led me forward into complete darkness, and when I reached the end, heavy rain began, sudden and pounding. I saw a house on my left unlit, windows hidden behind thick curtains and the front door half open. I stood there staring at the dark shape of this place, and something about it did not feel right. But the rain was cold, and I had no umbrella or coat. I told myself I would only wait inside for a few minutes until the rain slowed down. I took out my phone and turned on its flashlight. The battery was low, but I thought it would last long enough for me to stand inside and get a sense of the place. That was my first mistake. I step inside, holding my phone up so I can see the floor in front of me. The interior is so dark that my small light barely helps. My shoes scrape against something like dry dirt or old splinters. The smell inside is strange. I smell candle wax, like a melted candle might still be around, and something else that reminds me of sweat. Not fresh sweat, but the kind that clings to old clothes that haven't been washed in weeks. The air is stale, heavy, makes me breathe shallow and slow. I close the door behind me, but it does not shut all the way. The rain outside is so loud I can hear it hitting the ground, and there's a slight draft that slips through the doorway. The place is silent except for the rain. I stand still for a few seconds. My heart beats a bit faster because I am somewhere I should not be. I know it. I feel my pulse in my neck, but I tell myself it's just a house. Maybe abandoned. Maybe someone left it open. Maybe a homeless guy is squatting inside. I try to relax. I look around. My phone light flickers over the walls. The wallpaper looks old, maybe peeling in places. I see a corridor leading deeper into the house, and to my right there's a space that might be a living room. Everything is dark and silent inside. I do not see furniture, at least not big chairs or tables. I step forward and my foot bumps into something hard and wooden. I angle the phone down. It's a small stool, turned upside down. The legs stick up at odd angles, and there's a melted candle on the floor beside it. The wax formed a puddle, hardened into a thick lump. I feel uneasy. I do not want to spend more time here than I have to, but I do not want to go back outside. The rain is relentless, and I'm already getting damp from the moisture in the air. I move forward slowly, careful not to trip. As I pass along the hallway, I notice something on the wall. My phone's light shows me a mural painted on what seems like old wallpaper. There are human figures, but their faces are missing any features. Where eyes should be, there are just empty holes. Where mouths should be, there's nothing. Just blank ovals. They stand in groups, their arms at their sides, their bodies tall and thin. I feel my stomach tighten. Who would paint something like that? The silence breaks when I hear a slow sound above me. It's like someone is dragging their feet across a wooden floor. The noise is faint but steady. Along with it, I pick up something else. A muffled voice, humming or singing a tune I cannot understand. The sound is low and quiet, like someone with their mouth pressed against cloth. I stand still, holding my breath. My chest feels tight. I do not want to call out. I do not know who is up there. I'm in a strange house at night, and I do not like this situation at all. I decide to check if I can leave. I turn around and walk back to the door. I push it, but it feels stuck. I had closed it without pulling it tight, but now it won't open. The handle turns, but the door will not budge. I press my shoulder against it, but it's like something is holding it closed from the outside. I consider throwing my weight into it, but I worry it will make a lot of noise. I do not want to draw attention. I feel sweat forming on my forehead and under my arms. I grip my phone tighter and turn back to look into the dark house. The sound upstairs continues, the slow dragging, the muffled humming. I feel my heart beating faster now. The corridor leads me to a small staircase that goes up. Before I head that way, I try to find another exit. I open a door to my left. It's a small room, maybe a storage room. It smells musty, and I see shelves with empty jars, old cloth, and some boxes. The walls in here are closer, like the space is tighter than it should be. I try the window. There's a window behind a heavy curtain. I try to move the curtain, but it's stiff and heavy. The window behind it is blocked by something that feels like boards nailed across. I hear a slight creak as I press. I step back, breathing a bit harder. No way out here. I return to the corridor. The walls feel strange now. When I first came in, I felt like I had enough space. Now it feels like the walls have shifted closer, like I have to turn sideways to move forward. The wallpaper scrapes against the fabric of my jacket. I can't explain it, but the space feels tighter. I think about trying another room, so I check a door on the right. It's also stuck. I put my shoulder into it, and it doesn't move. I run my hand along the wall, feeling small bumps and uneven surfaces. The house seems to change as I move through it. The air is cooler and the smell of wax is stronger. My nose wrinkles at the odor. I step back into the main corridor and look up at the staircase. I point my phone up. The beam of light is weak. My battery is running low. I see the wooden steps. They look old, chipped. They creak softly when I press my foot on the first step. As I climb, I feel the tension in my legs. I hold the railing, which feels a bit wet or oily. I don't know what it is, maybe moisture from the damp air, maybe something else. I reach the top and there's a small landing area. I see 3 doors here. They are all closed. The humming and dragging sound is louder. It comes from behind the door at the end of the landing. The door on my left is locked. I try it quietly, just a gentle push, but it does not move. The door on my right opens into a narrow room. Inside, it's almost empty. The floorboards creak as I step inside. I sweep my phone light around. The walls here have more of those human figures without faces. This time, some of them have their arms raised. The paint is rough, like someone used their fingers instead of a brush. I feel a twisting in my stomach. I just want to leave. I see a small closet in the room. I approach it, thinking maybe there's something I can use, maybe something to break a window. I open it. Inside, there's a candle on a small plate and a box of matches. The candle is half burned. The smell of wax is stronger here. I pick up the candle and matches. I want some light that's not dependent on my phone's battery. My hands shake as I strike a match and light the candle. The flame is weak, flickering against the darkness. I can see better now, at least a little. The candlelight shows me that the room is empty except for the closet and the walls with those painted figures. I return to the landing. The candlelight throws long shadows over the wooden boards. I hear the voices now, not just humming, but whispers. High-pitched and delicate voices saying my name. They say it quietly, like they are right behind me. But when I turn, there's no one. I feel a chill on my arms and neck. My scalp tightens. I hold the candle in one hand, my phone in the other. I try to think clearly. If I break something, maybe I can get out. But what to break? And how? Every window I've seen is blocked. I approach the door at the end of the landing. The humming and dragging come from inside. My heart pounds. I tell myself I'll just look. Maybe it's an old person who needs help. Maybe it's someone hurt. I put my ear against the door. The humming stops. The dragging stops. I hold my breath. I slowly push the door. It opens a crack. The room beyond is larger. I see a table in the center. The curtains here are closed as well. The smell of sweat is very strong. I see another candle on the table, half melted, not lit. On the walls there's another mural. This one is bigger, and the figures are closer, their eyeless faces turned toward the center of the room. I step inside, holding my candle up. The floor creaks loudly. My heart jumps in my throat. I look around. No one is here. The room is empty, but I could have sworn I heard someone. I walk around the table. On it, there's a piece of cloth folded several times. I lift it carefully. Beneath it, there's a set of small tools, like chisels or carving knives. They look old and used. The blades are worn down. I don't know what they're for. I put the cloth back down. I realize I'm breathing hard. I try to calm down, but I hear something behind me. It's the whispering again. They say my name. I turn around fast, holding the candle out. I see the door closing by itself. I run to it. I pull the handle, but it won't open. I curse under my breath. I shove against it. It does not move. I try kicking it, but the sound is hollow and doesn't help. I step back, panicking. I shine my phone around, looking for another way out. I see a second door on the far side of the room, hidden behind a drape. I push the drape aside and see the door. I test it. It opens. A narrow staircase goes up again. Another floor. I don't want to go up again. I'm already trapped. But I can't stay here. I head up. The candle flickers and wax drips onto my fingers. It burns a little, making me wince. The stairs are even tighter. I have to hunch my shoulders. My knees knock against the steps. I feel the wood pressing in on me. The whispering follows me, soft and careful, repeating my name, elongating the vowels. I swallow hard, my throat dry. At the top of these stairs, there's a small hallway with a single door. No decorations, no murals here. The walls are plain but dirty. I smell something sour. I step forward. The candlelight shows scratches on the door's surface, like someone scraped it with their nails. I try the handle. It turns. I open it slowly. Inside, I find what looks like an attic room. The ceiling is angled and the space is cramped. The only light is from my candle. My phone is almost dead. The battery icon is flashing. I turn off the phone's flashlight to save what's left and rely on the candle. I see shadows along the floor. There's a mattress in one corner, old and stained. A small wooden box sits beside it. I walk to the box, each step making my legs shake. I open the box. Inside, I find a key and a folded piece of paper. I hold the candle over it and read what's written. It's just a list of names. I see my name on it. I step back, breathing hard. My name is right there with others I do not recognize. I drop the paper and pick up the key. I hold it tight in my hand. Maybe this key opens one of the blocked doors downstairs. I turn around to leave. The door is closed again. I did not hear it shut. I approach it, the candle flickering, making my vision jump. I try the handle. It opens this time. I step out into the narrow staircase, and as I do, I hear the dragging sound again behind me inside the attic. I do not look back. I hurry down the steps, my hand sliding along the wood for support. Back in the larger room with the table, I see that the door I came through originally is now open. I point my candle toward it. The corridor beyond looks different. The walls are even closer, and the floorboards bulge upward, making the path uneven. I step carefully. The whispering continues, calling my name, but I pretend not to hear it. I move slowly, head down, focusing on the ground so I don't trip. The smell of sweat and wax follows me. I reach the top of the first staircase I climbed. I try to go down, back to the first floor. The steps are no longer there. I hold the candle out. I see no stairs. Instead, I see a wall. I touch it. It's solid. The house has changed. I feel my heart pounding in my chest. I try the other doors on this level again. One of them is unlocked now. I use the key I found. It fits. The lock clicks. I open the door. Inside is a cramped room with a single window. The window has boards, but they look loose. I set the candle down on the floor and press on the boards. They move a bit. I kick one hard. It cracks. The whispering grows louder outside the room, but I focus on the boards. I push again, harder, using my shoulder. The board snaps, letting in a rush of cold, wet air. Rain splashes my face. I see outside. The rain is still heavy and it's dark, but I see a bit of the street. I lean into the gap, breaking more boards with my elbows. My ribs hurt. I pull pieces of wood away until I can squeeze through. The opening is narrow, but I manage to get my shoulders through. I feel splinters scratching my arms. I pull my torso out, then my legs. I land hard on my side, outside in the mud. The rain soaks me immediately. I look back at the window. It's just a dark shape. I don't see anyone there. I stand up, knees shaking, breathing hard. My clothes stick to my skin. I see the street a few feet away. The lighting is still poor, but at least I'm outside. I don't hear the whispers anymore. I walk away from the house, my arms aching, my throat raw. I keep going until I reach a corner with a dim streetlight. I stop there, catching my breath, looking back once. The house is barely visible in the darkness and rain. I don't try to explain it. I don't go back. I just keep walking until I find a main road. I don't call the police or anyone else. I just want to get home, lock my door, and never think about that place again. I don't know what I saw in there or why my name was on that paper. I feel weak, cold, and sick, but I'm out. That's enough. I walk the rest of the way home, checking over my shoulder every few steps, listening to the rain, making sure I don't hear anyone whispering my name anymore. I pushed open the old wooden door at the back of the abandoned church and stepped inside. My flashlight caught dust drifting in the stale air. The smell reminded me of old cellar rooms where nothing moves for months. I had come here because people talked about noises under the floor, about strange lights flickering through cracks in the ground. and about voices that nobody could trace. I did not believe in any of it. I just wanted to see the truth. I wanted to know if there was something real down there, not in any abstract sense, but in the most direct way. I had to crawl around, check the stones, push through dirt if needed. I was prepared to do that. Nothing fancy, just facts. I walked through the old church hall. It had no benches, no altar, nothing except broken pieces of wood and stone. There was a heavy silence. My own breathing sounded too loud. I kept my flashlight aimed at the floor, searching for the old trapdoor that some people mentioned. I saw cracks and dents in the wooden boards. After a few minutes of searching, I found a square outline near the corner. I pressed on it. It creaked and lifted a bit. I put the flashlight handle between my teeth, used both hands, and pulled it up. Underneath, there was a rough set of stone steps going down into darkness. I tested the first step and found it solid. The smell down there was different. It was damp and thick. The air felt heavier. I climbed down, one hand on the stone wall for balance. My flashlight beam moved along the steps, showing dust, small bits of debris, and some kind of moss on the walls. The steps were uneven and cold. I tried to keep my breathing steady. At the bottom, I found a narrow passage. It looked like a stone tunnel, about as wide as my shoulders. The ceiling was low. I had to bow my head to avoid hitting it. My flashlight only reached about 10 feet ahead. Beyond that was darkness. I moved forward. The sound of my boots scuffing on the stone floor seemed to bounce back to me. After a short distance, I found a larger area. It looked like a corridor branching off into two directions. The walls were covered in patches of moisture. There were scraps of what looked like old cloth on the ground, torn pieces covered in black stains. I knelt and touched one piece. It felt stiff and rough. I tossed it aside and moved on. In one direction, I saw a faint reflection, as if something shiny was catching my flashlight. In the other direction, it was just darkness. I decided to go toward the reflection. I walked slowly, careful not to slip on the wet stone. After maybe 20 steps, I found a small alcove carved into the wall. There were several candles there. They were short and thick, the kind you see in old church basements. They were not lit, but the wicks looked black and fresh, as if someone had burned them recently. I touched one wick. It crumbled slightly between my fingers, leaving a bit of soot. It meant they were used not long ago. Someone had been here. I looked around for footprints or other signs. I saw scuff marks on the floor and some scratches on the wall. They were straight lines, maybe made by a tool or a knife. They crisscrossed in no clear pattern. I noticed my breathing getting faster. I took a moment to calm down. I had not seen anyone. There was no reason to panic. I heard a sound. It was faint, like a step echoing in a distant corridor. I turned off my flashlight for a moment and listened. At first I heard nothing. Then I heard another step. It came from somewhere up ahead. It was slow, not hurried. I turned my flashlight back on and pressed forward. The tunnel got narrower again, then opened into a larger chamber. The ceiling dripped water. The floor was rough, with loose stones scattered around. In the center of that chamber there were more candles, unlit, arranged in a circle. I checked them. They felt warm to the touch. That made no sense. My hand was still a bit cold, and the air here was damp and cool. Why would they feel warm? I did not understand. I rubbed my hand on my pants and looked around. The scratching marks were on these walls too, but now they looked more like shapes. Nothing that I recognized, just strange lines curving and bending. I heard another step. It sounded like it came from the passage behind me. I spun around, flashlight raised. I saw nothing. The beam showed only the empty corridor and wet stone. My heart beat faster. I felt my skin getting clammy. My throat was dry. I took a few steps toward the sound, careful and slow. Still nothing. I turned back and walked toward a low archway at the far end of the chamber. I had a feeling that I needed to keep moving. The archway led to a long tunnel with a dirt floor. The walls here were not smooth stone. They were rough and had large gaps between the rocks. I saw more scratches, but these ones looked like crude drawings of eyes, just oval shapes with a dot in the middle. They were all around me, high and low, some small, some bigger. My flashlight caught them one by one as I passed. I felt uneasy. Each step echoed. The air felt thicker, harder to breathe. I stayed silent, hoping to avoid making noise. I reached another area that opened into a circular room. It was not large, maybe about 12 feet across. The ceiling was low and I had to bend my head to avoid hitting it. Everything here was damp. Water dripped from above. The ground was muddy. My boots sank a bit into the sludge. All around the circular wall, I saw painted eyes. These were not just scratches. They were painted with some dark pigment, maybe old paint or some substance. Each eye was simple, a circle within an oval, but they looked sharp and clear. When I moved my flashlight, it seemed like the eyes followed my movement. Of course, they did not move, but there was something about them that gave me that impression. It felt like being watched by dozens of faces, but with no mouths or noses, just eyes staring. I felt pressure in my chest. I kept my flashlight trained on the walls, checking for a doorway or an exit. There was one exit, a small tunnel opposite where I had entered. I started toward it, stepping carefully to avoid slipping in the mud. Then I heard a voice. It was deep and came from around me, not from one direction. I swung my flashlight around, looking for a speaker. The voice said something I could not understand at first. It was low and rumbling, like someone speaking through a thick wall. I listened. The voice repeated words in a calm but firm tone. It asked who I was. It demanded that I speak. It asked why I had come. The voice was not loud, but it filled the room. I could not tell if it was a recording or a person. It sounded too close, yet I saw no one. I shouted that I was just looking around. My voice sounded weak compared to that deep tone. I tried again, speaking louder, asking who was there. No answer, just a soft rumble. Then it asked about my faith. It asked if I believed in anything. It asked if I trusted what I saw or what I felt. My heartbeat thumped in my ears. I tried to ignore the questions. I looked for a way out, but the tunnel opposite me seemed to narrow and twist. I could try it, but I was not sure where it led. The voice asked about my courage. It asked if I had the strength to continue forward. It said something about the importance of truth. I told it I did not know what it meant. I said I did not come here to answer questions. I just wanted to see if anyone was hiding down here. The eyes on the wall seemed to stare. The voice asked again and again why I came. It asked if I believed in the church above or the ground beneath. I told it I did not believe in anything. I said I was just a guy with a flashlight. The voice grew quieter but kept talking. It asked if I would keep moving forward or turn back. I did not know what to do. My stomach felt tight. I could feel sweat on my back. My throat was dry. I took a step toward the exit tunnel. The eyes on the wall seemed to shift. It must have been my imagination, but it felt like their gaze moved as I took another step. I decided to go forward, just to see where the tunnel led. I could not stand in that room any longer. The voice followed me, asking more questions. It never shouted, never whispered, just kept a steady, deep tone. It asked why I did not answer. It asked if I was afraid. I told it that I had nothing to say. My voice sounded shaky. My flashlight beam showed a narrower passage now. The ceiling got even lower, so I had to crouch. The smell was stronger here, like wet earth and rotten leaves. I stepped carefully over puddles. My boots made a sucking sound in the mud. I heard movement behind me. It sounded like footsteps, slow and deliberate. I did not turn around. I just kept going. The voice asked if I thought I could escape. I ignored it. I moved on. The tunnel turned left and then right. My knees began to hurt from crouching. I had to put one hand on the wall to steady myself. The stones felt cold and slimy. My flashlight started to flicker. I tapped it, hoping it would stay on. After a few minutes of this narrow passage, I reached a slightly wider space. It was another round chamber. smaller than the last one. The walls here were covered in marks that looked like letters, but they were not letters I understood. They were straight and angular. I ran my finger over one. It was carved into the stone. I heard the voice behind me, asking what I sought. It asked what I hoped to find. I still saw no one. I felt a chill on my neck. I tried to ask who it was. I got no direct answer. It asked if I believed that I was alone. I had no answer. I just said I wanted to leave. It asked if I wanted to go back the way I came. I looked around. There was only the tunnel I had come through. No other exits. I realized I would have to return. I turned around and headed back. My heart was pounding. Each step felt heavy. On the way back, the voice kept talking. It asked why I trembled. I told it to leave me alone. It said nothing for a while, just a low hum. I reached the original circular room with the painted eyes. The eyes looked the same, but now my flashlight showed the floor more clearly. I could see footprints in the mud, not just mine. They were small footprints, maybe from boots leading around the perimeter of the room. They looked recent. I pointed my flashlight along the wall and saw an area where some mud had been disturbed. There were bits of candle wax on the floor. I kicked a piece of wax aside. It was soft. I looked at the painted eyes again. My neck was tense. My mouth was dry. I wanted to get out. The voice asked if I found what I wanted. I said no. I said I would leave and never come back. The voice asked if I would tell others about what I saw. I said no, that I saw nothing. I just wanted to go. The voice asked if I believed that I could forget this place. I said yes. I said I did not care about it. The voice made a sound like a low chuckle, but it was short and ended abruptly. I walked toward the corridor that led me here. My flashlight flickered again. I hit it with my palm. The beam steadied. I followed my footprints back through the winding tunnels. I kept hearing soft steps behind me, but every time I turned, I saw nothing. The voice spoke less now, but once in a while it asked simple questions like, "Where are you going?" Or, "What do you fear?" I stopped answering. I just focused on moving my feet and keeping my balance. My legs felt shaky. After some time, I found the area with the circle of candles on the floor. They were still warm. I did not understand that. I ignored it. I kept going. The air felt drier as I moved closer to where I started. The smell of old stone and dust replaced the thick dampness. I recognized some of the scratches on the walls. My flashlight showed me the corridor where I first found the cloth scraps. I kept my head low and moved quickly. I reached the bottom of the stone steps I had used to come down. The trapdoor above was still open. I climbed the steps, one at a time, listening carefully. No voices spoke now. No steps followed. When I reached the top, I shone my light around. The old church hall looked empty. The dust still hung in the air. I stepped out and closed the trapdoor behind me. It made a heavy thud. I stood there for a moment, breathing hard. My hands felt sweaty. I wiped them on my pants. I looked around the empty church. It looked exactly as before. Dirty floors, broken wood, no furniture. I aimed my flashlight at the door I entered through. It was still ajar. I left the church. Outside it was quiet. The street was empty. I turned off my flashlight and shoved it into my jacket pocket. My heart was still pounding, and I tasted sweat on my upper lip. I stood outside the church for a few minutes, trying to steady my breathing. I felt no breeze, just stagnant air. I did not hear voices anymore. I thought about what I saw down there. Unlit candles with warm wax, painted eyes on the walls, strange scratches, a voice that spoke from nowhere. I had no answers, just the sense that something was there. I felt relieved to be out. I wanted to get away from this place and never return. Without looking back, I walked down the empty street and went home. I did not care if I sounded crazy. I knew what I experienced. There was nothing poetic about it. Just old stones, dark passages, warm candles, and a voice that I never saw. I would not go back. There was nothing else to say. I remember standing on the edge of that bridge looking down at the river, trying to see my face in the water. There was no reflection, nothing familiar, nothing that made sense. I saw something else instead. It was a set of crooked trees and pale shapes moving in slow, strange patterns. I didn't understand it. I tried to lean in closer, but whenever I looked down, the water never showed me my own features. It showed me something that did not belong here. And I heard something too. A noise, a whisper. I stood there, uneasy, feeling like I had been singled out by something I couldn't explain. I gripped the wooden railing on the side of the bridge and leaned forward. I see dark water flowing beneath me. The surface isn't calm. It's slightly uneven and the light is low. The sky above me is overcast. The day feels cold, and there's a bit of wind pressing against my neck. I squint, trying to get a better angle, but my face is still missing. Instead, I see those trees. They look upside down, like a forest that stretches upward beneath the river with trunks bent at odd angles. The leaves are a pale, dull color, not green, more like a sickly gray. There are shapes between them, thin and long. They move a bit, shifting side to side. I don't hear normal sounds in the water. There's a quiet whispering. It's not in any language I know. It's soft and constant. I try to focus on it by tilting my head. My ears pick up a pattern, but I can't place it. I say out loud, "Hello?" My voice sounds normal, a bit strained, but the whispering doesn't stop or answer me. It just continues at the same level, like wind through narrow gaps. I move a few steps along the bridge. The boards under my boots are old and creak a little. The railing is rough under my palms. I can see the opposite end of the bridge, or at least I think I can, but it seems too far. I don't remember it looking this long before. I keep looking down at the water, hoping I'll catch a normal reflection, but it's always that same forest scene. I try to ignore the strange view, but the absence of my own face in that water feels wrong. I feel a tension between my shoulder blades. It makes me want to hunch forward. I roll my shoulders to shake it off, but it doesn't help. It feels like someone is pressing down on me, as if I'm being judged for something. I take a deep breath through my nose. The air smells damp and stale. I look straight ahead at the board stretching out. I move slowly, step by step. The bridge seems longer now than it was a moment ago. I stop and look back, expecting to see the end I came from. It's still there, but it looks no closer than the far side. I call out again, "Is anyone here?" My voice drifts off without an echo. The whispering beneath me continues. I don't understand what's happening, and my stomach feels tight. I feel sweat on my forehead despite the cold air. My hands are slightly trembling. I kneel down and run my fingertips across the surface of a plank. The wood is damp and rough. I want something solid and normal to focus on. I press harder until I get a tiny splinter. I grunt quietly and stand up again. I step to the right side and lean over to see if the railing's reflection appears. The bridge's shape is there in the water. I can see the outline of its beams and the shape of the railing. Everything but me is reflected, twisted into that strange upside-down forest. It's like the forest and the bridge's reflection have merged. But where I should appear, there's just more of that weird landscape. I wave my hand over the edge. The reflection doesn't show my arm, just that strange scene shifting slightly, as if disturbed by my movement. I feel the pressure on my shoulders getting heavier. My neck tenses. I clench my jaw. I try to ignore it and move forward. The boards creak under my weight. I walk slowly, focusing on each step. I look ahead, trying not to glance down anymore. After a few dozen steps, I can't help it. I look down again. The forest is still there. The pale shapes between the leaves seem a bit closer now. They're tall and thin, with no clear features. I try squinting to see if they have faces. I can't make out anything. They move slowly, side to side, like they're shifting between the trees. The whispering gets a bit louder, or maybe I'm just imagining it. I lean in and say, "I can't understand you." The whispering continues at the same pace, the same volume. I rub my face with one hand, feeling my stubble, my nose, my forehead. I'm still here, still the same person I've always been. But the water refuses to show me. It's as if I'm not part of this place. My chest feels tight. My legs feel heavier. I wonder if I should turn around and go back. I turn and walk in that direction for a while. The boards keep going. I don't reach the end. I stop and turn forward again. I feel my pulse in my neck, a steady, nervous rhythm. I try something else. I find a small chunk of loose wood near the railing, maybe a broken piece. I pick it up and toss it over the side, aiming for the water. I wait for a splash. There is none. It just disappears. The scene beneath doesn't ripple. The whispering doesn't pause. I feel my throat tightening and I swallow hard. Come on, I say quietly to myself. I keep walking forward. I count my steps out loud. 1, 2, 3. I get to 50 steps and look back. Both ends look the same distance away. I curse under my breath and punch the railing. The impact stings my knuckles. I see a slight mark where my fist hit. The pain is real. That's something I know for sure. I'm not asleep. This isn't a dream. I lean over the railing again just once more to see if anything has changed. The forest beneath the water still looks the same. The trees are twisted and thick, bending in odd directions. The shapes are moving slower now, or maybe they are just watching. The whispering continues. I try to repeat the sounds I hear just to see if it changes. Hus, ra, lu, I mutter, imitating the whispers as best I can. Nothing happens. The pressure on my shoulders remains. It's heavier now, making me hunch. I try to straighten my back, but I can't. It's as if something invisible is pushing me down. I walk faster. My boots slam on the boards. My breathing is heavier. I can feel sweat running down my back. I don't know what else to do but keep moving. The whispering rises and falls in waves, never stopping. My legs feel tired, but I don't stop. I want to see if the end ever appears. I stare straight ahead. The sky above me is still gray. The wind is still there, but it never gusts hard, just a steady light pressure. I try not to think. I focus on the boards. They are uneven, worn, some darker than others. I focus on the smell of damp wood. I focus on the weight on my shoulders. It feels like hands pressing down, but I can't see anyone. I swing my arm behind me, feeling the air. Nothing's there. After what feels like a long time, I notice something different ahead. The far end of the bridge looks slightly clearer, as if the fog in the distance lifted. I see a shape that might be solid ground. I pick up my pace. Each step echoes, dull and hollow. My breathing is fast. My mouth is dry. I just want to reach that end. I don't understand this place. I don't know why I'm stuck here. I just know I need to keep going. As I get closer to what seems like the far side, the whispering gets louder. I cover my ears. It doesn't help. The sound seems to come from all directions, or maybe from inside my head. I grit my teeth and move faster. The weight on my shoulders increases. It's hard to stand straight. I have to bend forward slightly, my arms hanging at my sides, swinging as I hurry along. I risk one last look at the water. The forest is shaking now. The pale shapes are clustered together, pressed close to the trunks. Their movements look frantic. The whispering grows more intense. I want to scream at them, but I know it won't help. I keep going. My boots scrape the wood. My feet ache. My shoulders burn. I can smell my own sweat mixing with the damp air. I don't pause. I don't slow down. I focus on the end of the bridge. It's closer now, maybe just 100 feet away. I can see a muddy bank. I can see some rocks. I don't remember what lay beyond this bridge before, but right now it's all I want. A solid place to stand that isn't suspended over that impossible scene below. I feel the boards under me becoming more solid. They don't creak as much. I step and step until I'm almost there. The whispering is louder than ever, almost a hiss. I try to speak again, just to calm myself. I'm leaving, I say in a strained voice. I'm going. My words sound weak, but at least I can hear them. I step off the bridge and onto firm ground. The dirt is damp and cool. I feel it through my boots. I turn around and look back. The bridge is there, but it looks shorter. I can clearly see the other side now, not too far away. The tension on my shoulders fades. My back straightens. I look down at the water from this side, and this time I see my reflection. My face is there, my eyes tired, my hair messy. I breathe out, relieved. I don't say anything else. I don't try to explain it. I just step away from the edge and keep walking forward on solid ground. My legs are shaky and my heart is still pounding, but I move. I put the bridge behind me. The whispering fades as I get farther away. I don't know what I saw. I don't know why the water refused to show my face for so long. I don't know why the bridge felt endless. But now I'm here, on the other side. The weight on my shoulders is gone. I keep moving. I feel the wind on my face. I hear normal sounds again, my boots on dirt, the quiet rustle of nearby bushes, my own breathing. The bridge is behind me. I touch my shoulders, feeling nothing odd. I look at my hands and see small cuts from the railing. They hurt, but it's a normal pain. I exhale slowly and walk away. I remember stepping into that cave with a steady grip on my lantern and a clear idea of what I wanted. I was searching for some sign of what was rumored to lie inside. People around town had mentioned voices that came back from the darkness with a strange sound, as if the rock walls were bending the words. I wanted to hear it for myself. That was all. But as soon as I passed the entrance, I felt something different in the air. There was a smell like wet stone. There was a dull silence, and then that silence shifted when I spoke my first words. My voice returned, not only deeper but mixed with other words I never spoke. After that, I couldn't just turn back and pretend I hadn't heard it. I had to keep going, even when the light from my lantern started to fade and my breath got harder to push out of my lungs. I hold the lantern in my right hand, keeping it raised a bit, trying to let its weak light stretch as far as it can. The walls look slick. There are small droplets of water sliding down the rough surface. The ground under my boots feels uneven and covered with a thin layer of muddy grit. Each step makes a soft scraping sound. I move slowly, leaning forward, trying to see ahead. I know I shouldn't call out, but I do. "Hello?" I say, quiet and cautious. My voice leaves my mouth in a normal tone. I wait. After a second or two, I hear it coming back. It's my voice, but the tone is deeper and there's something else. It sounds like it's repeating something else under it. Words I don't recall saying. It's hard to make them out, like a whisper beneath the echo. I stand still and listen. There's a steady drip somewhere deep inside. It echoes too, but the drip's echo sounds normal. My voice doesn't. I move on. The lantern flickers once and I give it a small shake. The flame inside dances. The metal handle feels cold. The air is heavy and it feels like I'm drawing each breath through a damp cloth. I try to breathe through my mouth, but it tastes stale, like old moss. I adjust my jacket collar and wipe my forehead with my free hand. There's a thin film of sweat there, even though it's not hot. It's the tension. I don't want to think about that. I just keep moving, slowly, foot by foot. As I walk deeper, the corridor seems to narrow. The ceiling looks a bit lower. I can see small, sharp edges of stone above, and I try not to imagine them scraping against my head if I stand up too straight. I stay hunched. I hold the lantern out in front of me. I look carefully at the wet walls. That's when I notice a shape that shouldn't be there. It's not on the ground, it's on the wall, like a reflection of a figure. It looks tall, with a shape like a person, but I'm alone here. I turn around quickly, shining the lantern back the way I came. Nothing. Just more rock. I turn forward again. The shape is still there on the wet rock surface, as if the reflection of a man is standing right behind me. But there is no one behind me. I try moving a bit to the side, to see if it's a trick of my lantern's light. The shape shifts slightly, but it doesn't vanish. I don't talk this time. I don't want to hear that voice again right now. I just keep walking. My boots sound heavier on the ground than before. The damp grit sticks to the soles, and each step makes a slight squishing sound. My breathing is getting harder. I feel like I'm not getting enough air. I pause and focus on breathing. In and out. It's stale. It's thick. I can feel it burning a little in the back of my throat. I try to calm down, thinking maybe I can turn around now and leave. I point the lantern behind me, but I don't see anything like a clear exit. It's too dark, and the lantern's light isn't strong enough to show me far behind. I keep moving forward. My footsteps echo, and each time they come back different. I hear small phrases mixed with them. I can't make out each word, but I think I recognize some. It's like the echo is talking about me, using my name, describing things I remember from a long time ago. I try to ignore it, but it's hard. It's my own voice, and yet it's not. It's deeper, rougher, and it places words I never said right back into my ears. I grip the lantern tighter. My knuckles feel stiff. I swallow hard, but my mouth is dry. I lift my free hand to my chest and press lightly, as if I can push more air into my lungs by force. It doesn't help. The air doesn't get any fresher. I see a turn up ahead. The cave corridor bends to the left. The ground slopes downward. I notice thin, shiny streaks of mineral deposits on the wall, reflecting the lantern's weak glow. The shape on the wall is still there, always staying at the edge of my vision. Never clear. I try walking closer to the left side of the cave, to see if I can force it to move. It moves too, staying just out of direct sight. I point the lantern in that direction, but the light only shows dark rock and wet surfaces. Still, the shape never fully goes away. I start whispering quietly, trying to test the echo again. I'm just trying to find a way out, I say. It's a stupid thing to say. I came in. I should know the way out is behind me, but I say it anyway. The echo returns. Trying. Out. You. It inserts extra words, or maybe it's breaking my sentence into pieces. I listen carefully. Maybe I can learn something from it. But it's not clear. I feel a tremor in my legs, a tension in my stomach. I don't want to panic. I keep moving. The corridor widens into a small chamber. The ceiling is low and I have to duck. There are puddles on the ground, shallow pools of dark water. When I step in one, my foot sinks a bit, and I feel cold water seep into my boot. I clench my teeth. The sound of my footstep in the water echoes back, but the echo doesn't sound like normal water. It sounds like something else splashing. I turn around again, hoping to catch whoever might be behind me. I see no one. Just the same walls, the same droplets, and that lingering shape in the corner of my eye. My throat feels scratchy. I lift the lantern closer to my face and breathe near the flame, hoping the small warmth helps. The flame flickers. It's weaker now. I can tell by how dim the chamber looks. I tap the lantern's base, trying to make sure the oil is still feeding the flame. It seems fine, but it's still weaker than before. The darkness around me seems thicker. I can smell something musty, like old clothing left in a damp place. I wonder how deep I've gone. It feels like I've been walking for a long time. My legs are tired, and my eyes feel strained from staring into darkness. I try to speak again, hoping to understand the echo. "What do you want?" I say. It comes back. "Want, you know, inside." The words are scattered. They don't form a proper sentence, but I catch the meaning. It's referring to something inside me. I feel a cold sensation run up my spine. I don't like this. I want to turn back now. I pivot slowly and try to walk the way I came. But after only a few steps, I realize I don't see any familiar markers. I'm not sure which way leads back to the entrance. The path looks the same in both directions. I step one way, and I see that shape move along the wall. I step the other way, and I see the shape again on the opposite wall. It's always there, never approaching, never backing off completely. My breathing gets louder. I can hear it echo. It comes back at me deeper, harsher. It's like the cave wants me to hear my own panic magnified. I can feel my heart thumping in my chest. The lantern's handle is slippery in my hand. I think about turning the lantern off to see if the darkness makes things clearer, but that seems stupid. Without light, I'll see nothing, and I'll probably trip and fall. I keep the lantern on, even though its light is fading. I walk forward again, picking one direction. The ground slopes down more, and I can feel the angle making my steps longer and harder to control. I try to keep my balance. I place my free hand against the wall and feel the wet stone. It's slimy. My fingers come away with some kind of cold, gritty film. I wipe them on my jacket. The echo in here is softer now, more distant. I don't know if that's better or worse. I try to speak again. Tell me what you are saying. I say it slowly, clearly, watching my breath form small clouds in the lantern's glow. The echo returns, but this time it sounds more mixed. I catch pieces, my name said in a distorted way, a place I remember from years ago, a time I made a choice I'm not proud of. I feel the tension in my chest tighten. I don't know why it's saying these things. The words are not exact. They come back jumbled, but I recognize enough to know it's pulling from my memories. My mouth goes dry again. I swallow hard. I don't respond. I just keep moving. The corridor narrows once more. I have to turn sideways to pass. My shoulder scrapes against the rock. I grunt from the discomfort. The echo returns that grunt in a strange, broken way. I ignore it. I continue until the corridor widens again. I see small stalagmites on the floor, thin and sharp. I step between them carefully. Each step makes my boot slip slightly on the damp stone. I hold the lantern close, trying to see if there's any sign of where this cave leads. I can't tell. Everything looks the same. Wet rock, dark corners, small puddles. There's a point where I realize I'm breathing in very short gasps. I stop walking and force myself to breathe deeper. The air tastes like old mud. I cough once, and the cough echoes back at me with a strange laughter behind it. I don't know what that laughter means. It could just be my cough bouncing in a weird pattern, or maybe I'm hearing what I think I'm hearing. I try not to think about it. I take another step. The shape on the wall is there. It's always there. If I look directly at it, it's just a shadowy pattern on wet rock. But when I'm not looking straight at it, it looks like a person standing at a distance watching me. I try something new. I shout as loud as I can. I know you're here. Show yourself. My voice comes back, deeper, twisted, repeating some of my words out of order. I hear my name again, my past again, more fragments of my life that I never said out loud. I listen carefully. Maybe I can figure out what it wants. But the more I listen, the more confused I get. The words are out of sequence, like scraps of conversations I had long ago, repeated in a low, rumbling tone. I feel sweat on my forehead again. My jacket sticks to my back. My throat aches. I continue forward. I try to check the time, but I have no watch. I have no sense of how long I've been here. It could be hours or just minutes. My legs are sore. My fingers feel stiff. The lantern's flame is even weaker now. The light barely reaches a few feet ahead. I shake it again carefully, trying to stir the oil. It flares for a moment, then settles back to a weak glow. I hold it close to my face and look around. I see a passage on the right. Maybe I can take that route and find a different exit, or at least a change in the air. I turn right and walk slowly. The floor is uneven here. There are small cracks, and I have to place my boots carefully. The echo changes. I don't hear the distorted voice as clearly now, just faint whispers. I lean closer to the wall, trying to hear. It's quieter. I focus and pick up a few words. They sound like things I thought of once but never said. Private thoughts that never came out of my mouth. The hair on my arm stands up. My chest tightens even more. I try to breathe deeply, but I can't. The air won't let me. I cough again. The sound returns, broken, like my own cough mocking me. I follow this passage for a while. It's tight, and at one point I have to duck low and crawl under an overhang. My knees scrape against the stone, and I feel a slight sting on my skin. I hold the lantern awkwardly, trying not to burn myself with the flame. When I emerge on the other side, I stand up slowly and shine the lantern around. There's a small area here that's slightly drier. I can see some dust instead of just wet rock. I step on it. My boots leave faint prints. I turn around and see that shape again, now reflected on the damp wall behind me. It never went away. I decide to speak again, quietly this time. "I'm listening," I say. The echo returns, repeating words I never said out loud, private details about my life that I can't explain. I can feel my heart racing. I try to remain calm. I think about what I can do next. Maybe I can trace my steps back and try another route. I turn around and step back into the tight passage. I move slowly, rubbing my shoulder against the wall again, feeling the cold wetness through my jacket. The air still feels thick. I wonder if there's a spot in the cave where the air is better. After some time, I come back to the larger corridor. I try the other side now, walking carefully, listening to each echo. Sometimes I call out a few words, asking what it wants. Sometimes I remain silent and just listen to what the cave returns. Each time, the voice feels closer or farther, depending on where I stand. Each time, I see that shape on the walls, always distant, never coming closer, never leaving. The lantern's flame is weak. I realize I need to find a way out soon or I'll be in total darkness. I hurry my steps. The echo grows stronger again. I call out, "I need to leave." It returns. "Leave. Need. Remember." The words come from different angles. I spin around, shining the lantern on every surface. Nothing is there. Just rock and water. My breathing is loud. My chest hurts. I try to calm down. I take a step back and feel the edge of a puddle with my heel. The echo repeats something about the past, but I don't want to listen anymore. I pick a direction and walk straight, no matter what I hear. The slope changes, going upward now. My thighs ache. I climb over a small rise in the floor. My lantern flickers again, and I push forward, ignoring the pain in my chest. The air feels slightly less stale here. I keep going, forcing one foot in front of the other. The echo grows fainter. The shape on the wall is harder to see now. I follow the corridor, hoping it leads back to the entrance. After several minutes of careful steps, I see a faint glow ahead. It's not my lantern. It's natural light, very weak, but enough to show me a shadow of an opening. I stumble forward, pushing through a narrow gap, and feel fresh air brush my face. I step out of the cave, holding the lantern close, and see the outside world again. The light from outside is dim. Maybe it's late in the day, but it's enough. I breathe in, coughing a bit, but it's fresh air. I don't look back. I don't want to know if the echo can follow me. I move away from the entrance, feeling my legs trembling. I don't know how long I was inside. I don't know what happened. I just know I'm out now, and I can breathe again. I stepped into that old theater with my ticket in hand. It was late, almost midnight. The lobby smelled like dust and old fabric. The walls looked stained. I handed the torn stub to a bored attendant who barely glanced at me. He pointed silently down a narrow corridor. I walked inside. The place looked neglected. The floors creaked, the seats were red but worn out, and some of the armrests felt loose. I had never been there before, but I wanted something different that night. Something simple and quiet. I found my seat in the middle row. The audience was small, maybe 20 people, all seated and facing forward. No one spoke. They just sat still, hands on their laps, eyes on the stage. I sat down. The seat made a slight snapping sound as I adjusted myself. I waited. The lights were dim, and there was a single spotlight on the old velvet curtain. After a few minutes, the curtain rose slowly. I leaned forward, expecting actors or at least a prop. The stage was completely empty. There were no chairs, no tables, no scenery, nothing at all. Just a wooden floor and a dark backdrop. I thought maybe it was some experimental piece. I tried to remain patient. Then I heard voices. They echoed across the room. They seemed to come from the stage, yet no one was there. They spoke lines, but I couldn't see anyone. It sounded like a conversation between at least two people. One voice sounded low and firm, the other more tense and quick. I tried to see if there were speakers hidden somewhere, maybe behind the curtains or high above. I didn't see any wires or sound equipment. As the voices continued, I could hear footsteps crossing the stage. The floorboards creaked. I saw no one, but I heard them pacing back and forth. The voices grew louder, as if arguing. Then I heard another pair of footsteps running behind them. It sounded like a small group of invisible actors. I looked around to see how the others were reacting. Everyone sat perfectly still. No one moved, no one laughed, no one whispered. I noticed a man 2 seats to my left. His eyes were open, staring straight ahead, unblinking. I saw a woman in front of me. Her head was tilted at a slight angle, as if listening, but she didn't nod, didn't shift, didn't do anything. I tried to clear my throat quietly. No one turned. I felt uncomfortable. I tried to whisper to the person next to me. "Do you see anything?" I asked quietly. He did not react. He didn't flinch or show any sign he heard me. It was like sitting next to a statue. I reached out and touched his arm gently. His coat felt rough and old-fashioned, but he didn't respond. I pulled my hand back. On stage, the invisible scene continued. Now I heard what sounded like chairs scraping across the floorboards and glasses clinking. I couldn't see a single object on the stage, but the sounds were clear. The voices rose and fell. They sounded angry at times, then calm, then hurried. I couldn't pick out actual words. It was like a language I didn't fully understand. They spoke quickly, and the echo in the theater made it harder to separate phrases. I decided to stand up. My legs felt tense, and my breathing got faster. I stood and turned to walk back up the aisle. As I rose, I expected at least a few people to react, to look at me, to do something. They didn't. I stepped into the aisle. The floorboards behind the rows creaked under my weight. When I reached the exit, I found a thick black curtain hanging across the doorway. I hadn't noticed it when I entered. I thought I came in through a door, not through a curtain. Now it was just this black curtain blocking my way. I reached out and touched it. It felt heavy and rough like old burlap. I tried to push it aside, but it wouldn't move. It felt stuck. I gripped it hard and pulled. It didn't budge. As I stood there, I heard a low whisper coming from the curtain. It was a strange sound, soft and steady. It repeated short bursts of sound that I couldn't identify as a real language I knew. It sounded old, with harsh consonants and quiet vowels. I tried to ignore it, but it kept going, like someone whispering nonsense right next to my ear. I stepped back and looked for another exit. I saw a side door near the stage, to the left of the rows. I walked down the aisle toward it. The theater felt colder now. My arms got goosebumps and my neck felt tight. I reached the side door and tried the handle. It rattled softly but didn't open. I looked closely at the frame. It had no visible lock, but it wouldn't budge. I leaned my shoulder against it, pressed hard, and felt nothing. It was like a sealed wall. On the stage, the footsteps became louder. I still couldn't see anyone, but it sounded like a group of people running back and forth. I heard what sounded like heavy objects being dragged. I still saw nothing. The voices continued, sometimes shouting, sometimes whispering. My head felt dizzy. I wanted to get out. I felt my heart beating hard in my chest. My hands were sweating. I wiped my palms on my pants. I turned to look at the audience again. Everyone sat frozen. Not a single person blinked. I walked up to one of them and waved my hand in front of their face. No reaction. I spoke loudly. Hello? Can you hear me? Nothing. I tapped one of them on the shoulder. Their body felt real, solid, warm even, but they didn't turn or move. I tried shaking one gently, grabbing their shoulders and rocking. Their body swayed slightly, but the head didn't move on its own. It was like a stiff doll, but heavier and warmer than a doll would be. I backed away. My breathing got quicker. My throat felt dry. I ran up the aisle to the black curtain again and tried to push through it harder. I leaned my entire body into it, pressing with my arms and shoulders. It gave slightly, but it pushed back as if something solid was behind it. I tried to grab it at the bottom and lift it, but I couldn't find an edge that lifted. I tried pulling at the sides, but it wouldn't tear. My fingers couldn't get a good grip. It was like trying to pull a piece of thick leather glued to the frame. The whispering from the curtain got louder. The sounds were rapid now, almost like chanting. I stepped back and kicked it, hoping maybe I could break through, but I only hurt my foot. I winced and rubbed my ankle. The whispering continued. I walked down to the stage. Maybe I could find a backstage exit. The stage floor was a few steps up. I climbed onto it, expecting someone to appear, but there was no one. I stepped carefully across the wooden boards. They felt worn and uneven. The voices sounded as if they were right next to me, but I could see nothing. I reached out, trying to feel if someone was standing there, but I touched only empty air. I kept moving, looking for a door behind the backdrop. As I reached the back of the stage, I saw a tall, dark backdrop curtain. It looked dusty and had small tiers. I tried to push it aside, hoping there was a door behind it. Instead, I found only a solid wall. I tapped the wall with my knuckles. It sounded hollow. I tried pushing it, but it wouldn't move. There was no handle, no latch, nothing. Just a flat surface. On stage, the voices got quieter, but the sounds of movement did not stop. I heard what sounded like hands tapping on the floorboards behind me. I spun around, expecting to see someone crouching there, but there was no one. I felt a chill on my neck, like someone breathing near me. I swung my arm behind me. I hit only air. I decided to return to the audience area. Maybe I missed another exit in the dark. As I approached the seats, I saw that some lights above had dimmed further. It was harder to see the faces of the audience. I had to squint. I walked up and down the aisles, running my hands along the walls, looking for any door or window. I found nothing. The walls were solid. The windows I remembered seeing in the lobby were nowhere in sight. The entire place felt smaller now. I listened closely to the voices on stage, trying to catch a familiar word. I couldn't. The language sounded harsh and uneven. Sometimes they paused as if waiting for a response. Other times they interrupted each other. The footsteps never ceased. I tried ignoring them. I tried focusing on my breathing, slowing it down. My heart was still pounding. My shirt felt damp under my arms. I approached one of the audience members and grabbed their face gently, trying to see if they would blink. I pulled their eyelids down lightly. They were warm and moist like normal eyes, but the person didn't react. I stepped back again. I considered trying to break a seat or tear some fabric, maybe find something to break down the door. I grabbed one of the loose armrests and pulled. It wobbled but didn't come off. I pulled harder, twisting it. After a minute of struggle, it snapped free. I had a wooden armrest in my hand, about a foot long. It looked solid enough. I carried the armrest to the black curtain at the entrance. I started hitting the curtain with it, trying to pierce it or rip it. The blows made a dull thump, as if hitting thick padding. The curtain didn't tear. The whispering got louder. I swung harder, gritting my teeth, feeling sweat drip down my forehead. My arms got tired. I tried again and again, but nothing happened. I stopped and stepped away. My arms shook. I was breathing fast. I wanted to scream at it. I shouted, "Let me out!" My voice echoed in the empty space. The whispering continued, unaffected. I tried lighting from my phone, but there was no signal, and my phone's flashlight showed nothing special. The walls looked the same. The curtain looked the same. The audience remained still. The invisible voices kept going. I tried calling someone on my phone, but there was no service. I tried sending a text. Nothing went through. The screen showed no bars of signal. The time on my phone didn't change. I checked it 3 times and it stayed on the same minute. I couldn't figure out why. I slipped it back into my pocket. I knelt on the floor near the entrance and tried to slip under the curtain. I got down on my stomach and felt along the bottom edge. The bottom edge seemed fused to the floor. There was no gap. I stood up and tried pushing the curtain with my shoulder again, but it was useless. I walked back to the stage, thinking maybe I could find some kind of tool or rope. I searched the corners, felt the walls. I found nothing loose. I banged on the side walls, hoping for a hollow spot. Nothing. I stomped my feet, kicked a few boards, tried to pry them up with the armrest. The boards were nailed tight. My heart kept racing. My mouth felt dry. I wanted water. I looked around for a glass or bottle, but there was nothing. I listened again to the invisible scene. Now it sounded calmer. I heard quiet voices speaking in low tones, as if planning something. I heard soft footsteps circling the stage. They seemed to circle me. I stood in the center of the stage, turning my head in every direction. I couldn't see anyone, but I felt watched. My scalp tingled. The hair on my arm stood up. I swung the armrest in a circle, hoping to hit something invisible. I hit only air. I shouted at the stage, "Stop this! Show yourselves!" The voices did not stop. They went on in that unknown language. I heard laughter, but it was quiet laughter, like someone chuckling softly behind a hand. I rushed off the stage back into the seating area. I thought maybe I could break a seat apart and use bigger pieces to force the door. I grabbed another seat, one in the back row, and started kicking it. The noise echoed loudly. I kicked it again, trying to break the wooden frame. After several kicks, the seat loosened. I pulled at it until it snapped. Now I had a bigger piece of wood. It looked sturdy, maybe 2 feet long and thicker than the armrest. I marched back to the black curtain at the entrance. I held the wooden piece with both hands and tried to ram it forward like a battering ram. I hit the curtain hard. My wrists hurt from the impact, but the curtain didn't move. I tried again, putting all my weight into it. Nothing changed. I grunted, tried again. Still nothing. The whispering got louder. The words sounded angry now. I pressed my ear against the curtain, trying to make sense of it. It was no use. I felt frustrated and scared. My stomach hurt. My legs were shaking. I considered yelling at the audience members for help, but they were useless. They sat there like statues. I left the entrance and tried searching behind the rows of seats. Maybe there was a hidden door. I touched the walls, pushed against them. No result. I climbed over the last row of seats to reach the back wall. I slapped the wall with my open palm, felt for any loose boards. Nothing. The sounds on stage changed again. Now it sounded like objects being placed down, maybe boxes or crates. I heard scraping noises, tapping on wood. I turned to look at the stage. Still empty. The lights had dimmed even more. It was getting harder to see. I walked carefully to the side aisle, feeling along the walls, looking for a light switch or any kind of control panel. I found none. I returned to the center aisle. I stood there, breathing heavily, feeling sweat trickle down my back. I tried to focus on one thing at a time. I had a piece of wood in my hand. I had my phone in my pocket. I had my clothes on. Nothing else. I considered if I could climb onto the balcony. I looked up. There was a balcony section above. Maybe I could find a door up there. I climbed the small stairs leading to the balcony area. The stairs were steep and my legs felt weak, but I pushed on. The balcony seats were the same. The people sitting there were also frozen. I tried the door at the back of the balcony. Another black curtain hung there. I touched it. It whispered too, the same strange sounds. I tried pushing it. Same result as before. I kicked it. Nothing happened. I sat down in a balcony seat just to rest for a moment. My arms and legs ached. My heart pounded. My throat was sore from shouting. I listened to the show. The voices kept going, never pausing, never stopping. The footsteps came and went. I waited, hoping something would change. Nothing did. I looked down at the stage from the balcony. The spotlight was still shining on the empty floor. I wondered if it would ever end. I stood up again, walked down the stairs, and returned to the main floor. The whispering curtains, the frozen audience, the invisible voices, they all stayed the same. I tried circling the entire theater once more, feeling every surface. Everything was solid and unyielding. Time passed, though I had no idea how long. My phone's clock didn't move. I felt hungry and thirsty. I was tired. My head hurt. I knew I had to keep trying. I grabbed another seat, broke another piece of wood, kept hitting the curtain. It never tore. I tried yelling again. No one answered. The invisible voices never acknowledged me. They just continued their strange performance. I sat down, feeling my muscles ache, my hands trembling. The stage remained empty. The audience remained still. The black curtains remained sealed. The whispers continued. I kept breathing, my body tense, my mind stuck in that place waiting for something to give, hoping for a single moment of change. I remember the moment I stepped through the heavy wooden door. My shoes made a dull sound on the polished floor. The air inside that gallery felt thick, as if something clung to my clothes and skin. The collector who invited me was not in sight. The room was quiet. There were no windows, just pale overhead lights that formed hard shadows on the walls. Every painting looked like a headshot, each one showing a human face in detail. But I recognized none of them. The eyes in each painting seemed to follow me. I tried to ignore that, but it was hard. I felt my heart beating in my ears. I walked deeper into the room and past a few rows of these paintings. There were dozens, each frame large and well-crafted, each face painted with smooth brush strokes and realistic colors. I could see pores on their skin and the fine texture of their hair. Their eyes seemed wet. I stopped in front of one. The face looked like a middle-aged man with a thin mustache. He had dark circles under his eyes. I moved from side to side. His pupils followed me. It was not just the illusion of normal paintings. It felt like the man in the painting was watching me. I lifted a hand in front of that painting. I wanted to see if the eyes would track my hand. They did not move in a normal way. The gaze seemed fixed, but still it felt like it followed me. I felt my stomach tighten. I backed away. I called out for the collector. No answer. The silence felt heavy. My voice bounced off the walls. I rubbed my arms. The air was not cold, but I felt small bumps on my skin. I decided to find the collector in the other rooms. I walked along the main hall, looking for a door. I turned a corner and found a larger chamber also filled with similar paintings. They were arranged in neat rows, no names, no plaques, just painted faces, all different. Men, women, older, younger, all staring straight ahead. None of them showed any emotion. They looked blank, just staring forward, and yet I could not shake the feeling that they watched my every move. I saw a door at the far end. I walked toward it. The floor creaked under my weight. I pushed the door. It opened with a slight squeak. Inside, I found a smaller room with a single painting on the far wall. A small lamp above it provided focused light. I approached it slowly, feeling a strange heaviness in my legs. My eyes locked onto that painting. It showed a face I knew well. My own. My own face, painted with extreme detail, as if the artist had studied my features for hours. I saw the shape of my nose, the lines at the corner of my eyes, the shade of my hair. Everything was correct except for the expression. The face in the painting looked terrified. The eyes were wide, the mouth slightly open, as if caught mid-shout. The skin looked tense, as if stretched too tight. I brought my face closer. I did not remember ever making that expression. It did not feel like something I would do. My breathing got faster. I felt sweat forming on my palms. I stood inches from the painting, trying to make sense of it. The paint looked fresh, as if it had not fully dried. I could see tiny ridges where the brush had pressed harder. I smelled something faint, like oil and varnish. As I stared, I saw a slight movement in the painted face. The eyebrows twitched. It was not a trick of the light. I pulled my head back. The painted eyes seemed to shift. The mouth changed shape. I took another step back and hit the opposite wall with my shoulders. My heart rate shot up. The painted version of me moved again. The jaw dropped lower, the lips parted more. I reached up and touched my own face. My jaw was clenched tight, not open. I looked around for anyone else. The room was empty. The door behind me was still open. I took a deep breath and forced myself to step forward again. I wanted to check if I was seeing things. I leaned in. The painted face now had tears in its eyes. Painted tears, but they looked wet and real. The lips quivered. I felt dizzy. I blinked hard to clear my head. When I opened my eyes, the painting's expression had grown more desperate. The eyes darted from left to right. I heard a faint sound. It was low and soft, like someone whispering behind a closed door. I turned around. There was no one there. I faced the painting again. The whispering grew louder. It seemed to come from the walls themselves. The other paintings, the ones outside in the hall, also made sounds now. I could hear muffled voices like a distant crowd speaking in hushed tones. They spoke words I could not understand. The language felt broken or scrambled. My name might have been mixed in, or maybe not. I could not be sure. I stepped out of the small room and looked at the other paintings. The eyes in those frames moved now, following me in a more obvious way. I watched one painting. The face's eyes slid to the side as I walked past. Another painting's lips trembled. I saw a man painted with a scar over his left cheek. His lips moved silently, forming words that never fully reached my ears. I backed away. I kept glancing behind me. I tried the door I had come through earlier. It was closed now. I turned the handle. It did not budge. I pressed my shoulder against it. It felt solid. I tried harder, putting all my weight into it. Nothing. I looked around for another exit. There had to be a way out. I did not want to call out again because I felt that if I made noise, I would encourage the voices. My mouth felt dry. I crept along the hallway, my footsteps slow, trying not to draw attention. But the paintings were everywhere. Each step brought me in front of new faces. They were not static. Some blinked. Some parted their lips as if to speak. I heard soft murmurs. I felt a prickling sensation on the back of my neck. My throat felt tight. I tried another door. Locked. I ran my fingertips along the edges of the frames. I touched one painting's surface lightly. The paint felt smooth, but also warm, as if alive. I jerked my hand away. The murmurs got louder. I turned a corner. I saw a narrow corridor I had not noticed before. At the end of it, I saw another door. I approached it. As I got closer, the whispers rose. They formed a kind of soft chorus. I could make out a few words. Trade, replace, escape. They spoke these words in uneven rhythms as if struggling to form sentences. I tried the door at the end of the corridor. It was locked. I checked my pockets. I had my phone, my wallet, my keys, and a small flashlight I always carried. I took out the flashlight and shone it around. The walls were plain white. The frames were made of wood, dark and heavy-looking. The lights above were simple fixtures, no visible switches. I tried to find a switch or a breaker panel. Nothing. I moved slowly along the walls, looking for a hidden latch or something I could use to open the door. The whispering continued. I heard my name again. It sounded like my voice, but distorted. I spun around. I faced the painting of myself again. I did not remember walking back to that room, but there it was in front of me. The door behind me must have led me around in a circle. My painting now looked different. The figure inside it had changed position. He had one hand raised, as if pressing against the inside of the canvas. His eyes were red, wet, and he stared directly at me. His mouth moved slowly. I leaned in and heard faint words. Let me out. My stomach twisted. I took a step back. The figure in the painting pressed his palm against the canvas, making a slight bulge in the surface. The paint seemed to stretch, like thin rubber, pushing outward. I reached out and touched it. It was solid, but I felt a slight vibration. The figure's eyes followed my hand. I felt nauseous. I had to get out. I turned and ran toward the main hall. As I passed the other paintings, they all seemed more alive now. Some twisted their heads slightly. Others moved their lips silently. Their eyes followed me. I tried not to look at them. I just kept moving, my shoes squeaking on the floor. I reached the main entrance where I had come in. The heavy wooden door was still there. I grabbed the handle and pulled. It did not move. I threw my weight against it. It felt like it was bolted shut. I pounded on it with my fists. My knuckles hurt. I shouted for help. My voice sounded small in that space. I listened. No response except the whispers. The whispering turned into a soft laughter, mixed with strange words I could not piece together. I tried another hallway. This one led me into a storage area or something similar. There were fewer paintings here, more gaps on the walls. I saw wooden crates stacked against a corner. I saw a cloth draped over something. I pulled the cloth away. It revealed a large framed painting, face down. I lifted it carefully and turned it around. It showed a man I did not recognize. He had bruises under his eyes. His lips were parted, as if gasping. I put the painting down. I did not want to look at it. I tried to check behind the crates for a window. Nothing. The walls were solid. The crates were nailed shut. The murmurs followed me here. They were quieter, but still present. I noticed a small vent near the ceiling. It was too high to reach. I tried to pull a crate underneath it, but the crates were heavy and sealed. I strained and managed to move one a few inches. It was not enough. I returned to the main hall and began to circle the perimeter. I ran my fingertips along the walls, searching for any catch or hinge. Nothing stood out. The lights buzzed softly. I felt the sweat on my forehead. My shoulders were tense. My heart hammered in my chest. I stopped at one of the paintings to examine it closely. Maybe I could learn something from them. I picked a painting of a woman. She had short hair and a blank expression. As I leaned in, I saw her eyes shift toward me. Her lips parted slightly. I heard a soft whisper. It sounded like trade places. I stepped back. I tried another painting. A man with a beard. His eyes followed me. He whispered, "No exit, then switch, then become." I tried to piece together what they wanted. They repeated certain words. Replace, become, escape. It felt like they were suggesting that one of us had to take the other's place, that maybe I was expected to enter the painting and let the painted figure out. But I had no intention of doing that. My stomach tightened. My breathing got heavier. I looked back at the painting of myself. It was now at the end of the hall. I did not remember it being there. The figure inside it looked more alive. He pressed both hands against the inside of the canvas, stretching the painted surface outward. I saw small cracks forming in the paint. The figure's eyes were locked on mine. He mouthed something silently. His lips formed the word, "help." I tried to ignore him and moved to another door. I pulled the handle. Locked. I kicked it. The sound echoed. I tried another door. Also locked. I circled around, returning again to the entrance. The paintings seemed to shuffle their positions. They were never where I remembered them. I felt dizzy. I wiped sweat from my forehead and kept searching. The whispers got louder. They sounded impatient. I could hear words more clearly now. "He must switch," they said. "He cannot leave as he is." I grabbed a painting off the wall and tried to pry it out of its frame. The wood did not give easily. I banged it against the floor. The whispers turned into a low hiss. The lights flickered. I paused and looked around. Every painting in the room stared directly at me now. Their eyes moved as one. Their mouths opened and closed, forming words I could not fully catch. I froze. I felt my muscles shaking. My head ached. I realized I needed another approach. There had to be a hidden lock, a key, something that could open the exit. I searched my pockets again. Just my keys, wallet, phone, Flashlight. The phone had no signal. I turned on the flashlight and aimed it at the floorboards near the door. Maybe there was a loose plank. I tapped the floor with my heel. Nothing hollow. I tried the flashlight on the walls. I noticed a slight seam in one corner, near the floor. I knelt down and ran my fingernails along it. It was a small panel. I pried at it. My nails bent painfully, but I managed to get a grip. The panel popped open. Inside, I saw a thin strip of metal and a tiny lever. I flipped the lever. I heard a click. I ran back to the entrance door and tried the handle again. It was still stuck. I went back and pulled the piece of metal. It slid out of place. Another click. I tried the door again. This time it gave a little. The murmurs rose to a frantic pitch. I heard my own voice behind me. I turned around. The painting of myself was right there, a few feet away. He pressed against the canvas so hard that the surface bulged out, like a bubble about to burst. His eyes stared directly into mine. He looked desperate. His lips moved, saying something I could not hear. I felt guilt and fear at the same time, but I could not understand why. My gut told me not to let him out. I grabbed the handle and pulled the door with all my strength. The door opened a crack. Cold air rushed in. I pulled harder. The painting of myself began to tear from inside. I heard the stretching sound of paint and canvas. The figure's fingers poked through, covered in wet paint. He reached out toward me. I dropped the flashlight and grabbed the door with both hands. I pulled until the gap widened. The figure's hand stretched toward my back. I felt something moist brush my shirt. I lunged forward and forced my way through the gap. I found myself in a dark corridor. The door slammed shut behind me. I heard muffled murmurs on the other side. I saw a faint red exit sign ahead. I walked toward it, my shoes scraping on concrete now. I reached the exit door and pressed the push bar. It gave way and I stumbled into a deserted alley. The air outside smelled like rain and garbage. I stood there catching my breath. I turned around. The alley door was unmarked. I tested it. It was locked from the outside. I stepped back, feeling the tension in my shoulders start to ease. I still heard nothing from inside, just silence. I looked up. No windows. The building looked plain and empty. I knew I did not want to go back in. My clothes were damp with sweat. My heart was still racing. I leaned against a brick wall and tried to steady my breathing. I wiped my face with my sleeve. I tried to forget what I had seen inside. My mind felt shaken, but I focused on the present. I was out. I had left the gallery behind. I moved away from that door, down the alley and toward the streetlights in the distance. I arrive at the hotel after a long day on the road. It is late. The building looks old. The sign outside has paint peeling off and the lights behind the letters flicker. The lobby is empty. No sounds, no footsteps, no conversations. I check in at the front desk. The man behind the counter gives me a room key without asking many questions. His voice is low and flat. He doesn't look at me for long. He hands me a small metal key with a leather tag. Room 304. He points toward the old elevator at the end of the hall and walks away behind a door marked office. I stand there for a moment, waiting to hear other guests, waiting to see someone cross the lobby, but I see no one else. It feels strange. I'm tired though, so I don't question it too much. I take the elevator. It trembles as it rises. The walls are wooden, chipped, and smell of old varnish. The numbers change slowly. Second floor, third floor. I step out and find myself in a long hallway with faded red carpet and old wallpaper. No doors stand open, no voices. Just dim ceiling lights spaced far apart, leaving patches of shadow on the floor. I reach room 304. The door is heavy, and the doorknob turns with a stiff click. Inside, the room smells like stale air and perfume. I flick on the light. It works, but the light is yellowish, weak and uneven. I see a closet door on the left, a dresser, a small round table near the window, a single bed with a heavy old quilt. The bed is made. On the dresser, There are some personal items that don't belong to me. A silver brush with some strands of hair stuck in it, 2 old perfume bottles, one with the cap off and some brownish residue around the rim. There's a pair of leather gloves on the bed's footboard. On the nightstand, I see envelopes with letters sticking out. A pair of women's shoes rests by the bathroom door. The closet door is half open, and inside I can see hanging clothes that do not belong to me. Male and female clothes, all old-fashioned, mostly gray or black, and they look worn. It's like someone else's room. I set down my bag and stand there unsure. I consider going back to the front desk, but I'm tired and I assume maybe they messed up the housekeeping. Maybe this hotel reuses old props for decoration. I can't smell anything rotten or see anything dirty. Just old. I open a drawer in the dresser. Inside are folded handkerchiefs, a pair of suspenders, and some yellowed papers. I take one out. It's a letter. The handwriting is old-fashioned with strong, slanted letters. It's addressed to someone I don't know. The words talk about waiting, not leaving, staying inside. I put it back. I don't want to get involved. I just need a place to sleep. I use the bathroom, wash my face, brush my teeth. The water runs clean but smells metallic. The bathroom mirror is cloudy. I see my own face, tired, a bit pale. My hands feel cold. I look behind me, expecting to see something strange, but nothing moves. The silence is heavy. I return to the bedroom, close the closet door, put the shoes under the bed so I don't have to look at them, and try to relax on the bed. The mattress is firm and dusty. I cough a little. I check the time on my phone. There's no signal. The Wi-Fi bars appear weak. I try to connect. No success. I turn off the lamp and lie in the dark. The hotel must be old enough that the walls are thick. I can't hear any traffic. It's too quiet. I must have dozed off at some point. I wake up to a noise. The door hinge squeaks. I lift my head. The door that leads to the hallway stands closed. But I heard something. I sit up, heart pounding. I wait. Then I hear a whisper. It's faint, coming from outside somewhere in the corridor. I listen hard. Someone whispers something I can't understand, then I catch my name. It's there. They say my name in a low voice. More voices join in. They don't shout. They hiss. I get out of bed, legs shaky, and approach the door. I press my ear to it. The whispers continue, overlapping, too low to make out the words. But I hear my name again. A soft, drawn-out whisper. I hold my breath. Then I step back and look through the peephole. At first, I see nothing but a distorted view of the hallway. Then I notice movement. Shapes, blurry silhouettes, shifting back and forth between rooms. They move without sound. No footsteps, just these soft, sliding movements. I try to focus my eye, but the image through the peephole is too distorted. I see at least 2 or 3 figures, but they seem to fade or blur at the edges. They move from door to door, sometimes pausing in front of one, then passing through as if the doors don't stop them. I pull away, heart pounding. I wonder if I'm dreaming, but I know I'm awake. My mouth is dry. I turn on the light again. The room looks the same. The letters, the brush, the gloves, the clothes. They don't feel like random objects. They feel like someone's possessions. I open the door a crack and peek into the hallway. It's empty now. Just the faint light from the ceiling fixtures. The carpet looks worn, no footprints. I don't see anyone. I close the door again, turn the lock, and slide the chain in place. I try to calm down, but I can't. I hear a faint rustling in the closet. I open it again, half expecting someone inside, but it's empty. The clothes sway slightly as if touched by a breeze, but there is no breeze. The window is closed. I open the window and look outside. The street below is dark. A few street lamps, a closed store, a parked car. No movement. The air is cold. I close the window again. I sit at the table and pick up one of the letters on the nightstand. The envelope is unsealed. Inside there's a note. It's short. It mentions that we cannot leave until he understands. There's no name signed. Another letter talks about the new guest. that he must see what we left behind. I feel my stomach clench. They're talking about me. I drop the letter on the table. I consider leaving right now, but I'm curious and I feel a strange sense that I can't just walk out. I don't know why. Maybe it's the tone of those voices. They said my name. They know I'm here. I need to understand what's happening. I open the dresser drawers again, searching for clues. I find more letters, all written by different hands, all talking about waiting, staying put, not being able to leave. They mention rooms, hallways, doors that won't open. They mention a need for someone from outside to acknowledge something. They never say what, just that they are stuck. They talk about items, clothes, perfumes, gloves, shoes, their personal possessions. They mention that these things are anchors, that they cannot move on without these objects being recognized. I'm confused, but I keep reading. I find a heavy ledger book behind the folded clothes. The pages are filled with names and room numbers, many names repeated. Some pages have deep scratches over them. Some names are crossed out. I see my name on one of the last pages, written in the same slanted handwriting, followed by a question mark. My heart pounds. I don't know what they want from me. They want me to understand, but understand what? The hallway whispers start again. I can hear them through the door. I decide to step outside. I need to see if anyone is at the front desk. I need to talk to that clerk. I open the door quietly. The hallway is dim. The ceiling lights flicker. I walk slowly, footsteps soft on the carpet. I pass other doors. They all have room numbers, but no sound inside. I reach the elevator. I press the button. Nothing happens. I try the staircase at the end of the hall. The door is locked. I jiggle the handle. It won't budge. I return to the elevator and press the button a few more times. Suddenly I hear a soft hum. The elevator arrives. The door opens. It's empty. I step in and press the lobby button. The elevator rattles down. When the doors open, the lobby is dimly lit. I see the desk. I see the office door behind it. I walk to it and knock. No answer. I try to open it. Locked. I call out. No response. The front door of the hotel, the entrance I came through, is closed. I try to open it. It won't move, as if stuck. I pull harder. Nothing. I feel panic rising. I call out again, louder. I shout. My voice echoes. No one answers. I look around the lobby. I see old chairs, a luggage rack, an umbrella stand. No sign of life. I step behind the front desk and look for a phone or a key box. I find a phone. It has a dial tone. I try to call the local operator. I get static, then nothing. I hang up. I find a drawer with old keys. Many keys, each with a room number. Some are dusty, some look unused. I find the ledger with guest names behind the desk. The last entry is mine. Before that, names I don't recognize. No one else for months. The entries stop making sense after a certain date. They mention guests arriving but never leaving. I hear a whisper behind me. I spin around. No one there. I feel the hair on my arm standing up. I step back into the elevator and ride up to my floor again. The hallway looks unchanged. I try a different approach. I open doors that aren't locked. Most are locked, but room 302 opens. Inside, it's similar to mine. Different items. A hat on the chair. A cane leaning against the wall. Letters scattered on a desk. They say similar things. That they are trapped. That they cannot leave unless someone identifies what they left behind and acknowledges their existence. They say the items tie them to this place. They mention that the visitor must see them, must hold them, must understand that they belong to real people who once stayed here and never moved on. They do not mention death, only that they are stuck in a loop, forced to linger. I try room 306. Locked. Room 308. It opens. Inside, I find more items. Dresses, ribbons, jewelry, more letters. Always the same theme. They need help. They mention that I must speak to them, that I must address them by their names. But I don't know their names. The letters are signed with initials, never full names. The whispers in the hall increase. They sound annoyed. They repeat my name, telling me to return to my room. I walk back to my room and close the door. I face the items inside. I pick up the gloves and hold them. They are cold and stiff. I speak out loud, asking who they belong to. I get no answer. I sit on the bed and say that I see their things. I see their letters. I understand they are stuck here. I say I want to help them. My voice shakes. I feel ridiculous talking to an empty room, but something changes. The light flickers. The closet door creaks. A voice hisses my name again, softer now. I stand up and say that I will try to understand. I pick up one letter and read it aloud. It describes a person waiting in this hotel, not able to leave. It describes them losing track of time, of being forced to remain, as if the hotel itself held them. I say out loud that I acknowledge them. I say I know they were here before me. I pick up each item and hold it. The brush, the shoes, the gloves. I say I see them. I say I know they belong to someone who lived a real life. I say they are not forgotten. The whispers outside grow louder, then fade. I walk to the closet and touch the clothes. They feel dry and old. I say I recognize they were worn by real people. I say I know they are not just decorations. The voices shift. I can't understand their words, but they sound calmer, less threatening. I feel the doorknob vibrate. I step back and watch as the door swings open. The hallway light looks brighter. I look through the peephole again. The blurred figures appear, but this time they don't slide around. They stand still. I open the door and step out. The hallway feels different. The lights are steady. The figures remain blurry, but I sense their attention on me. I say out loud that I'm here to set them free if I can. I tell them I read their letters, I saw their items. I understand they are trapped because no one acknowledges that they once were here. They are bound to these objects, these personal belongings. I return inside and gather all the items into a pile on the bed. The clothes from the closet, the letters, the shoes, the brush, the gloves, the perfume bottles. I pick them up and carry them out into the hallway. I leave them on the floor so the blurred figures can see. I say that I'm returning their possessions to them, that I'm not keeping them locked away. I say that I respect their need to be seen. I don't know what else to do. The figures move closer. I cannot hear footsteps. I feel their presence like a shift in the air. The whispering becomes soft breathing. I watch them reach out, or at least I think they do. Their forms ripple. After a few moments, the items on the floor look different. They look less substantial, almost faded. The letters are blank now. The clothes look colorless. The blur of the figures intensifies and then they vanish. Just like that. No flash of light, no sudden gust of wind. They just disappear. The items remain, but now they look like old rags, ruined scraps. I pick up a piece of cloth. It crumbles in my hand. The letters are empty envelopes, brittle and blank. I feel a weight lift from the air. The hallway seems normal. I can hear a faint hum of something outside, maybe traffic. I walk to the elevator. The button lights up when I press it. The elevator comes, and I ride down to the lobby. The lights there are brighter now. The front door opens without resistance. Outside, the street looks normal. There's a cold breeze and a distant sound of a truck passing by. I look back at the hotel's sign. The lights still flicker, but now I see a reflection of my own face in the glass door. Calm, no longer pale. I walk away from the building, feeling my legs relax. I don't know what those figures were, but they were trapped. They needed someone to see their possessions and understand that they mattered. I don't question it further. I'm just glad I can leave. I head down the street looking for a place that's open, maybe a diner. I want coffee, something hot and normal. I keep walking and don't look back. I pushed the door open and stepped inside with my shoulders tense. I had come to this place because someone told me it sold rare objects. I expected old furniture or maybe strange tools. Instead, I found rows of rooms with shelves behind glass doors and old cabinets. I walked along a narrow hallway lit by a few dim lights. The place smelled like dry wood and dust. It felt quiet. I heard no footsteps, no voices, nothing. I reached the end of a corridor and saw a door slightly open. I decided to look inside. I stepped into the room and saw 3 large musical instruments: a piano, a violin on a wooden stand, and a harp leaning against a low bench. They looked clean. There were no scratches on the piano surface, no worn strings on the violin, no chipped wood on the harp. They looked new, as if nobody had ever touched them. There were thick curtains near the windows, and the floor was dark and shiny. There were no chairs, no other furniture besides a small table against the wall. The table had a few old papers, maybe sheet music, but I did not recognize the notes. The handwriting was strange, uneven. I could not read it well. I closed the door behind me. The latch clicked softly. I stood still and listened. The room had no sound. I did not even hear my own breathing. I tried to clear my throat, and I heard that faintly, so my hearing was fine. The instruments, though, were silent. I approached the piano. I dragged my fingertips across its surface. The wood felt smooth and cold. I pressed one of the keys. It went down without resistance. There was no sound. I pressed another key. Still nothing. I pressed several keys in a row, pressing hard, then pressing softly, but none produced any sound. It was like pressing a key on a piano that had no strings inside. But the lid was closed. I lifted it. The strings were there, perfectly aligned and shiny. I touched a string carefully. It felt tight. I tried plucking it with my fingernail. It vibrated under my touch, but I heard nothing. I stepped back and tried the violin next. I ran a fingertip over its strings. They were tense and felt right. I picked up the bow resting beside it. I drew the bow across a string, pressing down as I had seen violinists do. I had no real skill, but I expected at least a screech. There was no sound at all. It was completely silent. I tried the harp next. I pulled one of its strings. It vibrated, but it produced no sound. I let my hand go limp. I stared at these instruments, all perfect, all silent. While I stood there, I became aware of a quiet melody. It was very faint, but I could hear it. It came from somewhere inside the room or just beyond it. The melody sounded slow and steady. The notes rose and fell. It was pleasant at first, but something about it felt off. My neck hairs stood up. I looked around. The curtains were not still. They moved a bit, shifting as if caught by a light breeze, but I felt no air movement. I closed my eyes and listened. The melody was still there, but I could not find its source. I stepped toward the window and grabbed the curtain. It felt heavy. I held it still for a moment. When I let go, it shifted again, as if pulled by an invisible hand. I looked behind it. The window was closed. There were no cracks. I tried to open the window, but the latch was stuck. I pulled harder, but it would not budge. I tried to open the door I came through. The knob turned, but the door did not move. I pressed my shoulder against it. It felt solid. I said something out loud. I said, "Hello?" My voice sounded weak in my ears. I realized I was whispering. I tried to speak louder. My throat felt tight. I forced the words out. "Is anyone here?" My voice came out in a low tone. It sounded distant. I felt a small panic rising in my chest. The melody grew a bit louder, still soft but more noticeable. I turned around and saw the violin strings moving on their own. They vibrated very slightly but still made no sound. The piano keys began to lower and rise on their own, like someone was playing them. The harp's strings moved. The movements were small, careful, controlled. I saw them work together as if a silent orchestra was playing a piece I could only partially hear. The melody I heard did not match exactly what I saw, but it seemed related. My hands trembled. I backed away until I felt my spine against the wall. I tried to ignore the instruments and focus on something else. I pressed my palms against my face. My breathing was shallow. I could feel sweat forming on my forehead. I tried to speak again, but my voice was weak. It sounded like something pressing on my vocal cords from the inside, preventing me from using my normal volume. I tried yelling, but I only managed a strained whisper. The melody in the background became more unsettling. It was no longer pleasant. It sounded uneven, and the notes dragged on. I could feel something pressing against my mind, as if my own thoughts were getting thinner. I tried to think about why I came here. I could not remember what led me to this house, only that it was known for rare collectibles. I tried to remember the face of the person who told me about it. I could not recall. I clenched my fists and looked at the instruments again. The piano keys moved in a slow pattern, each key pressing down about halfway, then releasing. The violin strings vibrated. The harp's strings trembled. None of these movements produced any sound. Still, the melody persisted, coming from somewhere else, nowhere I could see. I walked around the piano looking for hidden speakers or devices. I looked under it, checked its sides, tried to lift the lid again. Nothing explained the silent motion of the keys. The violin floated slightly above its stand. It wobbled as if held by an invisible hand. My chest tightened. I realized I could not feel my heartbeat clearly. My arms felt weak. I tried flexing my fingers. They responded slowly. I tried pinching my thigh to see if I was asleep or unconscious. I felt pain, so I was awake. I tried focusing on the details of the room. The floor was wood, polished well. The walls were painted a dull white. There were no paintings or mirrors. The only furniture in the room was the piano, the violin stand, the harp, and the small table with the papers. I grabbed one of the papers to see if it could tell me something. The notes on it were drawn by hand, but not in any standard musical format I knew. The lines were uneven. There were strange marks, shapes that did not resemble musical notes I recognized. I dropped the paper and heard it rustle as it hit the floor. That sound was clear. So inanimate objects could make noise. Yet the instruments were silent. This made no sense to me. The melody in the background became clearer. I could pick out a pattern. It repeated a phrase of about 7 or 8 notes, then paused for a moment, then repeated again. Each repetition sounded more intrusive. I tried humming to break the silence. My voice came out as a faint hiss. I tried stomping my foot on the ground. I heard a dull thump. That worked, so I could still make sound with my body. I clapped my hands. That produced a soft sound, weaker than normal, but audible. I tried speaking again. "I want to leave," I said. The words came out slow and I needed to push them out. It felt like something was grabbing my throat from inside. I approached the violin and tried to grab it. It jerked away from my hand. I stepped back and tried the harp. Its strings moved as I reached for them, pulling away without anyone visible there. I tried the piano keys again, pressing them down as hard as I could. I even tried to hit them. My knuckles impacted the keys with a dull sound of wood against bone. I felt pain in my hand, but no musical note came out. The melody in the background became louder in my head. It sounded sweet and calm, but I knew it was not calm. I felt unsettled. I felt as if I could not trust my own thoughts. I decided to leave this room no matter what. I walked to the door and tried the handle again. It turned, but the door seemed blocked. I pressed my shoulder against it and shoved. My shoes squeaked on the floor. The door rattled but did not open. I tried kicking it near the bottom. I heard a thud. The door did not budge. I moved to the window and tried pulling the latch again. I used both hands. My arms strained. The latch bent slightly but did not open. I tried punching the glass. My fist hit it. I felt pain, but the glass did not crack. It felt sturdier than normal glass. I looked around for something heavy. The harp was large, but I did not want to touch it after what I saw. The piano was too big to move. The violin stand was small, just a piece of wood. I picked it up and tried hitting the glass with it. It made a hollow sound, not enough to break anything. I threw it at the door. It bounced off and clattered to the floor. The sound of it hitting the floor was soft, but at least normal. I stood still for a moment, breathing heavily. My neck felt stiff. My tongue felt thick. My ears rang slightly, but I could still hear that melody. The curtains kept shifting. I tried to see if there was any gap in the floorboards or ceiling. I found nothing. I tried pressing my ear against the wall. I heard nothing but that repeating melody inside my head. I tried walking around the room, feeling the walls with my hands, looking for a hidden door or a panel. After a few minutes, I found nothing. The instruments kept moving without sound. The piano keys pressed down in a slow pattern. The violin strings twitched. The harp strings tightened and relaxed. I realized my legs felt weak. I leaned against the wall and closed my eyes. I focused on breathing, in through my nose, out through my mouth. I could smell my own sweat now. My shirt stuck to my back. I rubbed my temples and tried to think of a way out. I considered breaking the piano. Maybe if I could rip out a piece of it, I could use it as a tool to pry open the door. I moved toward the piano again and tried lifting the lid higher. It resisted. I pulled harder. The wood did not crack. I tried kicking the piano legs. My foot hurt. I yanked at the violin stand on the ground and tried wedging it between the door and the frame. The stand bent but did not open the door. The melody seemed to slow down. The notes stretched longer and each pause felt heavier. I noticed my thoughts were not stable. I could not remember why I wanted to leave this room. I knew I had to, but the reason felt distant. My throat felt swollen. I tried to talk to myself. "I need to get out of here," I said. My voice came out muffled. I sounded like I was talking through a thick scarf. I slapped my own face, feeling the sting on my cheek. That was loud enough. The instruments never made a sound. They only moved. I decided to ignore the instruments. I focused on the door again. I crouched down and looked at the gap under the door. I saw dim light on the other side. I pressed my fingers into the gap and tried to pull. I could not get a grip. I stood up and backed away. I ran at the door and slammed my shoulder into it. Pain shot down my arm. I tried again. The door rattled. I tried a third time. Something cracked. I pushed again. The latch gave way a bit. I pressed harder, using my legs and body weight. The door creaked. I pushed again, harder this time. My muscles burned. The door opened slightly, enough for me to squeeze my arm through. I felt a smooth wall outside. I pulled my arm back and tried pushing the door inward. It gave another inch. I kept pushing until I could fit one shoulder through. I pressed my head through the gap, my neck scraping against the wood. I could see the hallway. There was no one there. I forced my whole body through the gap, bruising my chest and hips. I stumbled into the hallway and landed on my knees. I looked back at the door. It slammed shut behind me. I could still hear the melody faintly, but now it seemed quieter. I stood up and ran down the hallway. I did not look back. I tried a side door. It opened into a room with shelves of old clocks. I saw no one. The clocks were silent, and all their hands moved backward. I ignored them and tried another door. Finally, I reached the front of the house. The main door was unlocked. I stepped outside and closed it behind me. I stood on the sidewalk and looked around. The street was empty. I could see cars parked along the curb and a street lamp flickering. I took deep breaths. The melody was still in my head, but weaker now. I tried speaking. "Hello?" I said. My voice sounded normal again. My throat hurt, but I could speak at full volume. I turned around and looked at the house. The windows were dark. I could not see the instruments. I wiped sweat from my face and started walking. I did not feel safe until I reached the corner and turned onto another street. My legs were shaky and my hands trembled. I tried to think of what happened back there, but I could not form any explanation. I kept walking until I saw other people and heard the sound of cars passing by. My chest still felt tight, but I was no longer trapped. I tried not to think about that place again. I just wanted to go home. The attic door wasn't supposed to be open. I froze at the top of the stairs, my heart pounding in my chest. The sliver of darkness peeking through the gap seemed to taunt me, daring me to investigate. I'd been house-sitting for the Andersons for 3 days now, and I was certain I'd never seen that door open before. "Hello?" I called out, my voice echoing in the empty hallway. No response, just the faint creaking of the old house settling around me. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my nerves. It's probably nothing, I told myself. Maybe the door just wasn't latched properly and had swung open on its own. I glanced at my phone. 11:47 p.m. Way too late to be dealing with this, but I knew I wouldn't be able to sleep if I didn't check it out. I grabbed the nearest weapon-like object I could find, a heavy brass candlestick from the hallway table, and slowly approached the attic door. The floorboards creaked under my feet, each step feeling like an eternity. As I got closer, I noticed something odd about the gap in the doorway. It wasn't just darkness I was seeing. There was movement. Subtle, almost imperceptible, but definitely there. Like something was shifting just out of sight. My palms were sweaty on the candlestick as I reached for the door handle. I hesitated for a moment, then steeled myself and pulled it open in one quick motion. The hinges groaned, and a wave of musty air washed over me. I fumbled for the light switch, my fingers trembling. Click. Nothing happened. Of course the bulb would be burnt out. Just my luck. I pulled out my phone and turned on the flashlight, sweeping the beam across the attic. Dust motes danced in the light, stirred up by the open door. Old furniture and boxes cast long shadows, creating a maze of dark shapes. Everything looked normal, exactly as it should in a rarely used attic space. But then I heard it, a soft thump, like something being set down carefully, coming from the far corner of the room. "Is someone there?" I called out, my voice cracking slightly. "I'm armed, and I've called the police." A lie, but hopefully convincing enough to scare off any intruder. No response. Just another soft thump. Closer this time. I took a tentative step into the attic, my phone held out in front of me like a shield. The beam of light darted from shadow to shadow, revealing nothing but more dusty storage. My heart was racing so fast I could feel it in my throat. Another thump, definitely closer, and then whispers. So faint I almost thought I was imagining it, but unmistakably there. A low, rapid muttering in a language I couldn't understand. I spun around, trying to locate the source of the sound. "Who's there? Show yourself." The whispering stopped abruptly. For a moment, there was complete silence. Then, a floorboard creaked directly behind me. I whirled around, swinging the candlestick wildly. It connected with something solid, and I heard a muffled grunt of pain. My phone clattered to the floor, the light spinning crazily across the room. In the flashing beam, I caught glimpses of a figure, tall, unnaturally thin, with limbs that seemed too long for its body. Its skin was pale, almost translucent, stretched tight over sharp bones. And its eyes, God, its eyes were huge, black, and utterly inhuman. I screamed and stumbled backward, tripping over a box and falling hard. The creature loomed over me, its mouth opening to reveal rows of needle-like teeth. The whispering started again, louder now, filling my head with its alien cadence. I scrambled to my feet and ran for the door, not daring to look back. I could hear it moving behind me, its footsteps unnaturally quick and light. I slammed the attic door shut and fumbled with the lock, my hands shaking so badly I could barely manage it. Just as the lock clicked into place, something heavy thudded against the other side of the door. The wood bulged outward, as if struck by a battering ram. I stumbled back, watching in horror as the door shuddered under repeated blows. I turned and fled down the stairs, taking them two at a time. I could hear the attic door splintering behind me, the creature's inhuman shrieks echoing through the house. I ran for the front door, yanking it open and bursting out into the cool night air. I didn't stop running until I reached my car, parked at the curb. I fumbled with my keys, glancing back at the house. There, in the upstairs window, I saw a pale face watching me. Those black eyes locked onto mine for a moment, and then it was gone, melting back into the shadows. I got my car started and peeled away from the curb, tires squealing. I drove aimlessly for hours, too terrified to go back to my own apartment. What if it followed me? What if there were more of them? As the adrenaline wore off, I began to doubt myself. Had I really seen what I thought I saw? Maybe it was just an oddly shaped shadow, my imagination running wild in the dark. But deep down, I knew the truth. I had seen something in that attic, something that shouldn't exist. I finally pulled into a 24-hour diner parking lot as the sun was starting to rise. My hands were still shaking as I took out my phone to call the Andersons. How was I going to explain this to them? As I scrolled through my contacts, a text message popped up. It was from an unknown number, sent just a few minutes ago. My blood ran cold as I read it. "We're waiting for you. Come back soon." Attached was a photo of the inside of my apartment. In the corner, barely visible, was a tall, thin silhouette with glowing eyes. I dropped my phone, my mind reeling. They knew where I lived. They were in my home. Where could I go? What could I do? As panic threatened to overwhelm me, I forced myself to think rationally. I needed help, but who would believe me? The police. They'd think I was crazy or on drugs. My friends would probably react the same way. I sat in my car for a long time, watching the sun climb higher in the sky. The diner started to fill up with the breakfast crowd, normal people going about their normal lives. They had no idea about the horrors that lurked in the shadows, the things that defied explanation. Finally, I made a decision. I couldn't run forever, and I couldn't let these things terrorize others. I had to go back, to face whatever was waiting for me. But I wouldn't go unprepared. I drove to the nearest hardware store and bought everything I thought might be useful. Flashlights, batteries, a heavy-duty padlock, and yes, even some religious symbols. I didn't know if they would work, but I figured it couldn't hurt. As I loaded my purchases into the car, I caught a glimpse of something in my rearview mirror. A tall, thin figure standing across the street, partially hidden behind a tree. I blinked, and it was gone, but I knew it had been there, watching me. I took a deep breath and started the car. It was time to go back to the Andersons' house, time to face whatever was waiting in that attic. I didn't know if I would survive the encounter, but I knew I had to try, because if I didn't, who would? How many others might fall victim to these creatures? As I drove, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every shadow seemed to hide a lurking threat. Every unexpected movement made me flinch. But beneath the fear, a steely determination was growing. I may not have asked for this, but I was the one who had seen them, the one who knew they existed, and that made it my responsibility to do something about it. I pulled up in front of the Andersons' house, my car loaded with makeshift weapons and defenses. The house looked perfectly normal in the bright sunlight, but I knew the evil that lurked inside. As I got out of the car, I saw movement in the attic window. A pale face, those black eyes staring down at me. It knew I was here. It was waiting for me. I grabbed my supplies and walked towards the front door, my heart pounding but my resolve firm. Whatever happened next, I was done running. It was time to face the darkness, to shine a light on the horrors hiding in the shadows. I put the key in the lock and turned it, the click seeming impossibly loud in the quiet suburban street. As I pushed the door open, I heard that familiar whisper start up again, coming from upstairs. "I'm here," I called out, my voice steady despite my fear. "Let's finish this." I stepped inside, closing the door behind me. Whatever waited for me in that attic, I was ready to face it. The real horror, I realized, wasn't the unknown creatures lurking in the dark. It was the thought of letting them continue to exist unchallenged, free to terrorize others. As I climbed the stairs, candlestick in one hand and flashlight in the other, I knew one thing for certain. After tonight, nothing would ever be the same again. The forest had eyes, and they were all fixed on me. I'd been hiking for hours, pushing myself to reach the summit before nightfall. But as the sun dipped below the tree line, casting long shadows across the unfamiliar trail, I realized I'd made a terrible mistake. The map I'd so confidently memorized that morning now seemed like a cruel joke, each bend in the path leading me further from my intended destination. The first tendrils of panic began to creep in as darkness fell. The chirping of birds gave way to the eerie hoots of owls and the rustling of unseen creatures in the underbrush. My headlamp, once a beacon of security, now only served to create grotesque shadows that danced at the edge of my vision. I stumbled on, my legs aching and my breath coming in ragged gasps. The cool mountain air that had been so refreshing earlier now chilled me to the bone. I pulled my jacket tighter, wishing I'd packed more than a light windbreaker and a few granola bars. Just as I was about to give up hope and resign myself to a night huddled beneath a tree, I saw it. A flicker of light in the distance, steady and warm. A cabin. Relief flooded through me, temporarily washing away my exhaustion. I pushed forward with renewed energy, my eyes fixed on that promise of shelter. As I drew closer, details began to emerge. It was a small, rustic structure, the kind you might expect to find deep in the wilderness. The windows were dark save for one, which emitted a soft, flickering glow. Candlelight, perhaps. I approached cautiously, suddenly aware that I was about to intrude on someone's private space. But surely, I reasoned, anyone living this far out in the woods would understand the plight of a lost hiker. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the quiet forest. No response. I tried again, louder this time. Still nothing. I climbed the creaky wooden steps to the porch, leaves crunching beneath my feet. The floorboards groaned under my weight, and I winced at each sound. I raised my hand to knock on the door, but something made me hesitate. A feeling, deep in my gut, that something wasn't quite right. I pushed the feeling aside and rapped my knuckles against the weathered wood. The sound echoed hollowly, and I realized the door wasn't fully closed. It swung open slightly at my touch, revealing a sliver of the interior. "Hello?" I called again, softer this time. "I'm sorry to intrude, but I'm lost. I was hoping I could use your phone, or maybe get directions." Silence greeted me. The rational part of my brain told me to turn around, to take my chances in the woods rather than enter a stranger's home uninvited. But exhaustion and desperation won out. I pushed the door open wider and stepped inside. The cabin was sparsely furnished, with a small kitchenette to my left and a living area directly ahead. A fire burned low in a stone fireplace, casting dancing shadows on the walls. It looked cozy, lived in. But there was something off about it that I couldn't quite put my finger on. I moved further into the room, my eyes adjusting to the dim light. That's when I noticed the first oddity. The walls were covered in photographs, hundreds of them, maybe thousands, overlapping and haphazardly tacked up. In the flickering firelight, it took me a moment to realize what I was seeing. They were all pictures of people hiking, men, women, young, old. A diverse array of smiling faces posing on trails, next to waterfalls, atop mountain peaks. But as I looked closer, my blood ran cold. In each photo, barely noticeable unless you were looking for it, was a dark figure lurking in the background, sometimes partially hidden behind a tree, sometimes a mere shadow at the edge of the frame, but always there, always watching. I stumbled back, my heart racing. This wasn't right. None of this was right. I turned to leave, but something on the kitchen counter caught my eye. A pile of wallets and cell phones, some looking new, others weather-worn and aged. With trembling hands, I picked up the nearest phone and pressed the power button. The screen flickered to life, revealing a lock screen photo of a young woman smiling brightly. The date in the corner read, May 15th, 2021, over 2 years ago. A floorboard creaked behind me. I whirled around, dropping the phone in my panic. There, silhouetted in the doorway of what I assumed was a bedroom, stood a figure, tall, unnaturally thin, with limbs that seemed too long for its body. It didn't move, didn't speak, just stood there, watching me with eyes that reflected the firelight like an animal's. For a moment, neither of us moved. Then, slowly, deliberately, it took a step forward. I ran. I burst out of the cabin, nearly falling down the porch steps in my haste. I didn't look back, didn't slow down. I just ran, crashing through the underbrush, branches whipping at my face and arms. My lungs burned, my legs screamed in protest, but terror kept me moving. I don't know how long I ran. It could have been minutes or hours. All I know is that eventually, I collapsed, my body simply unable to go any further. I lay there on the forest floor, gasping for air, leaves and twigs digging into my skin. As my panic slowly subsided, replaced by bone-deep exhaustion, I became aware of my surroundings again. The forest was quiet, too quiet. No owls, no rustling leaves, no scurrying creatures, just an oppressive, unnatural silence. I pushed myself up to a sitting position, wincing at the various aches and pains making themselves known. My headlamp had been lost somewhere in my frantic flight, leaving me in near total darkness. The trees loomed around me, their branches reaching out like grasping fingers. I fumbled for my phone, praying for a signal, for some way to call for help. The screen lit up, momentarily blinding me. No service, of course. But as my eyes adjusted, I noticed something that made my heart skip a beat. The wallpaper on my phone had changed. Instead of the default nature scene I usually had, it now showed a photo of me, taken from behind as I hiked earlier that day. And there, in the background, barely visible among the trees, was a dark, elongated figure. I dropped the phone as if it had burned me, scrambling backward until my back hit a tree. This couldn't be happening. It wasn't possible. I squeezed my eyes shut, willing myself to wake up from this nightmare. When I opened them again, nothing had changed. The dark forest still surrounded me, filled with unseen threats. And now, in the distance, I could hear something. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, coming closer. I wanted to run again, but my body refused to cooperate. I was spent, utterly drained. All I could do was press myself against the tree and pray that whatever was out there wouldn't find me. The footsteps grew louder, accompanied now by the sound of branches snapping. It was close, so close. I held my breath, trying to make myself as small and quiet as possible. A twig snapped right next to me. I looked up, my eyes straining in the darkness. At first, I saw nothing. Then, slowly, a shape began to resolve itself. Tall, impossibly tall, with limbs that seemed to stretch and bend in ways that defied anatomy. Its face, if you could call it that, was featureless save for two gleaming points of light where eyes should be. It stood there, motionless, staring down at me. I waited for it to attack, to finish what it had started back at the cabin. But it didn't move. It just watched. After what felt like an eternity, it slowly raised one long, spindly arm. In its hand, it held something out to me. My headlamp. With shaking hands, I reached out and took it. The moment my fingers touched the plastic, the creature vanished. 1 second it was there, the next, gone, as if it had never existed. I sat there for a long time, clutching my headlamp like a lifeline, too scared to move, too tired to think. As the first light of dawn began to filter through the trees, I finally found the strength to stand. I walked for hours, my legs moving mechanically, my mind a blank. When I finally emerged from the tree line onto a paved road, I felt no relief. Just a deep, lingering sense of wrongness that I knew would never fully leave me. A passing motorist eventually picked me up, concerned by my disheveled appearance and vacant stare. They took me to the nearest ranger station, where I mumbled something about getting lost. I couldn't bring myself to tell them the truth. Who would believe me? As I sat in the warm, brightly lit station, waiting for my emergency contact to arrive, I caught a glimpse of movement outside the window. Just for a second, I saw it. A tall, dark figure standing at the edge of the trees, watching me with gleaming eyes. I blinked, and it was gone. But I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my core, that it wasn't over. Whatever I had encountered in those woods, whatever lived in that cabin, it wasn't done with me. And someday, somehow, I would have to face it again. The last customer should have left an hour ago, but I could still hear footsteps in the dark aisles of the bookstore. I'd been working at midnight pages for almost a year now, and the late shift had become second nature to me. As a college student, the quiet hours from 8 p.m. to midnight were perfect for catching up on homework between the occasional customer. Tonight, though, something felt off. It started with a man who came in just before closing. Tall, thin, with a face that seemed oddly forgettable. He nodded at me as he passed the counter, then disappeared into the maze of shelves. I thought nothing of it at first. We often had last-minute browsers, and I was used to gently reminding them of our closing time. But as 11:30 rolled around and I began my usual closing routine, I realized I hadn't seen him leave. "Excuse me, sir," I called out, my voice echoing in the cavernous space. "We'll be closing in 30 minutes. No response. I frowned, setting down the stack of returns I'd been organizing. The store wasn't that big. 2 floors, sure, but nothing someone could get lost in. I walked through the aisles of the ground floor, peering down each one. Romance, mystery, sci-fi, all empty. "Sir," I tried again, louder this time. "I'm sorry, but you'll need to make your purchases soon. We close at midnight." Still nothing. Just the soft hum of the fluorescent lights overhead and the faint ticking of the large clock above the information desk. I climbed the stairs to the second floor, my footsteps unnaturally loud on the old wood. History, biography, travel, all deserted. A chill ran down my spine as I realized I was alone in the store, or at least I should have been, but I could have sworn I heard the soft rustle of pages being turned, coming from somewhere behind me. I spun around, heart racing. "Hello? Is anyone there?" Silence greeted me, but as I stood there, straining my ears, I heard it again. The unmistakable sound of a book being pulled from a shelf, followed by the whisper of pages. "This isn't funny," I called out, trying to keep the tremor out of my voice. "We're closed. You need to leave now." I made my way back downstairs, my eyes darting to every shadow, every dark corner. The clock read 11:50, 10 minutes until closing, and then I could lock up and get out of here. I returned to the counter, my hands shaking slightly as I counted out the register. Every few seconds, I'd pause, listening intently. There it was again. Footsteps, soft but distinct, moving between the aisles. 11:55. 5 minutes to go. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, of eyes following my every move from the darkness of the store. I grabbed my phone, ready to call campus security, but as I looked at the screen, my blood ran cold. No signal. That was impossible. We always had reception in here. I'd spent countless hours texting friends and scrolling through social media during slow shifts. But now, when I needed it most, nothing. The lights flickered, and for a heart-stopping moment I thought they might go out entirely. They steadied, but seemed dimmer somehow, casting long shadows across the store. 11:59. 1 minute left. I could do this. Just 60 more seconds, and I'd be out of here. I grabbed my keys, ready to make a dash for the door the moment the clock struck midnight, and then I heard it. A voice, low and raspy, coming from directly behind me. "Excuse me, miss, I'm ready to check out now." I whirled around, a scream catching in my throat. There he was, the man from earlier, standing at the counter as if he'd been there all along. In his hands was a large, leather-bound book I didn't recognize from our inventory. I'm sorry, sir, but we're closed. I managed to stammer out. You'll have to come back tomorrow. He smiled, and something about that smile made my skin crawl. It was too wide, too many teeth. Oh, I'm afraid that won't be possible. You see, I've been waiting a very long time for this particular volume. He placed the book on the counter, and I couldn't help but look down at it. The cover was blank. No title, no author, just smooth black leather that seemed to absorb the light around it. This isn't I said, finding a shred of courage. I can't sell you something that isn't in our inventory. His smile widened impossibly further. Oh, but it is. It's been here all along, waiting for the right reader, and now it's found one. I blinked, and in that split second, he was gone. The book remained on the counter, a dark presence that seemed to pulse with its own energy. The lights went out. I fumbled for my phone, using its faint glow to illuminate the space around me. The store had changed. The familiar aisles were gone, replaced by towering shelves that stretched up into darkness. Books floated off the shelves, their pages fluttering like wings, and everywhere I looked, I saw eyes, watching, waiting, hungry. I ran, through twisted corridors of books, past whispering shadows and grasping tendrils of darkness. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs ached, but no matter how far I went, I couldn't find the exit. I don't know how long I ran. Hours, days, maybe even years. Time had no meaning in this place, but eventually, I found myself back at the counter where it all began. The book was still there, waiting. With trembling hands, I reached out and opened it. The pages were blank, but as I watched, words began to appear. My story, my life, written out in flowing script, and at the end, a choice. Stay and become part of the store's collection, a living book, full of stories and experiences for others to read, or leave, but take the knowledge of this place with me. Never again to find peace in the written word, always wondering if the next book I opened might pull me back in. I made my choice. The next morning, a young woman arrived to open the store. She found everything as it should be, shelves neatly organized, floors clean, register balanced. If she noticed the new employee behind the counter, a quiet girl with haunted eyes who seemed to know the location of every book without checking the computer, she didn't mention it. And if sometimes, late at night when the store was empty, she heard the sound of pages turning or footsteps in the aisles, well, that was just part of working in an old bookstore, wasn't it? But you, dear reader, now you know the truth. So the next time you're browsing in a bookstore late at night, and you feel eyes watching you from the shadows, remember my tale. And whatever you do, don't open any books you don't recognize. Because once you start reading, you might never stop. The store is always looking for new stories, new experiences to add to its collection, and it's very, very patient. I should know. I've been here for a long time now, watching, waiting for the right reader. Maybe it's you. Maybe you're the one I've been waiting for all these years. So tell me, are you ready to check out? The book is waiting. All you have to do is open it. But remember, once you start reading, there's no guarantee you'll ever be able to close the book again. The choice is yours. Choose wisely. The basement door shouldn't have been locked. We owned every inch of this house, or so we thought. When Sarah and I bought the old Victorian on Maple Street, we thought we'd struck gold. A beautiful, spacious home at a price that seemed too good to be true. The real estate agent had gushed about its character and history, but glossed over the fact that it had been on the market for nearly 2 years. We were too excited about our first home to ask why. The first few weeks were a whirlwind of unpacking, painting, and settling in. It wasn't until about a month after moving in that I noticed the door. It was tucked away in a corner of the basement, behind some old shelving units left by the previous owners. At first, I thought it was just a closet or maybe access to the house's ancient plumbing, but when I tried the handle, it wouldn't budge. "Hey, Sarah," I called upstairs. "Do you know anything about a locked door in the basement?" Her footsteps creaked on the floor above, then down the stairs. "What locked door?" she asked, peering around me at the weathered wood. I jiggled the handle again, demonstrating its immobility. "This one. It's not on any of the house plans we got." Sarah frowned, her excitement at a potential secret room quickly replaced by concern. "That's odd. Shouldn't we have keys to everything?" We spent the next hour searching through the jumble of keys the previous owners had left us, but none of them fit the old-fashioned lock. Sarah suggested calling a locksmith, but something held me back. A nagging feeling that maybe this door was locked for a reason. "Let's ask the neighbors first," I said. "Maybe they know something about it." But our neighbors, an elderly couple who'd lived on the street for decades, just shook their heads when we asked. "Never heard of any locked room in that old house," Mr. Johnson said, his roomy eyes narrowing suspiciously. "Best leave well enough alone, if you ask me." His wife nodded in agreement, adding cryptically, "Some doors are meant to stay closed." Their reaction only fueled our curiosity. Over the next few weeks, the locked door became an obsession. We researched the history of the house, pored over old city records, even contacted the previous owners, but no one seemed to know anything about a locked room in the basement. Finally, unable to resist any longer, I bought a set of lockpicks. "Just to see what's inside," I assured Sarah, who looked uneasy. "We own this house. We have a right to know what's in every room." It took me nearly an hour of fumbling with the picks before I heard the satisfying click of the lock giving way. Sarah and I exchanged a look of excitement tinged with apprehension. Slowly, I turned the handle and pushed the door open. The smell hit us first, musty, damp, with an underlying sweetness that made my stomach turn. As our eyes adjusted to the darkness, shapes began to emerge. Shelves lined the walls, filled with jars of murky liquid. In the center of the room stood a large table, its surface stained dark. "What is this place?" Sarah whispered, her hand gripping my arm tightly. I fumbled for the light switch, dreading what we might see in full illumination. The single bulb flickered to life, casting a sickly yellow glow over the room. The jars on the shelves were filled with things, organic matter suspended in cloudy fluid. Some looked like organs, others like twisted limbs or malformed creatures. Labels and faded handwriting adorned each jar, bearing dates and cryptic notations. But it was the table that drew our attention. The dark stains resolved into intricate patterns, symbols and diagrams etched into the wood with what looked horribly like dried blood. And at the center of the table, a book, large and bound in what appeared to be human skin. The book seemed to pulse with a life of its own. I approached it cautiously, drawn by a morbid fascination. As I reached out to touch it, Sarah grabbed my wrist. "Don't," she said, her voice trembling, "and we need to close this door and forget we ever saw this." But it was too late. My fingers brushed the cover of the book, and a jolt of energy surged through me. The room began to spin, the jars rattling on their shelves. Sarah's scream seemed to come from far away as darkness engulfed me. I woke up in our bed, sunlight streaming through the windows. For a moment, I thought it had all been a nightmare. Then I saw Sarah's face, pale and drawn. "You've been out for 2 days," she said quietly. I closed the door, locked it again. I tried to sit up, but a wave of dizziness forced me back down. "What happened?" "The book." Sarah shook her head. "I don't know. But strange things have been happening since you touched it. The lights flicker. I hear whispers in empty rooms. And last night..." She trailed off, her eyes filling with tears. "What?" I pressed. "What happened last night?" She took a deep breath. "I saw something. In the mirror. It wasn't..." It wasn't me looking back. Over the next few weeks, the incidents escalated. Objects moved on their own. Dark shadows flitted at the edge of our vision, and always, the feeling of being watched. We tried to ignore it, to go about our lives as if nothing had changed. But we couldn't escape the growing sense of dread, the knowledge that we had unleashed something by opening that door. One night, I woke to find Sarah's side of the bed empty. A noise from downstairs drew me out of the bedroom. As I descended the stairs, I saw a light coming from the open basement door. "Sarah," I called out, my voice echoing in the quiet house. No response. With mounting fear, I made my way down to the basement. The door to the hidden room stood open, warm light spilling out. And there was Sarah, standing at the table, the book open before her. "Sarah, don't," I started to say, but she turned to look at me, and the words died in my throat. Her eyes were completely black, her face twisted into an inhuman grin. When she spoke, it wasn't her voice that came out, but a chorus of whispers. "We've been waiting for you." The thing that wasn't Sarah said, "It's time to complete the ritual." I tried to run, but my feet wouldn't move. The shadows in the room seemed to come alive, wrapping around me, pulling me towards the table. I struggled, but it was useless. As I was forced closer to the book, I saw the pages were filled with writing in a language I didn't recognize, accompanied by disturbing illustrations. The whispers grew louder, filling my head with promises of power and knowledge beyond my wildest dreams. For a moment, I was tempted. The secrets of the universe laid out before me. All I had to do was give in, accept the darkness. But then I thought of Sarah, the real Sarah, and the life we had planned together. With every ounce of willpower I possessed, I wrenched myself away from the table. The thing wearing Sarah's face snarled, lunging at me. I ducked, causing it to crash into the shelves. Jars shattered, spilling their horrific contents across the floor. In the chaos, I managed to grab the book and run. Up the stairs, through the house, out into the cool night air. Behind me, I could hear inhuman shrieks of rage. I ran until my lungs burned, finally collapsing on the steps of the local church. As I sat there, gasping for breath, I looked down at the book in my hands. It had to be destroyed. But how? The answer came to me as I heard police sirens in the distance, no doubt responding to the disturbance at our house. I waited until I saw the flashing lights, then approached an officer. "I need to report a crime," I said, my voice shaking. "And I need you to destroy this book. Burn it, shred it, I don't care. Just make sure nothing of it remains." The officer looked at me skeptically, but took the book. As soon as it left my hands, I felt a weight lift from my shoulders. I told them everything, or at least a version of events that wouldn't get me committed to a psychiatric ward. A cult operating out of our basement. Sarah, brainwashed and dangerous. The book, full of their sick ideology. They found Sarah in the basement, confused and with no memory of what had happened. The room was a mess of broken glass and spilled chemicals, but the table and its disturbing etchings were gone, as if they had never existed. We sold the house as soon as we could, moving far away from Maple Street and its secrets. Sarah and I never speak of that night, but sometimes I catch her staring into mirrors with a look of fear in her eyes. And on quiet nights, when the wind is just right, I swear I can still hear whispers calling me back to that room, to the knowledge I almost embraced. Some doors, I've learned, are meant to stay locked, and some secrets are better left buried, no matter how tempting they might be. But late at night, in my darkest moments, I wonder, did we really escape? Or are we just living on borrowed time, waiting for the darkness to find us again? I pray we never have to find out. The headlights behind me hadn't blinked for the last 20 miles. At first, I thought it was just another late-night traveler on the lonely stretch of highway, but as I took turn after turn, the persistent glow in my rearview mirror began to feel less like coincidence and more like pursuit. I'd left work later than usual, the hands of the clock creeping past midnight by the time I finally shut down my computer. The office had been empty, save for the quiet hum of the cleaning crew's vacuum in the distance. I remember thinking how nice it would be to crawl into bed, to let the stress of the day melt away. Now, as I gripped the steering wheel with white-knuckled hands, sleep was the furthest thing from my mind. The car behind me was nondescript, a sedan, dark in color, though the exact shade was impossible to determine in the inky blackness of the night. Its high beams cut through the darkness, illuminating the road ahead of me almost as clearly as my own headlights. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe they were just heading in the same direction. Maybe they were lost and following me in hopes I'd lead them to civilization. But each explanation felt flimsier than the last, especially as I deviated from my usual route home. Left turn onto Maple Street. The car followed, right onto Oak Avenue. Still there. A quick jog onto a side street I'd never taken before. The headlights remained steadfast in my mirror. My heart raced, pounding so loudly I could hear it over the radio I'd turned on in a futile attempt to calm my nerves. I reached for my phone, intending to call 911, but hesitated. What would I say? "Hello, officer. A car is driving behind me." They'd laugh me off the line. I decided to test my pursuer. There was a 24-hour grocery store about a mile ahead. I'd pull in there, park, and see what they did. If they followed me in, I could run inside where there were people and cameras. If they drove past, well, then I'd feel foolish, but at least I'd be safe. As the store's neon sign came into view, I flicked on my turn signal. The car behind me did the same. My mouth went dry. I pulled into the parking lot, choosing a spot near the front entrance. The other car slowed as it approached the turn, and for a moment I dared to hope they would continue past. But then, with agonizing deliberation, it too turned into the lot. I killed the engine, but didn't get out. Through my side mirror, I watched as the other car circled the lot once, twice, 3 times. On the 4th pass, it pulled into a spot 2 rows behind me, angled so that its headlights were aimed directly at my car. The engine cut off, but the lights remained on, bathing my car in harsh white light. I squinted, trying to make out any details of the driver, but the glare made it impossible. Minutes ticked by. Neither of us moved. The store's automatic doors slid open, and an employee stepped out for a smoke break. I saw my chance. In one fluid motion, I flung open my car door and sprinted towards the store. "Help!" I called out to the startled employee. "Someone's following me." The young man's eyes widened, and he quickly ushered me inside, locking the door behind us. "Are you okay? Should I call the police?" I nodded, grateful for his quick thinking. As he reached for the phone behind the counter, I turned to look out the large front windows. The car was gone. My pursuer had vanished as quickly and mysteriously as they had appeared. The employee, his name tag read Chris, handed me a bottle of water and asked me to describe what happened. As I recounted the events of the last hour, doubt began to creep in. Had I overreacted? Was it all in my head? The police arrived about 15 minutes later. They took my statement, reviewed the store's security footage, which showed a dark sedan circling the lot before speeding away, and offered to escort me home. I gratefully accepted. As we pulled out of the parking lot, the officer in the lead car, me following close behind, and a second patrol car bringing up the rear, I felt safe for the first time in hours. The familiar streets of my neighborhood came into view, and I let out a sigh of relief. Home. Safety. The officers did a quick sweep of my house before giving me the all-clear. They promised to increase patrols in the area for the next few nights and left me with a card to call if I noticed anything suspicious. I locked the door behind them, double-checked every window, and finally allowed myself to relax. It was over. I was safe. As I went through my nightly routine, washing my face, brushing my teeth, I tried to make sense of what had happened. Who was in that car? What did they want? Would they be back? I crawled into bed, exhaustion finally overtaking my frayed nerves. Just as I was about to drift off, a notification chirp from my phone jolted me awake. It was a text message from an unknown number. Sweet dreams. See you tomorrow. Sleep didn't come easily that night, or any night after. The next day, I called in sick to work. I couldn't bear the thought of leaving the house, of being out on those dark roads again. I spent the day jumping at every sound, peeking through the curtains at the slightest noise outside. The police came by to follow up, but they had no leads. The security footage from the store wasn't clear enough to get a license plate number. They advised me to stay vigilant, to vary my routines, and to call immediately if I saw the car again. Days passed, then weeks. Slowly, life began to return to normal. I went back to work, though I made sure to leave before dark. I installed a security system, got to know my neighbors better, even adopted a large dog from the local shelter. But the fear never fully went away. Every time I got in my car, I found myself obsessively checking the rearview mirror. Every pair of headlights in the distance made my heart race. And then, just as I was starting to think it had all been some bizarre or isolated incident, it happened again. It was a Friday night. I'd stayed late at work again, promising myself it would be the last time. As I pulled out of the parking garage, I immediately noticed the car. Same make, same model, same dark color that seemed to absorb the light around it. This time, I didn't hesitate. I called 911 as I drove, relaying my location and the situation to the dispatcher. They told me to drive to the nearest police station, about 10 miles away. I followed their instructions, my eyes darting between the road ahead and the rearview mirror. The car stayed with me, matching my every turn, every lane change. 5 miles from the station, it happened. A semi-truck pulled out in front of me, forcing me to slam on my brakes. In that moment of chaos, I lost sight of my pursuer. When I looked back, the road behind me was empty. I made it to the police station, shaken but unharmed. They took another report, promised again to look into it, but I could see the doubt in their eyes. Without any concrete evidence, there wasn't much they could do. That night, as I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, my phone chirped again. Another message from the unknown number. Close call tonight. Let's not cut it so close next time. I didn't sleep at all. The next day, I made a decision. I couldn't live like this anymore, jumping at shadows, afraid to leave my house. I needed answers. I hired a private investigator, someone recommended by a friend in law enforcement. I told him everything, the car, the texts, the fear that had become my constant companion. For weeks, he dug into my life, my past, looking for any connection, any reason why someone might be targeting me. And finally, he found something. It wasn't a stalker. It wasn't a random psychopath. It was much, much worse. The car belonged to a private security firm, the kind that wealthy, powerful people hire when they want something done quietly. And they had been hired by someone I thought I'd left in my past long ago. The truth, when it came out, was almost too much to bear. An old mistake, a covered-up accident, a powerful family looking for revenge. I won't go into the details. I can't, for legal reasons. But suffice it to say, my life as I knew it was over. I had a choice to make. I could run, change my name, start a new life somewhere far away. Or I could stay and fight, to clear my name and face the consequences of my past. In the end, I chose to stay. It hasn't been easy. There have been legal battles, threats, moments when I've questioned everything. But I'm still here, still fighting. And every night, as I drive home, I still check my rearview mirror. Not out of fear anymore, but as a reminder. A reminder that the past is always closer than we think. And that sometimes, the things we run from are the very things we need to face. The car hasn't appeared again, but I know it's out there, waiting, and when it comes, I'll be ready. Because now I understand. You can't outrun your past, but you can face it head on, headlights blazing in the darkness. The forest had fallen silent, and that's when I knew we were in trouble. As a park ranger for the past decade, I'd grown accustomed to the constant symphony of nature, the chirping of birds, the rustle of small animals in the underbrush, the distant calls of larger beasts. But now, as I stood in a small clearing, the silence was deafening. It had started as a routine investigation. Reports of strange noises and a spike in missing hikers had led me deep into a remote section of the forest. I'd brought along Jake, a rookie ranger eager to prove himself. Now, as the sun dipped below the tree line, casting long shadows across our path, I was beginning to regret that decision. Tim, Jake's voice was barely above a whisper. Did you hear that? I held up a hand, signaling for silence. For a moment, there was nothing. Then I heard it, a low, guttural sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It wasn't a bear, wasn't a mountain lion, wasn't anything I'd heard in my years of working these woods. What the hell was that? Jake's eyes were wide, darting from tree to tree. I shook my head, trying to maintain a calm facade for his sake. Not sure. Probably just the wind playing tricks on us. Let's keep moving. But as we pressed on, the feeling of wrongness grew. The trees seemed to close in around us, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers. The path, which should have been familiar, now twisted in ways I didn't recognize. Night was falling fast, faster than it should have. I pulled out my flashlight, its beam cutting through the growing darkness. Jake did the same, and in the intersecting lights, I caught a glimpse of something that made my blood run cold. Footprints. Massive, inhuman footprints pressed into the soft earth. Tim, Jake's voice cracked. Those aren't bear tracks, are they? I swallowed hard. No, they're not. The prints were easily twice the size of my own foot, with long, claw-like toes that dug deep into the ground, and they were fresh. We need to get out of here, I said, trying to keep the fear out of my voice. Now, we turned to retrace our steps, but the path behind us had changed. Where there should have been an open trail, there was now a thick tangle of vegetation, as if the forest itself was conspiring to keep us there. That's when we heard it again, that otherworldly growl, closer this time, much closer. "Run!" I yelled, all pretense of calm abandoned. We crashed through the underbrush, branches whipping at our faces, roots seeming to reach up to trip us. I could hear Jake's panicked breathing behind me, punctuated by the snap of twigs and rustle of leaves that told me something was following us. I risked a glance over my shoulder and immediately wished I hadn't. In the bobbing beam of my flashlight, I caught a glimpse of our pursuer. It was massive, at least 8 feet tall, with a body that seemed to shift between solid and shadow. But it was the eyes that haunted me, glowing orbs of amber that reflected the light like a cat's, but with an intelligence that was terrifyingly human. "Don't look back," I shouted to Jake. "Just keep running." We burst into a small clearing, and for a moment, I thought we might have a chance. But then I heard Jake cry out. I spun around to see him sprawled on the ground, his ankle twisted at an unnatural angle. "Tim, help me," he pleaded, trying to crawl towards me. I stood there, frozen in indecision. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to save myself. But I couldn't leave him. I couldn't. I ran back, grabbing Jake under the arms and hauling him to his feet. He leaned heavily on me as we limped forward, our pace agonizingly slow. The growl came again, so close now I could feel the vibration in my chest. I turned, putting myself between Jake and the approaching creature. It emerged from the tree line, its form seeming to solidify as it stepped into the moonlight. It was like nothing I'd ever seen, part bear, part man, but with elements that seemed to defy classification. Its fur was matted and tangled, hanging in clumps that revealed patches of leathery skin beneath. The face was a nightmare, a bear-like snout filled with jagged teeth, but with eyes that held an unsettling intelligence. "What do we do?" Jake whimpered behind me. I didn't have an answer. My mind raced through our options, each one more hopeless than the last. We couldn't outrun it, couldn't fight it. We were going to die here, in this God-forsaken clearing, and no one would ever know what happened to us. The creature took a step forward, then another. I raised my flashlight, more as a pitiful defense than anything else. The beam caught its eyes, and for a moment, they flared with an otherworldly light. And then, inexplicably, it stopped. The creature tilted its head, as if listening to something we couldn't hear. Its form seemed to ripple, becoming less solid, more shadow-like. And then, with a sound like a gust of wind through dead leaves, it was gone. For a long moment, Jake and I stood there, hardly daring to breathe. The forest around us slowly came back to life, a tentative bird call here, the rustle of a small animal there. Is it gone?" Jake asked, his voice trembling. I nodded slowly, still not quite believing it myself. "I think so, but we need to get out of here. Now." Supporting Jake, we made our way out of the forest. It took hours, each step a struggle, each shadow holding the potential for fresh terror. But finally, mercifully, we reached the ranger station. The official report was vague. We'd gotten lost, Jake had injured his ankle, and we'd heard some strange animal noises. I couldn't bring myself to include the full truth. Who would believe us? But in the weeks and months that followed, I couldn't shake the memory of that night. I pored over old legends, spoke to local tribes, dug through centuries of folklore, and slowly, a picture began to emerge. The creature we encountered wasn't unique to our forest. Similar sightings had been reported across the country, across the world even. A being that was part animal, part shadow, part something else entirely. Some called it a guardian of the wild places, others a harbinger of nature's vengeance against mankind's encroachment. I don't know what to believe, but I do know this. There are things in this world that defy explanation, things that lurk in the shadows of our so-called civilized world, and sometimes, if we're very lucky, we catch a glimpse of them and live to tell the tale. Jake transferred to a desk job after that night. Can't say I blame him, but me, I'm still out here patrolling these woods, because someone needs to be here, needs to stand between the known and the unknown. And every now and then, when the forest falls silent and the shadows grow long, I feel those amber eyes watching me. And I wonder, was it really letting us go that night? Or was it simply biding its time, waiting for the moment when we let our guard down? I don't have the answers, but I'll keep searching, keep watching. Because in this job, in these woods, vigilance isn't just important, it's survival. The scratching at the back door wasn't our dog. I knew because Rover was right next to me, hackles raised and growling low in his throat. I'd been house-sitting for my neighbors, the Johnsons, for a week now. Their sprawling suburban home was a far cry from my cramped apartment, and I'd been enjoying the change of scenery. That is, until tonight. It started around 10 p.m. I was settled on the couch, mindlessly scrolling through my phone while some reality TV show droned on in the background. Rover, the Johnsons, usually placid German shepherd, was curled up at my feet. The first odd thing I noticed was Rover's ears perking up. He lifted his head, alert and focused on something I couldn't perceive. I muted the TV, straining my ears, but heard nothing unusual. "What is it, boy?" I asked, reaching down to scratch behind his ears. But instead of leaning into my touch as he usually did, Rover stood up, his body tense. That's when I heard it. A soft, scratching sound, coming from the direction of the back door. At first, I dismissed it as a branch scraping against the house in the wind. But as I listened, I realized the sound was too rhythmic, too deliberate to be caused by the weather. Rover's low growl startled me. In the week I'd been here, I'd never heard him make a sound like that. His eyes were fixed on the hallway leading to the back of the house, his teeth bared in a snarl. I stood up slowly, my heart beginning to race. "Hello," I called out, immediately regretting it. If there was someone trying to break in, I'd just alerted them to my presence. The scratching stopped abruptly. The silence that followed was somehow worse. I reached for my phone, ready to call 911, when Rover suddenly bolted down the hallway, barking furiously. I heard the back door rattle in its frame, as if something had slammed against it. "Rover!" I shouted, running after him. I skidded to a stop in the kitchen, fumbling for the light switch. The fluorescent lights flickered to life, revealing Rover standing at the back door, his barks now interspersed with vicious snarls. I approached cautiously, peering out the small window in the door. At first, I saw nothing but the darkened backyard. Then, a movement caught my eye. A figure, crouched by the rose bushes at the edge of the patio. It was too dark to make out details, but something about its shape seemed off. My trembling fingers finally managed to dial 911. As I waited for the operator to pick up, I kept my eyes fixed on the yard, searching for another glimpse of the intruder. 911, what's your emergency? I opened my mouth to respond, but the words died in my throat. The figure had stood up, and in the dim light from the kitchen window, I could see it clearly now. It was tall, impossibly tall, its limbs too long and jointed in places they shouldn't be. Its skin was pale, almost translucent in the moonlight, stretched tight over a frame that was decidedly inhuman. But it was the face that made my blood run cold. Where there should have been eyes, nose, and mouth, there was only smooth, featureless skin. I must have made a sound, a whimper of terror perhaps, because the thing's head snapped towards me. It took a step forward, its movements jerky and unnatural. Rover's barking reached a fever pitch. He threw himself at the door, his claws scrabbling against the wood. "Hello? Are you there? What's your emergency?" The operator's voice seemed to come from very far away. I couldn't speak. I couldn't move. I could only watch in horror as the creature glided across the yard, coming closer and closer to the door. It raised a hand, if you could call it that. Long, spindly fingers ended in sharp points that looked more like claws than nails. As I watched, frozen in terror, it began to scratch at the door again. The sound snapped me out of my paralysis. "There's something, trying to get in." I managed to gasp into the phone. "Please, send help, now." "Ma'am, I need you to calm down," the operator said, her voice steady and professional. Can you tell me your location?" I rattled off the Johnson's address, my eyes never leaving the creature at the door. It was pressing its face, or where its face should be, against the window now, as if trying to peer inside. "Officers are on their way," the operator assured me. "Is there somewhere safe you can go until they arrive?" I nodded, then realized she couldn't see me. "Yes," I croaked. "The basement. There's a lock on the door." "Good. Go there now, and stay on the line with me." I began to back away slowly, reaching down to grab Rover's collar, but he wouldn't budge, still snarling and snapping at the door. "Rover, come," I pleaded, tugging at his collar. "We have to go." The scratching at the door intensified, becoming more frantic. I heard wood splintering and realized with dawning horror that the lock wouldn't hold for long. In desperation, I scooped Rover up, no easy feat given his size, and half carried, half dragged him towards the basement door. His barks echoed through the house, punctuated by the increasingly violent sounds of the creature trying to break in. We had just reached the basement door when I heard it, the sickening crack of wood giving way. Rover redoubled his efforts to get free, nearly wriggling out of my grasp. "It's in!" I screamed into the phone. "Oh God, it's inside." I wrenched open the basement door and practically threw Rover down the stairs before following, slamming and locking the door behind us. The basement was pitch black. I fumbled for the light switch, my hands shaking so badly I could barely manage it. When the lights finally came on, I wedged a heavy shelf in front of the door for good measure. Rover was at the bottom of the stairs, still barking up at the door. I could hear heavy footsteps above us, moving with unnatural speed through the house. "The police are almost there," the 911 operator said, her voice tinny through the phone's speaker. "Just stay where you are. Don't make any noise." I pressed myself into a corner, trying to make myself as small as possible. Rover had finally stopped barking and was now pressed against my legs, trembling. The footsteps stopped directly above us. For a long moment, there was silence. Then, slowly, deliberately, something began to descend the basement stairs. Step, scratch, step, scratch. I held my breath, my eyes fixed on the door. The scratching grew louder, more insistent. I could see the wood beginning to splinter around the lock. Just as I was certain the door would give way, I heard the blessed sound of sirens in the distance. The scratching stopped abruptly. There was a moment of stillness, then a flurry of movement above. I heard the back door slam, followed by the sound of breaking glass, probably the creature leaping through a window. By the time the police arrived, the house was silent. They found me huddled in the basement corner, clutching Rover tightly. The back door was in splinters, and long, deep claw marks scored the wood of the basement door. But of the creature itself, there was no sign. The official report chalked it up to an attempted break-in, albeit by an unusually strong and determined burglar. They increased patrols in the neighborhood for a few weeks, but eventually, life returned to normal. Except it didn't. Not for me. I see it sometimes, late at night. A tall, impossibly thin figure at the edge of my vision. When I turn to look, it's gone. But I know it's out there, waiting. And every time I hear a dog bark in the night, or the scratch of branches against my window, I'm right back in that basement, wondering if this time the lock will hold. Because deep down, I know the truth. Whatever that thing was, it wasn't human, and someday, somehow, it will be back. Until then, I keep my doors locked, my curtains drawn, and I never ever answer unexpected scratching in the night. The footsteps behind me weren't my echo. I realized this with a sickening certainty as I took an unexpected turn down a narrow alley, and they followed without missing a beat. It was supposed to be a normal Friday night. I'd stayed late at the office, rushing to finish a project before the weekend. By the time I left, the streets were nearly empty, the usual bustle of the city replaced by an eerie quiet. I didn't think much of it at first. After all, I'd walked this route home countless times before. The first inkling that something was off came about 10 minutes into my walk, a prickle on the back of my neck, that age-old instinct warning of unseen eyes. I glanced over my shoulder, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. Just empty sidewalks and the occasional passing car. I picked up my pace slightly, telling myself I was being paranoid. But the feeling persisted, growing stronger with each block. That's when I first noticed the footsteps. At first, I thought it was just my own echoing off the buildings. But as I varied my speed, slowing down then speeding up, I realized the footsteps behind me weren't matching my rhythm. They were steady, relentless, always the same distance behind me. My heart began to race. I fumbled for my phone, intending to call a friend, anyone. But my trembling fingers betrayed me, and the device clattered to the sidewalk. As I bent to retrieve it, I caught a glimpse of a figure reflected in the dark screen. Tall, shadowy, much closer than I'd thought. I abandoned the phone, breaking into a run. The footsteps behind me quickened to match. Panic clouded my thoughts as I sprinted down the familiar streets, now rendered strange and threatening by the darkness and my fear. I turned randomly, hoping to lose my pursuer in the maze of side streets and alleys. But no matter how many turns I took, no matter how fast I ran, the footsteps remained. Sometimes they seemed to fade, only to return moments later, closer than ever. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but I didn't dare stop. I no longer knew where I was, having long since left my usual route home. The buildings loomed over me, their windows dark and lifeless. No one to help, no one to hear me if I screamed. As I rounded another corner, I saw Salvation, a 24-hour convenience store, its fluorescent lights a beacon in the darkness. I put on a final burst of speed, practically throwing myself through the door. The bored-looking clerk glanced up from his phone, startled by my abrupt entrance. "You okay, miss?" I couldn't speak, could barely breathe. I just shook my head, gesturing frantically towards the door. The clerk's eyes widened as he looked past me. "There's no one there." I spun around, half expecting to see my pursuer looming in the doorway, but the street outside was empty. No shadowy figure, no ominous footsteps. Just the quiet night and my own ragged breathing. There was someone following me, I managed to gasp out. The clerk looked skeptical, but he was kind enough to let me use the store's phone to call a cab. As I waited, huddled by the counter and jumping at every sound, I tried to make sense of what had happened. Had I imagined it all? Was it just paranoia and an overactive imagination, fueled by too many late nights and too much coffee? But no, I couldn't have imagined those footsteps, that relentless pursuit. It had been real, terrifyingly, undeniably real. The cab arrived, and I practically dove into the back seat, giving the driver my address in a shaky voice. As we pulled away from the curb, I allowed myself to relax slightly. I was safe now. Whoever had been following me was gone. But as we stopped at a red light, I glanced out the window and felt my blood turn to ice. There, on the sidewalk, was a figure, tall, indistinct in the shadows, but unmistakably the same presence I'd felt behind me all night. And it was looking directly at me. I blinked and it was gone. Just an empty sidewalk, no different from any other in the city. But I knew what I'd seen. The rest of the ride passed in a blur. I kept my eyes fixed firmly ahead, afraid of what I might see if I looked out the windows again. When we finally reached my apartment building, I threw some money at the driver and ran inside, not stopping until I was safely in my unit, door locked and chained behind me. I spent the rest of the night huddled on my couch, lights blazing and TV on for company. Sleep was out of the question. Every creak of the building, every distant siren had me jumping, convinced my pursuer had somehow found me. As dawn broke, casting a pale light through my windows, I began to doubt myself again. In the harsh light of day, last night's terror seemed almost laughable. I must have let my imagination run wild, turning ordinary noises into a nightmare pursuit. I managed to doze off for a few hours, exhaustion finally overcoming fear. When I woke, it was early afternoon. The events of the previous night felt like a distant dream. I showered, ate, tried to go about my day normally, but I couldn't shake the lingering unease, the feeling that something fundamental had shifted in my world. As evening approached, I found myself dreading the coming darkness. I knew it was irrational, but I couldn't bear the thought of being outside after sunset. I ordered delivery for dinner, double-checked all my locks, and settled in for another night of sleepless vigilance. It was just past midnight when I heard it, a soft scraping sound, coming from my front door. I froze, remote control slipping from my suddenly numb fingers. It came again, louder this time. Something was out there, trying to get in. I wanted to scream, to call for help, but fear had robbed me of my voice. I could only watch in mute horror as the doorknob began to turn. Slowly, slowly. The chain caught, the door opening just a crack, and in that narrow space, I saw an eye. Not a human eye, but something alien, ancient, filled with a hunger that made my soul shrivel. I don't remember much after that. Somehow, I managed to slam the door shut, to wedge a chair under the knob. I remember calling 911, babbling about intruders and stalkers, but by the time the police arrived, there was no sign of anyone having been at my door. No scratches, no fingerprints, nothing. They were kind, but I could see the doubt in their eyes. Just another paranoid city dweller, jumping at shadows. They promised to keep an eye on the building, but I knew it wouldn't matter. Whatever was after me, it wasn't something the police could stop. I moved out of that apartment the next day, fled the city entirely. I told myself it was just stress, that I needed a change of scenery. But deep down, I knew I was running. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my core, that it wouldn't be enough. Because sometimes, late at night, I still hear those footsteps. Steady, relentless, always the same distance behind me. I've learned not to look back, not to acknowledge them, but they're there, always there. And someday, I know, they'll catch up to me, so I keep moving, never staying in one place too long. I avoid dark streets and empty sidewalks. I never walk alone at night. But still, I feel those eyes on me. Still, I hear those footsteps. And I wonder, in my darkest moments, if they were ever really behind me at all. Or if, perhaps, they've been inside me all along, patiently waiting for the moment when I can no longer outrun my own shadows. The security cameras showed an empty floor, but the footsteps echoing through the darkness told a different story. I'd been working as a night security guard at Oakwood Plaza for about 6 months. It was a cushy job, perfect for a grad student like me. Most nights, I'd patrol the empty offices, check a few locks, and spend the rest of my shift studying or watching movies on my laptop. Nothing ever happened, until tonight. It started like any other shift. I arrived at 10 p.m., relieved the day guard, and settled into the security office on the ground floor. The plaza was a massive, 20-story office building, home to various companies ranging from tech startups to law firms. At night, it was a ghost town. I did my first round at 11, taking the elevator up to the top floor and working my way down. Everything was normal. Locked doors, empty corridors, the occasional cleaning crew finishing up for the night. By midnight, I was back in the security office, feet up on the desk, textbook open in front of me. That's when I first noticed it. A soft beeping from one of the security monitors caught my attention. I looked up to see a motion alert flashing on the screen for the 15th floor. Probably just a janitor I'd missed on my rounds, I thought. But as I switched to that camera feed, my blood ran cold. The hallway was empty. I cycled through the other cameras on that floor. Nothing, not a soul in sight. But the motion sensor was still triggering, its alert now a constant, irritating buzz. I tried to shake off the unease creeping up my spine. Technical glitch, I told myself. These systems weren't exactly cutting edge. I made a note to report it to maintenance in the morning and tried to return to my studying, but I couldn't focus. My eyes kept darting back to that monitor, half expecting to see something, anything to explain the alert. After about 10 minutes of this, I decided to check it out myself. If nothing else, it would break up the monotony of the night. The elevator ride up to the 15th floor felt longer than usual. As the doors slid open, I was hit by a wall of silence. Not unusual for an empty office at 1 a.m., dear, but somehow more noticeable tonight. I stepped out, flashlight in one hand, radio in the other. Security, doing a check on 15, I said into the radio, more to hear a voice than out of any real need to report. My words echoed in the empty hallway. I made my way down the corridor, beam of light sweeping from side to side. Everything looked normal. No signs of intrusion, no equipment left on, nothing out of place. I was about to chalk it up to a faulty sensor and head back when I heard it. Footsteps, coming from around the corner. I froze, listening intently. There it was again, the unmistakable sound of shoes on carpet moving at a steady pace. But as I shone my light in that direction, I saw nothing. "Hello?" I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. "This is security. Identify yourself." No response. Just more footsteps, now seeming to come from multiple directions. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I fumbled for my radio. "This is Anderson on 15. I've got a situation here. Possible intruder." Static was my only answer. I tried again, but the radio remained stubbornly silent. The footsteps were getting closer now, surrounding me. But every time I turned to face them, my light revealed only empty space. It was as if the sounds were coming from invisible bodies, moving freely through the office. I backed up against a wall, trying to keep all directions in view. That's when I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The security camera in the corner of the hallway. Its red recording light was off. With shaking hands, I pulled out my phone. No signal. Of course. The footsteps stopped abruptly. The silence that followed was somehow worse. I could hear my own ragged breathing, too loud in the stillness. Then, a whisper, right next to my ear. "You don't belong here." I ran. Blind panic propelled me through the hallways, not caring about direction, just needing to get away. I slammed into the stairwell door, taking the steps two at a time in my haste to descend. As I reached the 10th floor landing, I heard a door above me open and slam shut. Footsteps on the stairs, racing down after me. But when I looked up, I saw no one. I burst out of the stairwell on the ground floor, sprinting for the security office. I'd call for help, get the police here, anything to not be alone with. Whatever this was. But as I rounded the corner, I skidded to a halt. The security office door was open, swinging gently on its hinges. I was certain I'd locked it when I left. With nowhere else to go, I edged into the room. The bank of monitors that usually showed feeds from all over the building were dark, all except one. The screen for the 15th floor was on, showing the hallway I'd just fled. And there, in the center of the screen, was a figure. It was shadow-given form, a darkness deeper than the surrounding night. As I watched, paralyzed with fear, it turned to face the camera. Where its face should have been, there was only a swirling void. The figure raised a hand, pointing directly at the camera, at me, and then the screen went black. I don't remember much after that. I must have passed out, because the next thing I knew, I was being shaken awake by the day guard. I was huddled under the desk in the security office, babbling about invisible intruders and dark figures. They didn't believe me, of course. The security footage showed nothing unusual, just me wandering around the 15th floor before running back to the office and hiding. The motion sensor alert was blamed on a glitch in the system. Case closed. I quit that day. Couldn't bear the thought of spending another night in that building. But even now, months later, I can't shake the memory of those footsteps. That whisper, that pointing figure on the screen. Sometimes, late at night, I still hear them. Soft footsteps in my empty apartment. A whisper just on the edge of hearing. And I wonder, did I really escape that night? Or did something follow me home? I've taken to sleeping with the lights on, my back to the wall. I check and recheck the locks on my doors and windows. But deep down, I know it won't matter. Because whatever was in that building, whatever chased me through those empty halls, it wasn't stopped by locked doors or solid walls. It's out there waiting. And someday, when I least expect it, I'll hear those footsteps again, coming for me. So I stay vigilant. I avoid dark places, empty buildings. I never work night shifts anymore. But still, I feel watched. Still, I hear whispers in the silence, and I wonder, in my darkest moments, if I ever really left that 15th floor, or if, perhaps, a part of me is still there, running through those endless hallways, chased by shadows that should not exist. Because in the end, that's the true horror. Not the things that go bump in the night, but the realization that sometimes the monsters follow you home. And once they've found you, they never really let you go. So if you're ever alone in a dark, empty place, and you hear footsteps with no source, or whispers with no speaker, remember my story, and run, and pray that you're faster than the darkness that's coming for you. Because sometimes, the things we can't see are the most terrifying of all. The engine sputtered one last time before dying completely, leaving us stranded in a sea of darkness. As the headlights flickered and faded, I caught a glimpse of something moving just beyond their reach. Sarah and I had been driving for hours, making our way back from her parents' and house in the countryside. It was supposed to be a simple 4-hour drive, but a detour due to road construction had led us onto this lonely stretch of highway. We hadn't seen another car for at least an hour when our trusty old sedan decided it had had enough. "This can't be happening," Sarah muttered, frantically turning the key in the ignition. The engine wheezed pathetically, but refused to turn over. "Do we have any cell service out here?" I pulled out my phone, already knowing the answer. "No bars," I confirmed, trying to keep the worry out of my voice. "But it's okay. Someone's bound to drive by eventually, right?" Sarah nodded, but I could see the fear in her eyes. We were both city kids, unused to the oppressive darkness of the countryside at night. The moon was a mere sliver in the sky, providing little illumination to the vast emptiness surrounding us. "Maybe we should try to flag someone down," I suggested, unbuckling my seatbelt. "I've got a flashlight in the trunk. We could take turns standing by the road." Sarah grabbed my arm as I reached for the door handle. "Wait," she whispered, her eyes wide. "Did you see that?" I followed her gaze out the passenger side window. At first, I saw nothing but inky blackness. Then, a movement caught my eye. Something large shifted in the shadows just beyond the reach of our dying headlights. "It's probably just a deer," I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. But as I watched, I realized the shape was all wrong for a deer. It was too tall, too human-like. We sat in tense silence, straining our eyes against the darkness. The shape moved again, and this time I was certain. It was bipedal, walking on 2 legs with an odd, loping gait. "That's not a deer," Sarah breathed, her grip on my arm tightening. Before I could respond, we heard it, a low, guttural sound that was neither human nor animal. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, surrounding the car. "Lock the doors," I hissed, fumbling for the central locking button. The click of the locks engaging was somehow both reassuring and terrifying, a thin barrier between us and whatever was out there. The sound came again, closer this time, and now there was more than 1, 2, 3, maybe more voices joining in a discordant chorus that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. "What do we do?" Sarah whispered, her voice trembling. I tried to think rationally. We were safer in the car than outside, but for how long? Our phones were useless. The car wouldn't start. And who knew when another vehicle might pass by? And even if one did, would they stop on this dark, deserted road? A thud against the side of the car made us both jump. Something had struck the metal, hard enough to rock the vehicle slightly. "Oh God," Sarah whimpered, pulling her feet up onto the seat and hugging her knees to her chest. I reached across to hold her, my eyes never leaving the windows. The shapes were moving more now, circling the car. I could make out vague humanoid forms, but there was something off about their proportions. Limbs too long, heads misshapen. Another thud, this time on the roof. Claws, or were they fingers, scraped across the metal, the sound setting my teeth on edge. "We can't stay here," I said, trying to keep my voice low and calm. "We need to make a run for it." Sarah looked at me like I'd lost my mind. "Are you crazy? We can't go out there." "If we stay, they'll find a way in eventually," I reasoned. "Our only chance is to make it to those trees." I pointed to a dark line on the horizon that I hoped was a forest. "We can lose them in there. Find somewhere to hide until morning." Sarah shook her head vehemently. No way. We don't even know what those things are." As if in response to her words, one of the creatures slammed into the driver's side window. For a split second, I saw its face pressed against the glass, a twisted parody of humanity with two large eyes and a mouth full of needle-like teeth. Sarah screamed, and I made a split-second decision. "We're going, now." I grabbed the flashlight from the glove compartment and took Sarah's hand. "When I say go, we run. Don't look back, don't stop. Just run for the trees, okay?" She nodded, tears streaming down her face, but a look of determination in her eyes. I took a deep breath, my hand on the door handle. 1, 2, 3, go. I flung the door open and we burst out of the car. Immediately, inhuman shrieks filled the air. I clicked on the flashlight, its beam cutting through the darkness and revealing our path. We ran, our feet pounding against the asphalt. I could hear them behind us, their odd loping gait somehow allowing them to gain on us quickly. The trees seemed impossibly far away. Something grabbed at my jacket and I stumbled, nearly falling. Sarah's grip on my hand tightened, pulling me forward. "Don't stop," she yelled. I regained my footing and we pressed on. The creatures were all around us now, darting in and out of the flashlight's beam. I caught glimpses of pale, elongated limbs and glowing eyes. Just as I thought we couldn't run any farther, we reached the tree line. We plunged into the forest, branches whipping at our faces as we crashed through the underbrush. The sounds of pursuit seemed to falter as we entered the woods. Did they not like the trees? I didn't waste time wondering why, just grateful for any advantage. We ran until our lungs burned and our legs felt like lead. Finally, I spotted a large fallen tree, its roots creating a small cave-like space. "Here," I gasped, pulling Sarah towards it. We crawled into the space, huddling together in the damp earth. I clicked off the flashlight, plunging us into darkness. For a long time, the only sound was our ragged breathing and the frantic beating of our hearts. Gradually, other noises began to filter in. The rustle of leaves in the wind, the hoot of an owl, normal, natural sounds that slowly began to ease the terror gripping my chest. "Do you think we lost them?" Sarah whispered after what felt like hours. I strained my ears, listening for any sign of our pursuers. "I think so," I said cautiously, "but let's wait until dawn, just to be sure." Sarah nodded, settling against me. We sat in silence, jumping at every snapping twig or rustling bush, but nothing came for us. As the first light of dawn began to filter through the trees, we cautiously emerged from our hiding place. The forest looked different in the daylight, less menacing, more mundane. We made our way back to the road, half expecting to see those creatures waiting for us. But there was nothing, just our abandoned car sitting exactly where we'd left it. A truck driver found us a couple hours later, walking along the side of the road. He was kind enough to give us a ride to the nearest town, where we were able to call for help and get our car towed. We never told anyone the full story of what happened that night. Who would believe us? Sometimes, I almost convinced myself it was all a shared hallucination brought on by stress and exhaustion. Almost. But on dark nights, when the wind whispers through the trees and shadows seem to move of their own accord, I remember the inhuman shrieks, the glowing eyes, the twisted faces, and I wonder, are they still out there, waiting in the darkness beyond the headlights, waiting for another stranded traveler, another chance to hunt. I don't drive on lonely country roads at night anymore, and if I ever find myself on one, I keep my eyes fixed firmly ahead, because I know now what lurks in the shadows, just beyond the reach of the light, and some things, once seen, can never be unseen. So if you're ever driving late at night and your car breaks down on a deserted stretch of road, remember our story. And whatever you do, don't look into the darkness, because sometimes the darkness looks back. The last light flickered out, plunging the library into darkness. That's when I heard the footsteps. I hadn't meant to stay so late. Finals week always turned the university library into a second home for most students, but I'd lost track of time buried in my economics textbooks. The gentle reminder of lights shutting off floor by floor usually sent even the most dedicated studiers packing, but I'd been so engrossed in my notes that I barely noticed the dimming illumination around me. It wasn't until the final overhead light clicked off that I snapped out of my study-induced trance. I blinked, my eyes struggling to adjust to the sudden darkness. The only light now came from my laptop screen, casting an eerie blue glow over my small corner of the vast library. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the silence. "Is anyone still here?" No response, just the faint hum of the ancient heating system and the settling creaks of the old building. I started packing up my things, trying to ignore the growing unease in the pit of my stomach. It was silly to be scared. I'd spent countless late nights in this library, but something felt different tonight. The shadows seemed deeper, the silence more oppressive. That's when I heard it. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, coming from somewhere in the stacks behind me. I froze, my hand halfway to my backpack. "Hello?" I called again, trying to keep the tremor out of my voice. "I'm sorry, I didn't realize it was closing time. I'm leaving now." The footsteps stopped. For a moment, there was only silence. Then, so faint I almost thought I'd imagined it, came a whisper. "Stay." A chill ran down my spine. That voice, it didn't sound human. It was more like the rustle of pages, the creak of old leather bindings, a library given voice. I grabbed my backpack, shoving my laptop inside with shaking hands. Whatever was going on, I didn't want to stick around to find out. As I stood, my chair scraped loudly against the floor. The sound echoed through the empty library, and in response, the footsteps started again. Faster now, and closer. I ran. My footsteps pounded against the carpeted floor as I sprinted towards the main staircase. Behind me, I could hear the pursuit. Not just one set of footsteps now, but many, and voices, whispering in that same papery tone. Stay, read, learn. I took the stairs 2 at a time, my breath coming in ragged gasps. 5 floors down to the exit. It felt like an eternity. As I reached the 3rd floor landing, a book came flying out of the darkness. Narrowly missing my head, I ducked, nearly losing my balance. More books followed, an impossible barrage. How were they doing this? Who were they? I didn't have time to ponder. I just ran, shielding my face with one arm as I descended. 2nd floor. The whispers were getting louder, more insistent. I could almost make out words now, promises of knowledge and power. Part of me, a small, traitorous part, wanted to stop and listen, to turn around and see what was offering these temptations. I shook my head, dispelling the thought. Whatever was behind me, it wasn't something I wanted to face. 1st floor. I could see the exit now, the glass doors that led to safety. But as I approached, my heart sank. The doors were chained shut, a large padlock glinting in the faint emergency lighting. No, I muttered, yanking futilely at the chains. This couldn't be happening. The library was supposed to be open 24/7 during finals week. Why would they lock up? The footsteps were close now. I could hear them on the stairs, descending with an awful, measured pace. They knew I was trapped. I spun around, pressing my back against the doors. The main lobby stretched out before me, seeming far larger and darker than I remembered. Shadows moved in the periphery of my vision, always vanishing when I tried to look directly at them. "What do you want?" I shouted, my voice cracking with fear. The whispers rose to a crescendo, a susurration of voices that seemed to come from the very walls. Knowledge, power, eternity. A figure emerged from the darkness. At first glance, it looked like an ordinary librarian, an older woman in a cardigan and glasses. But as she stepped closer, I realized with growing horror that she wasn't walking. She was gliding, her feet hovering inches above the ground, and her skin, it was pale and textured, like parchment. "Welcome, young scholar," she said, her voice a dry rustle. "We've been waiting for someone like you. Someone with a thirst for knowledge." More figures appeared behind her. Students, professors, librarians, all with that same papery skin, all floating inches off the ground. Their eyes glowed with an unnatural light, filled with ancient wisdom and terrible hunger. "Join us," the librarian continued, extending a hand towards me. "Become one with the books. Learn the secrets of the universe." For a moment, I was tempted. The promise of unlimited knowledge, of unlocking the mysteries of existence. It was intoxicating. But then I saw the books scattered on the floor around them. Books with covers that looked disturbingly like human skin. And I understood. "No," I said, my voice stronger than I felt. "I don't want your knowledge, I want to leave." The librarian's face twisted into a snarl, all pretense of humanity vanishing. "You don't have a choice," she hissed. "The library has chosen you. You will join our collection." They surged forward, paper-thin hands reaching for me. I closed my eyes, bracing for the inevitable. But instead of cold, papery fingers, I felt a rush of warm air. My eyes snapped open to see the chains on the door glowing red-hot. With a loud crack, they shattered. I didn't hesitate. I shoved the doors open and ran into the cool night air. Behind me, I heard inhuman shrieks of rage and frustration, but I didn't look back. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like jelly. When I finally stopped, gasping for breath, I found myself on the other side of campus. The library loomed in the distance, looking deceptively normal under the moonlight. But I knew the truth now. I knew what lurked within its walls when darkness fell. I never went back to that library. I finished my degree taking classes online, making excuses to my friends and professors about why I couldn't study on campus anymore. They wouldn't have believed the truth anyway. Sometimes, late at night, I still hear whispers, the rustle of pages, the creak of leather bindings, and I wonder, did I really escape? Or did a part of me stay behind in that library, forever trapped in the realm of forbidden knowledge? I try not to think about it too much, but I can't help but notice how my skin sometimes looks a little too pale, a little too papery. And when I read, the words seem to sink into me in a way they never did before. So if you're ever studying late in a library, and you find yourself alone when the lights go out, remember my story, and run. Run before the books decide they want to add you to their collection, because some knowledge comes at too high a price, and some libraries never let their patrons leave. The stranger at the foot of my bed didn't move when I opened my eyes. He just stood there, watching, as if he had all the time in the world. I'd always been a light sleeper, prone to waking at the slightest disturbance. So when I felt the weight of someone's gaze on me in the middle of the night, my eyes snapped open almost instantly. At first, in the disorienting haze between sleep and wakefulness, I thought I must be dreaming. The silhouette of a man, unnaturally tall and thin, stood motionless at the foot of my bed. I blinked hard, expecting the apparition to vanish, but when I opened my eyes again, he was still there. The dim moonlight filtering through my curtains wasn't enough to make out any features, just the vague outline of a person where no person should be. My heart began to race, adrenaline flooding my system as the reality of the situation sank in. There was an intruder in my bedroom. How had he gotten in? I always locked my doors and windows. I lived alone in a second-floor apartment. This shouldn't be possible. I lay perfectly still, hardly daring to breathe, hoping against hope that if I didn't move, he somehow wouldn't notice I was awake. But as the seconds ticked by and he remained motionless, a new fear began to creep in. What if this wasn't a regular intruder? What if this was something else? Gathering every ounce of courage I possessed, I reached out slowly towards my bedside lamp. The stranger didn't react, didn't move an inch. My fingers closed around the switch, and I flicked it on, flooding the room with light. The foot of my bed was empty. I sat up, my eyes darting around the room. There was no sign of the figure, no indication that anyone had been there at all. The door was still closed, the windows locked. Everything was exactly as it should be. "Hello?" I called out, my voice shaky. No response. I got out of bed on unsteady legs, checking every corner of my small apartment. The living room was empty, the kitchen undisturbed. The front door was still locked and chained. I even looked in the closets and under the bed, feeling a bit foolish but needing to be sure. Nothing. By the time I finished my search, I had almost convinced myself it had been a particularly vivid dream. Stress-induced sleep paralysis, perhaps. I'd been working long hours lately, my sleep schedule all over the place. It wasn't too far-fetched to think my mind might be playing tricks on me. I crawled back into bed, leaving the lamp on. Just as I was about to close my eyes, I heard it. A soft exhalation of breath, coming from the far corner of the room. I froze, my eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling. Slowly, ever so slowly, I turned my head towards the sound. There he was, the stranger, now standing in the corner, watching me with eyes that seemed to glow faintly in the lamplight. But as I focused on his face, trying to make out his features, they seemed to shift and blur, never quite resolving into anything recognizably human. I opened my mouth to scream, but no sound came out. The stranger took a step forward, his movements jerky and unnatural, like a marionette controlled by an unskilled puppeteer. In a panic, I squeezed my eyes shut, my mind racing. This couldn't be real. It had to be a dream, a hallucination, anything but reality. I counted to 10, taking deep breaths, trying to calm my racing heart. When I opened my eyes again, the corner was empty. I let out a shaky laugh, relief washing over me. It was just my imagination after all. I was about to turn off the lamp when a whisper, right next to my ear, made my blood run cold. "Do you really think closing your eyes will make me disappear?" I leapt out of bed with a strangled cry, spinning around to face nothing. The room was empty once again. That was the moment I decided I couldn't stay in the apartment. Dream or hallucination or supernatural visitation, I didn't care. I just knew I couldn't spend another minute there. I threw on some clothes, grabbed my phone and keys, and ran out the door. I didn't stop running until I reached my car, parked on the street below. As I fumbled with the keys, I glanced up at my bedroom window. The stranger was there, watching me from behind the glass. Even from this distance, I could feel the weight of his gaze. As I stared, paralyzed with fear, he raised a hand and waved, almost playfully. I got in my car and drove, no destination in mind, just needing to put distance between myself and whatever was in my apartment. I ended up at an all-night diner on the outskirts of town, nursing a cup of coffee as the sun began to rise. By daylight, the whole experience seemed absurd. I must have been dreaming, or maybe I was coming down with something. Fever dreams could be incredibly vivid, right? I almost managed to convince myself it had all been in my head. Almost. Because as I raised my mug to take another sip, I caught a glimpse of my reflection in the diner's window. And there, just behind my shoulder, was the blurred outline of a tall, thin figure. I dropped the mug, hot coffee spilling across the table. The waitress rushed over, asking if I was okay. But I couldn't take my eyes off the window. The figure was gone, but I knew what I'd seen. I left the diner in a daze, unsure of what to do next. I couldn't go home, couldn't face the thought of being alone in that apartment again. But where could I go? Who would believe me if I told them what was happening? In the end, I checked into a cheap hotel. I told myself it was just for a night or two, just until I could figure things out. But deep down, I knew there was no figuring this out. Whatever was happening to me, whatever was following me, it wasn't something that could be explained away or reasoned with. That first night in the motel, I didn't sleep. I sat in a chair facing the door, lights on, TV blaring for company. Every shadow, every movement in my peripheral vision had me on edge, but nothing appeared. As dawn broke, I began to hope. Maybe it was over. Maybe whatever it was had been tied to my apartment, and by leaving, I'd escaped it. Then my phone buzzed with a text message. Unknown number. With trembling fingers, I opened it. It was a picture of me, sitting in that very chair, taken from an angle that could only have been from the foot of the bed. In the background, barely visible in the shadows, was the outline of a tall, thin figure. The message below the photo read, "You can't escape me. I'm always watching." I threw the phone across the room, where it shattered against the wall. But it didn't matter. The damage was done. The realization sank in, heavy and terrifying. This thing, whatever it was, wasn't confined to my apartment. It was following me, and it could interact with the physical world. In the days that followed, I tried everything. I went to the police here, but they dismissed my story as paranoia or a practical joke gone too far. I saw a psychiatrist who prescribed medication for hallucinations. I even consulted a local psychic, desperate for any explanation or solution. Nothing helped. The figure kept appearing, always just at the edge of my vision, always gone when I turned to look directly at it. Sometimes it would move things in my room while I was out. Once, I came back to find all my framed photos turned to face the wall. I couldn't sleep, couldn't eat, couldn't focus on anything but the constant, gnawing fear of when and where it would appear next. My friends started to worry, but I couldn't bring myself to tell them the truth. Who would believe me? And now, as I sit here writing this, I can feel it. That familiar weight of unseen eyes watching me. I know that if I turn around, I'll catch a glimpse of it standing in the corner, but I won't turn. I've learned that acknowledging it only makes things worse. So I keep typing, pretending I don't see the shadow falling over my keyboard, pretending I don't hear the soft sound of breathing that isn't my own, pretending that maybe, just maybe, if I ignore it long enough, it will go away. But I know better now. It will never go away. It will always be there, watching, waiting, and someday, when I least expect it, it will do more than just watch. If you ever wake up to find a stranger at the foot of your bed, don't blink, don't look away, and whatever you do, don't close your eyes, because once it knows you've seen it, it will never leave you alone, and who knows? Maybe it's watching you right now, just beyond the edge of your vision. Why don't you turn around and see? The scratching in the wall started on the third night. At first, I dismissed it as mice, but as the sound grew louder and more insistent, I realized it was coming from places mice couldn't possibly reach. I'd been house-sitting for my parents for just over a week when the noises began. Their sprawling Victorian home, nestled in the quiet suburbs, had always felt a bit too big and a bit too old for my liking. but the promise of a quiet place to work on my thesis and raid their well-stocked fridge had been too tempting to pass up. The first 2 nights passed uneventfully. I spent my days alternating between furious typing sessions at the dining room table and mindless Netflix binges on the living room couch. The house creaked and settled around me, but it was nothing out of the ordinary for a structure pushing 100 years old. But on that 3rd night, as I lay in bed trying to fall asleep, I heard it. A faint scratching sound like fingernails dragging across wood. It seemed to be coming from inside the wall next to my bed. I sat up, holding my breath and straining my ears. For a moment, there was nothing. Then it came again, louder this time. I got out of bed and pressed my ear to the wall. The scratching continued, moving upwards towards the ceiling. Then, to my horror, it seemed to transfer to the ceiling itself, tracing a path directly above my head. "Hello," I called out, feeling foolish even as I did so. "Is someone there?" The scratching stopped abruptly. The silence that followed was somehow worse. I spent the rest of the night with all the lights on, jumping at every creak and groan of the old house. By morning, I had almost convinced myself it had been a dream, a product of too much late-night caffeine and an overactive imagination. But the next night, it happened again, and this time, it wasn't just scratching. I could hear something moving inside the walls, a soft shuffling punctuated by occasional thumps. It sounded big, much too big to be any kind of rodent. I called my parents, trying to keep the panic out of my voice as I casually asked if they'd ever had problems with animals getting into the walls. They assured me they hadn't, but promised to send an exterminator over in a few days, just in case. Those few days stretched on endlessly. Each night the noises grew louder, more frequent. They weren't confined to my bedroom anymore. I could hear them throughout the house, in the living room walls, the kitchen ceiling, even coming up through the floorboards in the study. I took to wandering the house at night, armed with a flashlight and my father's old baseball bat. I examined every inch of the walls, looking for holes or cracks where something could be getting in. But I found nothing. The walls were solid, unbroken expanses of plaster and wood. On the 5th night, I heard something new. A voice. It was faint, muffled by the walls, but unmistakably human. Or at least, it sounded human. The words were unclear, but the tone was pleading, desperate. "Who's there?" I shouted, pounding on the wall. "Do you need help?" The voice fell silent. Then, slowly, it was replaced by that now familiar scratching. But this time, it sounded like it was coming from directly behind the plaster, as if something was trying to claw its way out. I stumbled backwards, my heart pounding. This wasn't possible. There couldn't be anyone in the walls. There was no space, no access points. It defied all logic. But as I watched, a small crack appeared in the wall, right where the scratching was loudest. It spread slowly at first, then faster, branching out like a spider's web. I raised the bat, ready to swing at whatever emerged. The crack widened, plaster dust filling the air. And then, impossibly, a hand thrust through. It was pale, almost translucent, with long, tapered fingers that ended in sharp points. It groped blindly in the air, searching for something to grasp. I screamed and swung the bat. It connected with the hand with a sickening crunch. The hand withdrew, disappearing back into the wall. The scratching resumed, more frantic now, moving rapidly away. I didn't sleep that night. I sat with my back to the corner of the room, bat clutched to my chest, watching the cracked wall for any sign of movement. By morning, I was exhausted, jittery from too much coffee and fear. In the harsh light of day, I examined the wall again. The crack was still there, but it looked smaller somehow, less dramatic. Had I imagined the hand? Was I losing my mind? I spent the day researching the history of the house, looking for any clues that might explain what was happening. What I found chilled me to the bone. The house had been built in the 1920s by a reclusive architect named Edward Holloway. According to local legend, Holloway had been obsessed with the idea of creating a house that was alive. He'd incorporated strange design elements and unorthodox building materials, claiming he was imbuing the structure with a form of consciousness. Holloway had disappeared shortly after the house was completed. The official story was that he'd moved away, but rumors persisted that he'd somehow become trapped within the very walls he'd built, doomed to wander the hidden passages of his living house for eternity. I dismissed it as local folklore, the kind of ghost story every old house seems to accumulate. But as night fell and the noises began again, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was some truth to the tale. This time, I was determined to find answers. I grabbed a hammer from the garage and began tapping on the walls, listening for hollow spots. Most of the house sounded solid, but in the study, I found an area that resonated differently. Heart pounding, I began to chip away at the plaster. It came away easily, revealing a space behind that shouldn't have existed, a hidden passage, barely wide enough for a person to squeeze through. I shone my flashlight into the opening. The beam illuminated a narrow corridor that seemed to stretch endlessly in both directions. The walls were covered in strange symbols and diagrams, etched directly into the wood. As I stood there, trying to process what I was seeing, I heard it. Footsteps, echoing from somewhere deep within the hidden passages. They were coming closer. I scrambled back, ready to run, but something made me hesitate. The footsteps didn't sound threatening. They were halting, unsure, almost timid. "Hello," I called out, surprised by the steadiness of my own voice. "Is someone there?" The footsteps stopped. Then, slowly, a figure emerged from the darkness of the passage. It was an old man, his clothes tattered and outdated, his skin pale as if it hadn't seen sunlight in decades. His eyes, when they met mine, were filled with a mixture of fear and desperate hope. "Are you real?" he asked, his voice cracked and dry from disuse. I nodded, unable to form words. He took a hesitant step forward, then another. "I've been trapped for so long," he said. "The house, it's alive. It doesn't want to let me go." As if in response to his words, the walls around us began to creak and groan. The hidden passage started to close, the edges of the opening I'd made drawing together like a wound healing. Without thinking, I reached out and grabbed the old man's hand, pulling him through the rapidly shrinking hole. We fell backwards onto the study floor just as the wall sealed itself shut, leaving no trace of the opening. The old man, Holloway, I presumed, lay on the floor, gasping and staring wide-eyed at the ceiling. "It's over," he whispered. "After all these years, it's finally over." But even as he spoke, I could hear it. The scratching in the walls, louder than ever before, moving through the house, converging on our location. The house wasn't going to let him go without a fight. I helped Holloway to his feet. "We need to leave," I said. "Now." We made our way through the house, the noises following us, growing louder with each step. Picture frames rattled on the walls, floorboards buckled and warped beneath our feet. It was as if the entire structure was trying to stop us from reaching the front door, but we made it. We burst out into the cool night air, not stopping until we reached the sidewalk. Behind us, the house shuddered and groaned like a living thing in pain. As we stood there, catching our breath, I turned to Holloway. "What now?" I asked. He looked back at the house, a mixture of fear and sadness in his eyes. "Now," he said, "we make sure no one else ever gets trapped in there again." I nodded, understanding. We had work to do, but first, I needed to make a call. My parents were definitely going to need more than an exterminator for this. As we walked away, I could have sworn I heard the house whisper behind us, a sound of longing and loss. I didn't look back. Some things, once seen, can never be unseen, and some houses, once awakened, can never truly be put back to sleep. The nanny cam footage showed a dark figure standing over my daughter's bed, But when I burst into her room, there was no one there. It all started when Lily, my 5-year-old, began talking about the shadow man who visited her at night. At first, I dismissed it as a typical childhood imagination, maybe influenced by a scary movie or book. But as the weeks went by, her stories became more detailed and consistent. "He's tall," she'd say, her big blue eyes wide with a mix of fear and fascination. "And he doesn't have a face, he just stands there and watches me." My wife, Sarah, was more concerned than I was. "Maybe we should take her to a child psychologist," she suggested one night after we'd put Lily to bed. "This doesn't seem normal." I shook my head. "Kids have imaginary friends all the time. This is probably just a phase." But deep down, I was starting to worry too. Lily had always been an imaginative child, but this was different. There was a consistency to her stories that unsettled me. And sometimes, when she talked about the shadow man, I could swear the temperature in the room dropped a few degrees. It was Sarah's idea to install the nanny cam. "Just to give us peace of mind," she said. I agreed, more to appease her than anything else. We set it up discreetly in the corner of Lily's room, its lens trained on her bed. For the first few nights, nothing happened. The footage showed Lily sleeping peacefully, occasionally tossing or turning, but nothing out of the ordinary. I was just starting to feel silly for even considering that there might be something to her stories when it happened. It was a Tuesday night. Sarah was working late, and I was alone in the house with Lily. I'd just settled down to watch some TV after putting her to bed when my phone buzzed with a motion alert from the nanny cam. I opened the app, expecting to see Lily getting up for a glass of water or to use the bathroom. Instead, what I saw made my blood run cold. There, at the foot of Lily's bed, was a tall, dark figure. It was just as she had described, unnaturally tall, with long, spindly limbs and no discernible face. It stood perfectly still, seeming to look down at my sleeping daughter. I was on my feet and running up the stairs before I even realized I was moving. I burst into Lily's room, flicking on the light switch and ready to confront whatever was in there. But the room was empty. Lily was fast asleep in her bed, undisturbed. There was no sign of any intruder, no open windows or doors. I checked every corner, even looked under the bed and in the closet. Nothing. With shaking hands, I pulled out my phone and rewatched the footage. There it was, clear as day. The dark figure standing motionless by the bed. As I watched, it slowly turned its head towards the camera, revealing a blank, featureless face. Then, just before I entered the room, it simply vanished. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in Lily's room, watching her sleep, jumping at every shadow and creak. When Sarah got home, I showed her the footage. She went pale, her hands covering her mouth in shock. "We need to get Lily out of here," she whispered. "We can go stay with my parents until we figure this out." I nodded, too shaken to argue. We woke Lily up and packed a few bags, telling her we were going on a surprise trip to Grandma and Grandpa's house. She was sleepy but excited, chattering about the shadow man as we drove through the dark, empty streets. "He said he'd find me," she said from the back seat, her voice a mix of excitement and fear. "He said we're connected now." Sarah and I exchanged a worried glance, but said nothing. We spent a week at my in-laws' house. Lily seemed happier there, and there were no more incidents or stories about the shadow man. We started to relax, to think that maybe it had all been some kind of bizarre glitch with the camera, but when we returned home, it started again. This time, it wasn't just Lily seeing things. Sarah woke me up one night, her face pale with fear. "There's someone in the hallway," she whispered. "I saw a shadow move past our door." I got up to check, my heart pounding. The hallway was empty, but as I stood there, I felt an unmistakable chill, as if someone, or something, had just passed by. We called in every expert we could think of. Paranormal investigators, priests, even a team of scientists with EMF detectors and infrared cameras. They all found nothing. No evidence of any supernatural activity, no rational explanation for what we were experiencing. But the sightings continued. The nanny cam caught more footage of the figure, always standing over Lily's bed, always vanishing the moment we entered the room. We started seeing it ourselves. A tall, dark shape at the edge of our vision, gone when we turned to look directly at it. Lily, strangely, seemed less afraid than we were. "He's not bad," she insisted. "He's just lonely. He wants a friend." Her words did little to comfort us. Whatever this thing was, it was fixated on our daughter, and that terrified us more than anything. We tried moving to a new house, but it followed us. We took Lily to specialists, but they found nothing wrong with her. We even considered more drastic measures, like reaching out to mediums or exorcists, but something always held us back. A fear that acknowledging this thing, giving it more attention, would only make it stronger. Months passed, and slowly we began to adapt to our new reality. The sightings became less frequent, or maybe we just got used to them. We learned to live with the constant feeling of being watched, the occasional glimpse of a dark figure in the corner of our eye. Lily grew older, and her attitude towards the shadow man changed. She stopped talking about him as much, and when she did, it was with a mixture of annoyance and resignation, like he was an unwelcome but persistent guest. "He's still here," she told me on her 10th birthday, her voice low so Sarah couldn't hear. "But he doesn't scare me anymore. I think he's afraid of me now." I didn't know how to respond to that. Part of me was relieved that she wasn't frightened, but another part worried about what it meant. Had she truly outgrown her fear, or had something fundamentally changed in her? As the years went by, the shadow man became a sort of family secret. We never talked about it outside the house, never mentioned it to friends or relatives, but we all knew it was there, a constant presence in our lives. Sometimes, late at night, I'd catch Sarah staring into the darkness of our room, her eyes tracking something I couldn't see. Other times, I'd walk past Lily's room and hear her talking softly, as if in conversation with someone. We learned to live with it, but we never accepted it. Every night as I lay in bed, I'd wonder, what is it? Why is it here? What does it want with my daughter? And every night, as I drifted off to sleep, I'd feel that familiar chill, that sense of being watched, and I'd know, with absolute certainty, that it was still there, still watching, still waiting. Now, as I write this, Lily is about to leave for college. She's grown into a strong, confident young woman, seemingly unaffected by the strange experiences of her childhood. But sometimes, when she thinks no one is looking, I catch her glancing over her shoulder, her eyes scanning empty spaces. The shadow man hasn't appeared on camera in years, but I know he's still here. I can feel him, a constant presence in our home. And as Lily prepares to leave, I find myself wondering, will he follow her, or will he stay here with us, a silent, unseen member of our family? I don't have answers. I don't know if I ever will. But I do know this. Sometimes, the things we can't see are the most real. And sometimes, the shadows in our lives are more than just absence of light. They're presences, watching, waiting, and maybe, in their own way, protecting. So if your child ever tells you about a shadow in their room, listen. Really listen. Because you never know what might be lurking just beyond the edge of your vision, in the spaces between what's real and what's imagined. And remember, not all monsters are there to harm. Some are just there, watching, waiting. For what? We may never know. The streetlights went out all at once, plunging the neighborhood into an unnatural darkness. That's when I heard the first inhuman growl. I'd always been a night owl, finding peace in the quiet hours when most of the world was asleep. My nightly walks through our sleepy suburban neighborhood had become a ritual, a way to clear my head after long days hunched over a computer screen. I knew every crack in the sidewalk, every overgrown hedge, every house with a porch light left on all night. But tonight was different. There was a tension in the air, a stillness that felt more like the calm before a storm than the usual tranquility of midnight. I'd almost decided to cut my walk short when it happened. One by one, in rapid succession, the streetlights flickered and died. It wasn't the gradual dimming of a power outage, but a synchronized extinguishing, as if someone had flipped a giant switch. In the span of a heartbeat, the familiar streets were swallowed by darkness. I stopped in my tracks, my eyes struggling to adjust. The houses around me were dark too, not a single window glowing with the blue light of a TV or the warm yellow of a lamp. It was as if the entire neighborhood had been cut off from the world. That's when I heard it, a low, guttural sound that sent chills down my spine. It wasn't a dog's bark or a cat's yowl. It was something else, something that didn't belong in this quiet suburban landscape. I turned slowly, trying to pinpoint the source of the noise. In the darkness, shapes seemed to move and shift, playing tricks on my eyes. Was that a tree swaying in the wind, or something more sinister? The growl came again, closer this time, and now there was more than one. The sound seemed to be coming from all around me, encircling me in a predatory chorus. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but I knew that was the worst thing I could do. Whatever was out there, running would only trigger its chase response. So I stood perfectly still, barely breathing, straining my eyes against the darkness. That's when I saw them. Eyes. Dozens of pairs of eyes, glowing an unnatural green in the night. They were at varying heights, some close to the ground, others level with my own gaze, suggesting creatures of different sizes. One pair of eyes, larger than the rest, blinked slowly. As it did, I caught a glimpse of the creature it belonged to. It was vaguely canine in shape, but far larger than any dog I'd ever seen. Its fur seemed to absorb what little light there was, creating a silhouette of pure darkness. I took a hesitant step backward, and the creature's head snapped towards me. A low growl rumbled from its throat, a sound that seemed to vibrate the very air around me. In that moment, I knew I was no longer at the top of the food chain. These things, whatever they were predators, and I was prey. I broke into a run, all thoughts of staying still forgotten in the face of pure, primal fear. Behind me, I could hear the creatures giving chase, their paws thundering against the pavement. I sprinted down the familiar streets, now made alien by the darkness and the monstrous pursuit. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but terror kept me moving. I didn't dare look back, afraid of what I might see gaining on me. As I rounded a corner, I saw a salvation. My house, just a block away. If I could make it inside, maybe I'd be safe. Maybe these things couldn't enter without invitation, like vampires in old stories. I put on a final burst of speed, fumbling in my pocket for my keys as I ran. Behind me, the growls and snarls grew louder, closer. I could feel hot breath on the back of my neck, sharp teeth just inches from closing around my throat. I reached my front door, my shaking hands struggling with the lock. Just as I felt teeth graze my ankle, I tumbled inside, slamming the door shut behind me. For a moment, there was silence. Then, a heavy thud against the door. Another. The wood creaked and groaned under the assault. I scrambled away, my back pressed against the far wall of the entryway, watching in horror as the door bulged inward with each impact. But it held. After what felt like an eternity, the pounding stopped. I could hear snuffling sounds outside, like enormous creatures scenting the air. Then, slowly, the sounds retreated. I stayed there, huddled on the floor, for hours. As the first light of dawn began to filter through the windows, I finally found the courage to look outside. The street was normal, quiet, empty. The streetlights were on, bathing everything in their familiar orange glow. There was no sign of the monstrous creatures that had chased me, no evidence of the terror I'd experienced. Had I imagined it all? Was it some kind of vivid hallucination brought on by stress and lack of sleep? But as I opened the door, my foot crunched on something. I looked down to see deep claw marks scored into the wood, far larger than any normal animal could make. And there, on the welcome mat, was a tuft of jet black fur that seemed to swallow the light around it. In the days that followed, I tried to convince myself it had been a dream. I went about my routine, went to work, came home, but I didn't take any more night walks, and I noticed things. The way my neighbors kept their children closer, their dogs inside, the nervous glances people cast at the tree line at the edge of the suburb, the way conversations would stop when I approached, as if everyone shared a secret they didn't want me to know. A week after that night, I ran into Mrs. Johnson from down the street. She was walking her tiny Pomeranian, which was strange in itself. She used to let it run free in her fenced backyard. As we exchanged pleasantries, her eyes kept darting around, as if watching for something. Finally, she leaned in close. "You've seen them, haven't you?" she whispered. "The night hunters. They've been here for generations, but they usually stay in the deep woods. Something's drawn them closer lately. Be careful after dark, dear, and whatever you do, don't invite them in." Before I could respond, she hurried away, practically dragging her yapping dog behind her. That night, as I sat in my living room, all the lights blazing, I heard it again. That low, inhuman growl coming from just outside my window. I froze, my eyes fixed on the curtains, afraid of what I might see if I looked out. A shadow passed by, larger than any normal animal, then another, and another. They moved with an unnatural grace, silent except for those bone-chilling growls. I sat there all night, watching the shadows move past my windows. As dawn approached, I heard a sound that made my blood run cold, scratching at my door. Then, a voice, if you could call it that. It was more like the idea of a voice, a sound that bypassed my ears and spoke directly to my mind. "Let us in," it said, its tone a mixture of command and seduction. "We've been waiting so long. Let us in, and all the secrets of the night will be yours." I squeezed my eyes shut, covering my ears even though I knew it wouldn't help. "No," I whispered. "You're not welcome here. Go away." There was a pause, then a sound like a sigh, equal parts disappointment and hunger. "As you wish," the voice said, "but we'll be waiting. We're always waiting." When I opened my eyes, sunlight was streaming through the windows. The street outside was normal, filled with the sounds of my neighbors starting their day. But things had changed. I knew now that the night held secrets, dangers that most people never saw. And I knew that those dangers were watching, waiting for an invitation, a moment of weakness. I still live here, in this quiet suburban neighborhood. I still see my neighbors, go to work, try to live a normal life. But I don't take walks at night anymore. I keep my doors and windows locked, line them with salt like Mrs. Johnson suggested. And every night, as darkness falls, I listen for those growls, watch for those glowing eyes, because now I know the truth. The night is alive, and it's hungry. And sometimes, it comes hunting in places we think are safe. So if you're ever out late and the street lights suddenly go out, leaving you in unnatural darkness, run, and don't look back. Because the night hunters might be after you next. And once they've got your scent, they never really go away. They just wait for you to invite them in. The muddy footprints on my porch weren't there when I let the dog out, but they were there when I went to let him back in. leading right to my front door. I'd been home alone for the past week while my husband, Mark, was away on a business trip. Our German shepherd, Maxie, had been my constant companion, his presence a comfort in the empty house. We'd fallen into a routine, work during the day, dinner and TV in the evening, and a final trip outside for Max before bed. That night had started like any other. I was curled up on the couch, half watching some reality show while scrolling through my phone. Max's whine at the back door signaled it was time for his nightly outing. "All right, buddy," I said, getting up with a stretch. "Let's make this quick. It's cold out there." I opened the door and Max bounded out into the backyard, disappearing into the darkness beyond the porch light's reach. I stood there for a moment, shivering in the chilly night air, waiting for the familiar sound of him doing his business. Instead, I heard a growl, low and menacing. It was a sound I'd never heard Max make before. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. "Max," I called out, peering into the darkness. "What is it, boy?" The growling intensified, and I could hear Max's paws scrabbling against the ground, as if he was backing up. Something was wrong. Without thinking, I stepped off the porch, straining my eyes to see what had Max so agitated. That's when I heard it, a rustling in the bushes at the far end of the yard, too loud to be caused by the wind. "Hello?" I called out, my voice shaky. "Is someone there?" No response, just more rustling. Max's growls had turned into frantic barking now. Fear gripped me as I realized how exposed I was, standing there in the dark. I whistled for Max and quickly retreated inside, slamming and locking the door behind me. Max came bounding up to the porch a moment later, scratching at the door to be let in. I opened it just enough to let him squeeze through, then quickly shut and locked it again. Max was agitated, pacing back and forth, his eyes fixed on the back door. I knelt down beside him, running my hands through his fur, as much to calm myself as him. "What was it, boy?" I murmured. "What did you see out there?" As if in response, Max let out another low growl, his eyes never leaving the door. I spent the next hour checking and rechecking all the locks, drawing all the curtains, and trying to convince myself that it was probably just a raccoon or a stray cat that had spooked Max. But deep down, I knew it was something more. Max wasn't the type to be scared by small animals. Eventually, exhaustion overcame fear, and I decided to try and get some sleep. I made sure Max was in the bedroom with me, taking comfort in his solid presence at the foot of the bed. I must have dozed off at some point, because the next thing I knew, I was jolted awake by Max's barking. Harsh, frantic barks that had him leaping off the bed and racing downstairs. Heart pounding, I followed him, flicking on lights as I went. Max was at the front door, barking furiously, his hackles raised. "What is it, Max?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "What do you hear?" I approached the door cautiously, straining my ears. At first, I heard nothing over Max's barking. Then, as he paused to take a breath, I heard it. A soft, scratching sound, like fingernails dragging slowly across the wood. My blood ran cold. Someone or something was out there, trying to get in. I backed away from the door, fumbling for my phone to call 911. But as I unlocked the screen, movement outside the window caught my eye. A shadow passed by too quickly for me to make out any details, but it was big, much bigger than a person should be. Max's barking reached a fever pitch. He threw himself at the door, claws scrabbling against the wood. "Max, no!" I shouted, terrified he might actually break through and confront whatever was out there. The scratching at the door stopped. For a moment, there was silence. Then, a thud so heavy it shook the entire house. Another. Something was trying to break down the door. I ran to the kitchen, grabbed the biggest knife I could find, and retreated upstairs, dragging a still barking Max with me. I locked us in the bedroom, pushed a dresser in front of the door, and called 911 with shaking hands. 911, what's your emergency? There's someone trying to break into my house, I gasped. Please, send help. I think they're going to get in. The operator tried to keep me calm, assuring me that police were on their way. But as I huddled there, listening to the continued thuds from downstairs, I wasn't sure they'd get here in time. The noises stopped abruptly. Silence fell, broken only by Max's low growls. I held my breath, straining to hear any sound of movement. Minutes ticked by. Nothing. Had they given up? Left? Then, a new sound. Footsteps. Inside the house. Heavy, slow, deliberate footsteps coming up the stairs. Max went berserk, throwing himself at the bedroom door, barking and snarling. I gripped the knife so hard my knuckles turned white, eyes fixed on the door, waiting for the inevitable attempt to break through. But it never came. The footsteps stopped right outside the bedroom. I could hear breathing, deep and ragged, like some great beast panting after a long chase. "Go away," I screamed, my voice cracking with terror. "The police are coming. Leave us alone." A low chuckle came from the other side of the door. Not a human laugh, but something that mimicked one, as if it had heard laughter before but never quite understood it. Then it spoke. The voice was deep, guttural, more animal than human. But the words were clear. "Let me in, little one. I just want to play." I screamed then, a sound of pure, primal terror. Max's barking reached new heights of frenzy. And then, blessed sound of sirens in the distance, growing closer. The thing on the other side of the door let out a sound, half roar, half howl, that shook the windows. Then, the footsteps again, moving quickly now, down the stairs and out of the house. By the time the police arrived, the house was empty save for Max and me. They found the front door splintered and hanging off its hinges, claw marks gouged deep into the wood. And there, on the porch and leading up to the door, were a set of footprints. Huge, misshapen footprints pressed into mud that hadn't been there earlier in the evening. They searched the area, but found nothing. No signs of the intruder, no evidence beyond those footprints and the damaged door. They took my statement on, but I could see the doubt in their eyes. They clearly thought it was just a failed burglary attempt. My description of the creature dismissed as the product of fear and an overactive imagination. But I know what I heard. I know what was out there. In the days that followed, I had the locks changed, installed a security system, even considered moving. But deep down, I knew none of that would matter. Whatever had come for me that night wasn't deterred by locks or alarms. Mark came home, concerned by my jumpy behavior and the new security measures. I told him everything, expecting disbelief. But he just listened quietly, then held me close. "I believe you," he said simply. And somehow, that made it both better and worse. We still live in that house. Max still sleeps at the foot of our bed. But things have changed. I don't let him out alone at night anymore. I check and recheck the locks obsessively. And every night, as darkness falls, I find myself listening, waiting, because I know it's still out there, watching, waiting for another chance to get in. And sometimes, on quiet nights when the wind is just right, I swear I can hear that voice again carried on the breeze. "Let me in, little one. I just want to play." So if you ever hear your dog barking at nothing in the night, or see muddy footprints where there shouldn't be any, remember my story. And whatever you do, don't open the door. Because some things, once invited in, never truly leave. The chanting started at exactly 3:33 a.m. every single night. That's when we realized our new neighbors weren't quite what they seemed. My wife, Emily, and I had just moved into our first apartment together. It was a cozy 2-bedroom in an old converted house. Nothing fancy, but it was ours. We were excited to start this new chapter of our lives, blissfully unaware of the strangeness that awaited us. The first few nights were uneventful. We unpacked, arranged furniture, and slowly settled into our new home. Our neighbors, a middle-aged couple we'd only glimpsed in passing, seemed quiet and kept to themselves. Perfect, we thought. It was on the fourth night that things changed. I woke up suddenly, my heart racing for no apparent reason. The digital clock on our nightstand read 3:33 a.m. As I lay there, trying to calm my inexplicably frayed nerves, I heard it. A low, rhythmic sound coming through the wall we shared with our neighbors. At first, I thought it might be a TV or radio left on, but as I listened more closely, I realized it was voices, multiple voices, speaking in unison, in a language I didn't recognize. The sound was muffled, but there was no mistaking the cadence of chanting. I nudged Emily awake. "Do you hear that?" I whispered. She listened for a moment, then nodded, her eyes wide in the darkness. "What is that?" "It sounds like chanting." We lay there, listening to the strange sounds for what felt like hours. Just as suddenly as it had started, at exactly 4:44 a.m., the chanting stopped. The silence that followed was almost as unnerving as the chanting had been. The next morning, over coffee, we tried to rationalize what we'd heard. Maybe our neighbors were part of some obscure religion with odd prayer times. Maybe they were practicing for a play or some kind of performance art. We came up with a dozen explanations, each more unlikely than the last. But deep down, we both knew something wasn't right. That night, we decided to stay up and see if it happened again. Sure enough, at 3:33 a.m. on the dot, the chanting began. This time, we pressed our ears to the wall, trying to make out words. The language was like nothing I'd ever heard before, guttural and harsh, with strange rhythms that seemed to defy normal speech patterns. As we listened, I began to feel odd, dizzy almost, with a strange pressure building behind my eyes. Emily must have felt it too, because she suddenly pulled away from the wall, gasping. "Did you feel that?" she asked, her voice shaky. I nodded, unable to find words to describe the sensation. It was as if the chanting was trying to rewrite something in my brain, to change the very way I perceived reality. This continued night after night, always starting at 3:33 a.m., always ending at 4:44 a.m. We tried earplugs, white noise machines, even sleeping in the living room, but nothing could fully block out the sound or the strange effects it had on us. During the day, our neighbors seemed normal enough. We'd see them leaving for work in the morning or bringing in groceries. They'd smile and wave, exchange pleasantries about the weather. But there was something off about their eyes, a blankness that sent chills down my spine. We started noticing other things too. Strange symbols drawn in chalk on the sidewalk outside our building, always washed away by morning. The faint smell of incense and something metallic, blood, lingering in the hallway. And sometimes, late at night, we'd see shadows moving behind their curtained windows. Shadows that didn't quite match human shapes. About 2 weeks into this nightly ritual, things escalated. The chanting grew louder, more frenzied. And then, we heard something else, a sound that still haunts my nightmares. It was a scream, but not a human scream. It was too high-pitched, too alien. That was the breaking point for Emily. "We need to call the police," she said, her face pale in the dim light of our bedroom. I agreed, but as I reached for my phone, a wave of dizziness hit me. The room spun, and for a moment, I could have sworn I saw something moving in the shadows of our room, something that shouldn't exist in our reality. The police arrived about 20 minutes later. By then, of course, the chanting had stopped. Our neighbors answered their door looking perfectly normal, if a bit annoyed at being woken up. They invited the officers in, and after a brief look around, the police left. No signs of any disturbance, they said. Maybe we'd had a bad dream, but we knew what we'd heard, what we'd felt. The next day, we went to the building manager, an older man named Frank. We told him everything, expecting disbelief or dismissal. Instead, he listened with a grave expression. "You're not the first to complain about them," he said finally, "but there's nothing I can do. Their rent always arrives on time, in cash, and technically, They haven't broken any rules. He paused, then leaned in close. My advice: move out, as soon as you can. Some things are better left alone. We wanted to follow his advice, and we really did. But our lease was ironclad, and we couldn't afford to break it. So we stayed, enduring night after night of that terrible chanting. As the weeks wore on, the effects became more pronounced. We started having nightmares, vivid, horrifying dreams of impossible geometries and vast, dark entities that defied description. We'd wake up with nosebleeds, or find strange symbols carved into our skin that faded by morning. Emily started to change. She became withdrawn, spending hours staring at blank walls, muttering under her breath in that same strange language we heard at night. I wasn't much better. I found myself drawn to odd books in the library, texts on obscure occult practices and eldritch horrors. One night, about 2 months after it all began, I woke up to find Emily gone from our bed. Panicked, I searched the apartment, finally finding her pressed up against the wall we shared with our neighbors. She was chanting along with them, her eyes rolled back in her head, blood trickling from her nose. I tried to pull her away, but she fought me with inhuman strength. As we struggled, I caught a glimpse of something through a crack in the baseboard. An eye. Huge, alien, swirling with colors that shouldn't exist. It blinked, and in that moment, I understood. Our neighbors weren't summoning something. They were letting something in. I don't remember much of what happened next. I have flashes of memory, dragging Emily out of the apartment, running down stairs that seemed to stretch and twist impossibly. The sound of something large pursuing us. When I came to my senses, we were in my car, miles away from the city. We never went back to that apartment. We left everything behind, changed our names, moved across the country. But sometimes, I still wake up at 3:33 a.m., my heart racing, sure that I can hear that chanting in the distance. Emily recovered, mostly. She doesn't remember anything from that last night. Sometimes I envy her that. As for me, I can't shake the feeling that we didn't really escape, that whatever was trying to come through is still out there, searching, waiting. So if you ever find yourself with new neighbors who keep to themselves, who chant at odd hours of the night, who make you feel strange just by being near them, don't ignore it. Don't try to rationalize it. Just run. Run as far and as fast as you can. Because some doors, once opened, can never truly be closed again. The laughter of children echoing through empty hallways is unsettling enough. But when I followed the muddy footprints to a classroom that should have been locked, I knew this was no ordinary night shift. I'd been working as a night janitor at Millbrook Elementary for about 6 months. It was an easy gig. Mop the floors, clean the bathrooms, make sure everything was tidy for the next day. The solitude suited me. After a messy divorce and a string of dead-end jobs, the quiet nights gave me time to think, to plan my next move. That night started like any other. I arrived just as the last of the after-school programs were wrapping up, nodding to the tired-looking teachers as they headed out. By 8 p.m., the school was empty, and I started my usual routine. I was mopping the main hallway when I first heard it. A giggle, high-pitched and playful, coming from somewhere down the corridor. I froze, mop in hand, straining my ears. For a moment, there was nothing. Then it came again, louder this time, followed by the unmistakable sound of running feet. "Hello?" I called out, my voice echoing in the empty space. "Is someone there?" No response, just another burst of giggles, now sounding further away. I set down my mop and started walking towards the sound. It wasn't unusual for a kid to get left behind occasionally, though it had never happened this late before. As I rounded the corner, I saw them. Small, muddy footprints leading down the hallway. My first thought was annoyance. I'd just cleaned that floor. But as I followed the trail, a sense of unease began to grow. The footprints were small, definitely a child's, but there was something off about them. They were too perfect, too evenly spaced, and they seemed to shimmer slightly in the dim emergency lighting, as if the mud was still wet. The trail led me to the door of classroom 205. I knew it should be locked. I'd checked all the doors at the start of my shift, as always. But as I reached for the handle, I heard it again. Laughter, coming from inside the room. Multiple voices this time. I hesitated, my hand on the doorknob. Something about this felt wrong. Very wrong. But I was the only adult in the building. If there were kids in there, it was my responsibility to get them out safely. Taking a deep breath, I turned the handle and pushed the door open. The classroom was dark, lit only by the faint glow of the emergency exit sign. At first glance, it seemed empty. But as my eyes adjusted, I saw them. Small figures, huddled in the back corner of the room. 3, maybe 4 of them. "Hey there," I said, trying to keep my voice calm and friendly. "Are you kids lost? Let's get you home to your parents." They didn't respond, didn't move, just stood there, unnaturally still. I took a step into the room, fumbling for the light switch. "It's okay," I said. "I'm not going to hurt you. I'm just here to help." My fingers found the switch, and I flicked it on. The fluorescent lights flickered to life, illuminating the classroom. And in that moment, I felt my heart stop. The figures in the corner weren't children, at least, not anymore. They were something else. Their skin was pale, almost translucent, stretched tight over 2 sharp bones. Their eyes were huge, black, and utterly devoid of life. And their mouths were split into wide, impossible grins, filled with needle-like teeth. For a heartbeat, we just stared at each other. Then, as one, they began to move towards me. Their movements were jerky, unnatural, like marionettes controlled by an unskilled puppeteer. I stumbled backward, slamming the door shut. I could hear them on the other side, their little fists pounding against the wood, those high-pitched giggles now sounding more like shrieks. I ran. Down the hallway, past my abandoned mop, not stopping until I reached the main office. With shaking hands, I called 911. "There's someone in the school," I gasped when the operator answered. "In classroom 205. I think they might be trying to hurt the children." I couldn't bring myself to tell her what I'd really seen. Who would believe me? The police arrived within minutes. I led them to the classroom, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. But when they opened the door, the room was empty. No sign of the child things. No evidence anyone had been there at all. The officers were sympathetic but skeptical. They searched the school but found nothing out of the ordinary. One of them gently suggested that maybe I'd been working too hard, that stress can play tricks on the mind. I nodded, mumbled something about lack of sleep, and watched them leave, but I knew what I'd seen. Those things had been real. I finished my shift in a daze, jumping at every sound, half expecting to hear that laughter again. But the school remained quiet, almost unnaturally so. As I was locking up, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The muddy footprints I'd followed earlier were gone. The floor was spotless, as if I'd never mopped it at all. I quit the next day. Couldn't bear the thought of spending another night in that school. But even now, months later, I can't shake the memory of what I saw. Those not children, with their 2 wide grins and empty eyes. Sometimes, late at night, I think I can hear their laughter. Distant, but getting closer. And I wonder, did I really escape that night? Or did something follow me home? I've tried to move on, to forget, but every time I pass a school, every time I hear children laughing, I feel that same cold dread creep over me. Because now I know the truth. There are things in this world that shouldn't exist. Things that wear the faces of innocence to hide their true nature. And sometimes, when the night is dark and the halls are empty, they come out to play. I've never told anyone else what I saw that night. Who would believe me? But I know it was real. As real as the nightmares that still wake me up, drenched in sweat, the echo of childish laughter ringing in my ears. So if you're ever alone in a school at night, and you hear the sound of children playing when there should be no one there, don't investigate. Don't follow the sound. Just run. Run as fast and as far as you can. Because some games, once you start playing, you can never stop. And some players don't like to lose. I still drive by Millbrook Elementary sometimes, usually late at night when I can't sleep. The school looks normal enough in the daylight. But at night, when the shadows are long and the windows are dark, I swear I can see small figures moving inside, waiting, watching. And sometimes, just sometimes, I hear that laughter again. Faint, but unmistakable. A reminder that some things, once seen, can never be unseen. And some doors, once opened, can never truly be closed again. So I keep driving, never stopping, always looking over my shoulder. Because I know now that the monsters are real. And they wear the faces of children. The old radio crackled to life at exactly midnight, playing a broadcast that shouldn't have been possible. That's when I realized I wasn't alone in the cabin. I'd been house-sitting for the Johnsons, a lovely elderly couple from my church, while they were on a month-long cruise. Their cabin, nestled deep in the woods about an hour outside of town, was a quaint throwback to simpler times. No Wi-Fi, spotty cell service, and appliances that looked like they belonged in a museum. But it was peaceful, and I welcomed the chance to get away from the chaos of my everyday life. The first few days passed uneventfully. I spent my time reading, taking long walks in the surrounding forest, and enjoying the solitude. The nights were the hardest, though. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the occasional hoot of an owl or the rustling of leaves in the wind. It was on the fourth night that everything changed. I'd been having trouble sleeping, tossing and turning in the unfamiliar bed. As the ancient grandfather clock in the living room chimed midnight, I decided to get up and make some tea. That's when I heard it. A soft crackling sound coming from the direction of the living room. At first, I thought it might be the fireplace coming back to life, but I distinctly remembered banking the coals before bed. As I crept down the hallway, the sound became clearer. It was a radio. The Johnsons had an old tube radio, a massive wooden thing that took up half of the sideboard. They'd told me it hadn't worked in years, kept more for nostalgia than function. But as I entered the living room, I saw the dial glowing faintly in the darkness. Static filled the air, interspersed with bursts of music and fragments of speech. I approached cautiously, half expecting the sound to stop, to wake up and realize it was all a dream. But the radio continued its eerie broadcast. As I got closer, the static began to clear. A voice emerged, deep and resonant, with an accent I couldn't quite place. "This is a special broadcast for Sarah," the voice said, and I felt my blood run cold. Sarah. That was my name. "We've been waiting for you, Sarah. It's time to come home." I stood there, frozen, as the voice continued. It spoke of things it shouldn't know. My childhood fears, my secret dreams, the name of my first pet, things I'd never told anyone. "Who are you?" I whispered, not really expecting an answer. The radio crackled, and for a moment, I thought I saw a face in the glowing dial, gaunt, with hollow eyes and a too-wide smile. Then it was gone, replaced by more static. I reached out with a trembling hand and turned the radio off. The silence that followed was deafening. I stood there in the dark, my heart pounding, trying to make sense of what had just happened. It must have been a prank, I told myself. Someone had fixed the radio and was playing a cruel joke. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. The voice had known things, impossible things. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I sat in the kitchen, jumping at every creak of the old house settling, every whisper of wind through the trees outside. When dawn finally broke, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. Surely, in the light of day, last night's terror would seem silly, overblown. But as I went to make coffee, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. There, on the kitchen table, was a photograph I'd never seen before. It showed a young girl, maybe 8 or 9, standing in front of a house I didn't recognize. But the girl was me. I picked up the photo with shaking hands. This wasn't possible. I'd never been to this house, never worn the dress the girl in the photo was wearing. Yet there I was, smiling at the camera as if I didn't have a care in the world. I turned the photo over. On the back, in faded handwriting, was a single sentence. Sarah comes home, 1954. 1954. Decades before I was born. I dropped the photo as if it had burned me. This wasn't happening. It couldn't be happening. I needed to get out of this house, to call someone, anyone. I ran to the front door, only to find it locked. Not just locked, sealed. It was as if the door had fused with the frame, becoming one solid piece of wood. The windows were the same, smooth panes of glass with no way to open them. Panic rising in my throat, I ran from room to room, looking for a way out. But every exit was sealed. I was trapped. As my desperation peaked, the radio crackled to life again. This time, the voice was clearer, closer somehow. "Why are you running, Sarah? Don't you want to come home? We've been waiting so long." I spun around, half expecting to see someone standing behind me, but the room was empty. The voice was coming from the radio, yet it sounded as if it was right next to me, whispering in my ear. "Who are you?" I screamed. "What do you want from me?" The radio static cleared, and suddenly, I could see images forming in the glowing dial. A house, the same one from the photograph. A family gathered around a dinner table, faces blurred and indistinct. And there, at the head of the table, was the girl from the photo. Me, but not me. "We're your family, Sarah," the voice said, gentle now, almost loving. "You've been lost for so long. It's time to remember, time to come back to us." As I watched, transfixed, the images in the radio began to move. I saw the girl, me, growing up, living a life I had no memory of. I saw her fall in love, have children, grow old, and through it all, the house remained, unchanging, eternal. "This isn't real," I muttered, pressing my hands to my temples. "This can't be real." But even as I said it, memories began to surface. Memories of a life I'd never lived, of people I'd never met. They felt real, more real than my own past. The voice from the radio grew more insistent. "Remember, Sarah. Remember who you are, who you've always been." I felt myself being drawn towards the radio, my hand reaching out to touch the glowing dial. As my fingers made contact, a jolt of electricity shot through me. Images flashed before my eyes, too fast to process. A lifetime, no, multiple lifetimes, compressed into seconds. I saw myself living and dying, over and over again, always in that house, always with that family, and always, at the end, finding my way back. The radio was the key, the bridge between worlds. As the flood of memories subsided, I found myself on the floor, gasping for breath. The room around me seemed to shimmer and shift, reality bending in impossible ways. "Do you remember now?" the voice asked, softer now, almost sad. And I did. I remembered everything. The life I'd been living, the person I thought I was. It was all a dream, a brief interlude between returns. This, the house, the family, the endless cycle of life and death and rebirth. This was my reality. As the truth settled over me, I felt a sense of peace. The fear and confusion melted away, replaced by a deep, aching nostalgia. I was home. I had always been home. The walls of the cabin began to fade, replaced by the familiar contours of the house from the photograph. I could hear voices now, not just from the radio, but all around me, familiar voices calling my name. As I stood up, I caught a glimpse of myself in a nearby mirror. For a moment, I saw two faces superimposed. The Sarah I had been, and the Sarah I was returning to. Then they merged, becoming one. I took a deep breath and stepped forward, into the embrace of a family I had forgotten, but never truly left. The radio fell silent, its purpose fulfilled. In the woods, the cabin stood empty, waiting for the next lost soul to find their way home. And somewhere, in another world, another Sarah was waking up, beginning the journey anew. So if you ever find yourself alone in a cabin in the woods, and an old radio comes to life at midnight, listen carefully. It might be your family calling, reminding you of who you really are. And remember, sometimes, coming home means leaving everything you thought you knew behind. The GPS told me to turn right, but there was no road there, just an overgrown path disappearing into the darkening woods. That should have been my first warning. I'd been driving for hours, trying to make it to my sister's wedding rehearsal dinner. A last-minute work emergency had delayed my departure, and now I was racing against time, taking every shortcut my GPS suggested. As the sun began to set, bathing the countryside in an eerie orange glow, I found myself on increasingly narrow and unfamiliar roads. In 500 feet, turn right, the robotic voice instructed. I squinted through the windshield, searching for any sign of a road. All I could see was a dense wall of trees and underbrush. "There's no road here," I muttered, slowing the car. But as I approached, I noticed a small break in the foliage. It wasn't much, barely wide enough for my car, but it was there. I hesitated, my hand hovering over the turn signal. Every instinct told me to keep driving, to find another route, but the GPS was insistent, recalculating every time I passed the turn. "Fine," I growled, flicking on my turn signal, "but if I end up in a ditch, I'm blaming you." I turned onto the narrow path, branches scraping against the sides of my car. The path was rough, more suited for a 4x4 than my sedan, but I pressed on. The GPS showed this route shaving a good hour off my trip, and I couldn't afford to be any later. As I drove deeper into the woods, the light faded quickly. Soon, I was relying entirely on my headlights, which seemed dimmer than usual in the oppressive darkness of the forest. The path twisted and turned, each bend revealing more of the same: trees, shadows, and an increasing sense of isolation. After about 20 minutes, I began to worry. Shouldn't I have reached a main road by now? I checked my phone, but there was no signal. The GPS, however, continued to confidently direct me forward. That's when I noticed something odd. The trees seemed to be changing. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the light, but as I drove on, I couldn't deny it. The trunks were growing paler, almost white, and their shapes were becoming more uniform, unnaturally straight and tall. I slowed the car, peering out into the darkness. The forest floor was carpeted with a thick mist that swirled in my headlights. And there, just at the edge of the light's reach, I saw something that made my blood run cold. A figure, tall and impossibly thin, stood motionless among the trees. Its skin was as pale as the trunk surrounding it, and its limbs were long and jointed in ways that defied human anatomy. As I watched, frozen in horror, it slowly turned its head towards me. I slammed on the accelerator, heart pounding. The car lurched forward, engine protesting as I pushed it to its limits on the uneven path. I didn't dare look in the rearview mirror, afraid of what I might see. The GPS chimed, its cheerful tone a stark contrast to my panic. "Recalculating route," it announced. The map on the screen flickered, then went black. When it came back, the route had changed. Instead of the straight line it had been showing, it now displayed a complex spiral, leading deeper into the heart of the forest. I tried to turn it off, to silence its increasingly frantic directions, but the power button did nothing. The voice grew louder, more insistent. Turn left now. There was no left turn, just more trees, more mist, more darkness. But as I drove on, refusing to follow its commands, I began to see things in my peripheral vision. More of those pale, elongated figures flitting between the trees, sometimes so close I could almost feel their breath on the car windows. The GPS voice changed, becoming deeper, more guttural. It no longer gave directions, just repeated one phrase over and over. You're almost home. You're almost home. You're almost home. I was crying now, tears blurring my vision as I sped through the nightmare forest. The path grew narrower, the trees closing in on either side. Branches whipped against the windshield, leaving trails like claw marks. Suddenly, the trees parted, revealing a small clearing. In the center stood a house, if you could call it that. It was a twisted parody of a home, its proportions all wrong, its windows dark and vacant like empty eye sockets. The GPS let out a sound that might have been a laugh. You're home, it growled. I yanked the wheel hard, turning away from the house, away from the path. The car bounced and jolted as I drove into the underbrush, branches and rocks scraping the undercarriage. I didn't care. I just needed to get away. Behind me, I heard a chorus of inhuman shrieks. Glancing in the rearview mirror, I saw dozens of those pale figures emerging from the trees, their elongated limbs carrying them with terrifying speed. I drove blindly, no longer following any path, just desperately seeking a way out of this nightmare forest. Branches shattered my side mirrors. The windshield was a spider web of cracks, but I didn't slow down. Just when I thought all hope was lost, when the sounds of pursuit were so close I could almost feel those cold, long-fingered hands grasping at the car, I saw it. A break in the trees, a glimpse of open sky. With one final, desperate push of the accelerator, I burst out of the forest onto a paved road. Normal trees lined the sides, and in the distance I could see the lights of a town. I didn't stop driving until I reached that town, pulling into the first well-lit gas station I saw. As I sat there, engine idling, I finally dared to look back. The forest behind me looked normal. No pale trees, no mist, no twisted house, just ordinary woods. With shaking hands, I checked my phone. It showed I had been in those woods for over 3 hours, though it had felt like minutes. I had dozens of missed calls and texts from my sister, worried about where I was. I called her, making up a story about car trouble and poor cell reception. As I spoke, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. There, clinging to my cracked side mirror, was a long, pale finger, torn off at the knuckle. I never told anyone the full story of what happened that night. Who would believe me? I got rid of that GPS, switched to paper maps for a while. But sometimes, late at night when I'm driving on a lonely road, I'll hear a whisper from my car's speakers. You're almost home. You're almost home. And I'll see something pale and elongated moving just beyond the reach of my headlights. So if your GPS ever tries to lead you down a road that shouldn't exist, don't take that turn. Some shortcuts aren't worth the cost, and some places, once you find them, never really let you leave. I still drive past that spot sometimes, usually during the day when I'm feeling brave. The entrance to that path is never there. But sometimes, just as I'm about to pass, I'll catch a glimpse of something in my peripheral vision. A break in the trees that shouldn't be there. A flash of pale bark. A figure standing impossibly still. I never stop. I never look directly at it. But I know it's there, waiting. And sometimes, when the night is dark and I'm driving alone, I wonder, did I really escape? Or am I still in those woods, living out a fantasy of escape while those pale figures watch and wait, knowing that sooner or later, I'll find my way back to that twisted home they prepared for me? I don't have an answer, but I know one thing for certain. I'll never trust a GPS again. Because sometimes, the fastest route isn't the one you see on the map. Sometimes, it's the one that leads you exactly where you're not supposed to go. The moment I opened that old leather-bound book, I knew I'd made a terrible mistake. But by then it was too late. The story had already begun to write itself into reality. It all started on my 10th birthday. My parents, knowing my love for all things old and mysterious, had scoured antique shops for the perfect gift. They found it in a dusty corner of a shop that smelled of mothballs and forgotten memories. A book so old the title had faded from its spine. "It's blank inside," my mother said as I unwrapped it, her voice tinged with apologetic disappointment. "But I thought you might like to write your own stories in it." If only she'd known what would happen when I did. That night, tucked under my covers with a flashlight, I opened the book for the first time. The pages were yellowed with age, but crisp and unmarked. I put pen to paper and began to write. Once upon a time, I scrawled, "There was a boy who could make his dreams come true." I fell asleep with the book clutched to my chest, my mind swirling with possibilities. The next morning, I woke to find a shimmering golden key on my nightstand. It hadn't been there when I went to bed, I was sure of it. I picked it up, marveling at its intricate design and unexpected weight. That's when I noticed the book. It had fallen open in the night, and there on the page where I'd written my story starter was a continuation in handwriting that wasn't mine. The key to his dreams lay waiting, golden and gleaming, ready to unlock a world of wonder and danger. My heart raced. This was impossible. And yet, there it was, both on the page and in my hand. Excited and a little scared, I added to the story. The boy used the key to open a door that hadn't been there before. No sooner had I written the words than I heard a creak behind me. I turned to find a door in my bedroom wall, ornate and ancient looking, with a keyhole that seemed to beckon. My hands trembling, I inserted the key and turned it. The door swung open to reveal not my closet, but a sun-dappled forest glade that definitely didn't belong in suburban Ohio. I slammed the door shut, my heart pounding. This couldn't be real. I was dreaming. I had to be. But when I pinched myself, I didn't wake up. The door was still there, the key still warm in my hand. Over the next few days, I experimented. I wrote about flying and found myself soaring over my neighborhood. I described a friendly dragon, and it appeared in my backyard, much to the neighbors' alarm. I even managed to ace a math test by writing that I was a genius at multiplication. It was exhilarating, intoxicating. For the first time in my life, I felt truly powerful. But then things started to go wrong. It began small. I wrote about a never-ending ice cream sundae, only to find myself buried in a mountain of melting dairy that nearly drowned me. I described a day off from school and woke to find the building had burned down overnight. Thankfully, no one was hurt. I tried to be more careful after that, to think through the consequences of my words. But the book seemed to have ideas of its own. One night, frustrated with my little sister's constant pestering, I wrote, "And the annoying girl disappeared, never to bother anyone again." I regretted it immediately, crossing out the words and scribbling, "Just kidding," underneath. But when I went downstairs for dinner, my sister's chair was empty. "Where's Emily?" I asked, trying to keep the panic out of my voice. My parents looked at me strangely. "Who's Emily?" my father asked. That's when I realized the true power and danger of the book. It hadn't just made my sister disappear, it had erased her entire existence. Frantic, I ran back to my room and wrote, "Emily returned," and everyone remembered her. But the page remained blank after my words. The book, it seemed, had limits, or perhaps a cruel sense of humor. Desperate, I stayed up all night, writing variation after variation, trying to bring my sister back. As the sun rose, I finally struck on a combination that worked. The boy realized the true value of family, and his sister returned, the memory of her restored to all. I heard a plaintive, "Mo-am," from the next room, and nearly cried with relief. After that, I swore I'd never write in the book again. I hid it away in my closet, under a pile of old toys and outgrown clothes. For weeks, I managed to resist its siren call, but then came the day Jimmy Hoskins pushed me into a mud puddle in front of the whole school. Humiliated and angry, I retrieved the book and wrote, "Jimmy Hoskins got exactly what he deserved." The next day, Jimmy wasn't at school, or the day after. When he finally returned a week later, he was pale and quiet, his arm in a cast. I overheard him telling someone about a hit-and-run driver. The guilt was overwhelming. I hadn't meant for him to get hurt, not really. I tried to write something to heal him, to undo the damage, but the book refused to cooperate. It seemed to feed on darker impulses, twisting even the most innocent wishes into monkey's paw scenarios. I knew I needed to destroy it, but every time I tried, something stopped me. The matches would fizzle out before touching the cover. The scissors would slip, nearly cutting me instead. It was like the book had a will of its own, a determination to survive. As weeks turned to months, I found myself using the book more and more, despite the consequences. I couldn't help it. The power was too alluring, the ability to shape reality too intoxicating. I wrote myself into popularity, only to find my new friends shallow and cruel. I gave myself superhuman strength, then accidentally destroyed half the furniture in my house. I even tried to bring my dead grandfather back to life. But the shambling, vacant-eyed thing that appeared in our living room was so horrifying I immediately wrote it out of existence. Each time I swore it would be the last. Each time I found myself opening the book again, sure that this time I could control it. But the book was changing me. I could feel it. A darkness growing inside me, feeding on my desires and fears. I became withdrawn, jumpy. My parents worried, but I couldn't explain. Who would believe me? It all came to a head the night of my 11th birthday. My parents, concerned about my recent behavior, had thrown me a surprise party. All my classmates were there, the living room festooned with balloons and streamers. As everyone sang "Happy Birthday," my eyes kept drifting to my bedroom, where I knew the book was hidden. I'd been planning to write myself a spectacular birthday gift, consequences be damned. But looking at the smiling faces around me, my parents, my sister, thankfully restored, even Jimmy Hoskins with his arm finally out of its cast, I realized what I truly wanted, what I needed. I slipped away from the party and up to my room. With shaking hands, I opened the book one last time and wrote, "The boy realized the true magic was not in getting everything he wanted, but in appreciating what he had. And with that knowledge, the book's power over him ended." As I wrote the final word, I felt a shock run through me. The book grew hot in my hands, so hot I had to drop it. As it fell to the floor, the pages began to blacken and curl, as if being consumed by an invisible fire. In moments, all that was left was a pile of ashes. I stood there, staring at the remains of something that had been both wondrous and terrible. I felt a profound sense of loss, but also relief. The power was gone, but so was the temptation, the danger. I rejoined the party, hugging my parents extra tight, even smiling at Jimmy. For the first time in months, I felt light, free. That night, as I got ready for bed, I noticed something on my desk. A brand new journal, a gift from my grandmother. For a moment, my heart raced with mingled excitement and fear. But when I opened it, the pages were reassuringly blank. Just an ordinary book, waiting to be filled with ordinary words. As I climbed into bed, I realized that the greatest magic, the truest power, lay not in some enchanted book, but in the stories we choose to tell ourselves, the ones about kindness and forgiveness and the everyday miracles of being alive. Those are the stories that truly shape our world, and those are the ones I choose to write now, one ordinary, extraordinary day at a time.